marvelous long reads.
When the sun bleeds out and the world drowns in shadow, the true monsters come out to feed. Marvel's Blood Hunt is not just another crossover, it's a crimson apocalypse. Across the globe, ancient vampire lords rise from the dark, their fangs sinking into the heart of Earth's mightiest heroes. Cities burn, skies rot with black magic, and even the brightest Avengers risk turning into the very beasts they fight. Every hero, Avenger, Sorcerer, Mutant, street-level vigilante must face an unholy tide where a single mistake means eternal damnation. Alliances will shatter, legends will fall, and the line between savior and predator will vanish in the dark. So sharpen your stakes, steel your nerves, and remember, the night won't stop until it drinks the last drop. Prelude, the hunt begins. In Manhattan, Spider-Man faced a villain who introduced himself as Dr. Dark. Spider-Man mocked the name, calling him Dr. Dork, and kept joking about whether his powers came from Dark Force or Dork Force. As Dark Force attacks crashed around him, Spider-Man saved a civilian while continuing to taunt the villain. Dr. Dark screamed and said that no one liked Spider-Man. Spider-Man lunged at Dr. Dark, jokingly asking if he was a real doctor because he needed a medical opinion about his smelly feet. Dr. Dark looked confused and asked what was being done to him. Spider-Man admitted he was going to punch him, but instead, Dr. Dark suddenly vomited black energy. Shocked, Spider-Man stepped back as the villain screamed and transformed into a massive swirl of energy that rose like a tornado. Spider-Man casually declared it another unproblematic win. Meanwhile, in Arizona, Reed Richards and Sue Storm flew the Fantasticar as Reed examined data. He said there had been numerous dimensional breaches, initially suspecting the negative zone. Sue pressed him on what had really happened, and he clarified it might be the Dark Force dimension. In Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil crouched on a rooftop as his radar sense picked up fear and screams. He noted that though he couldn't see what was happening, he felt the temperature dropping and winds shifting. It was like the sun had gone behind a massive cloud. Day turned into night, and Daredevil realized the screams weren't just from fear, the people were being hunted. Vampiric creatures attacked civilians, and Daredevil leapt into the fray, battling them as chaos erupted. In Atlanta, Brielle Brooks narrated that her father warned her about walking at night, not because of muggers, but because he was Blade, the vampire hunter, and he knew the real dangers. Carrying stakes and weapons, she said she never left home without tools for the family business. Vampires swarmed her, but she fought back fiercely. One vampire mocked her as too slow, but she struck back. Suddenly, a powerful strike decapitated one vampire instantly. Brielle looked on in shock, realizing the presence of someone else. From the shadows emerged Dracula, wielding a flaming sword. He confirmed his identity and addressed Brielle by name, acknowledging her as the daughter of his oldest enemy, Blade. He warned that the world was ending, but if she came with him, together they might still save it. Vengeance of Moon Knight. At the Midnight Mission, Dr. Andrea Sturman sat with 8-Ball, Jeff Huggies, discussing recent revelations. She mentioned Tigra's report that Moon Knight was the Shroud. Jeff asked if she had met him before, joking about getting beaten up by him. She cautioned him about sitting in the chair he had chosen, but he admitted it was the only thing stopping him from having a nervous breakdown. Earlier at the Mount, Tigra and Hunter's Moon clashed with Maximilian Coleridge, once known as the Shroud and now acting as Moon Knight. Tigra shouted that he couldn't have just left her alone while Hunter's Moon struck, saying he wouldn't allow it while Coleridge wore something that didn't belong to him. Tigra reminded him of their shared past with Mark Spector and the West Coast Avengers, but Coleridge dismissed it, saying that was long ago and things had changed. He declared Tigra should have remained as the Shroud, calling it a fitting name for a dead man. Back in the present, 8-Ball asked if the Shroud was a hero or villain, recalling how he once tried to be LA's Kingpin. Dr. Sturman explained he went back and forth, sometimes trying to do good, sometimes not. She said that shouldn't be surprising to Jeff, and asked if he preferred to be called Jeff or 8-Ball. Jeff replied that Jeff Huggies was just another loser, same as 8-Ball, but he insisted he was turning things around. He claimed he was doing good now, even saving Moon Knight's life once. Sturman encouraged him, pointing out that if Moon Knight could turn things around, then Jeff could too. In the past, Coleridge floated in a sphere of dark dark energy, ranting that the name Shroud only stood for failure, calling himself a crazy failure. Tigra pleaded with him, but he insisted everyone had left him. No one understood him, except one person. The one who could understand him was Mark Spector, the previous Moon Knight, and he was dead. 8-Ball continued speaking with Dr. Sturman, explaining that all the sane supervillains were terrified of Moon Knight. Everyone knew his reputation and what he had done to Raoul Bushman, and Jeff admitted he once thought Moon Knight was only about brutality. He confessed that in a way, he found it cool, though Sturman asked if he was really impressed by brutality. Jeff clarified it wasn't exactly that, but Moon Knight was the big dog, and people responded to that presence. He added that short of the Punisher, Moon Knight was the scariest, though at least Punisher would only shoot you. Sturman admitted she didn't quite follow, prompting Jeff to recall that he understood Moon Knight better when they were imprisoned in the Myrmidon. He realized Moon Knight had lost everything, family, friends, all of it, by being who he was. Despite that, Moon Knight no longer wanted to be feared. He wanted to be better. That revelation made Jeff reflect on his own failures as a supervillain. If someone as tough as Moon Knight could survive losing it all and still strive to improve, Jeff wondered what excuse he had. He thought maybe he wasn't a badass, but seeing how the pursuit of being better brought Moon Knight a mission and allies, Jeff wanted that too. In the past, Tigra and Hunter's Moon fought Coleridge. As they clashed across buildings, Tigra suggested taking the fight to the streets, since he would chase them anyway. Suddenly, Coleridge emerged, transformed with dark wings, and Tigra realized he couldn't let them get away now that they knew who he was. Back in the present, Sturman asked Jeff if he would call himself a superhero. Jeff hesitated, but admitted it would be nice, maybe someday. He joked it depended on surviving first. Sturman noted that was always a possibility. Jeff reassured her that the Midnight Mission would protect them, echoing Mark's focus on looking out for others. In the past, Coleridge declared he couldn't remain the Shroud because that identity was dangerous and crazy. He said people respected Moon Knight, and he wanted that same trust. Tigra accused him of trying to steal Moon Knight's name, legacy, and sacrifice. Coleridge, channeling his Dark Force energy, shouted that he was honoring Moon Knight's memory. He recalled fighting alongside him against Law, Master Pandemonium, and Taurus, even inviting him to join his night shift. Now, with Mark gone, he claimed he was carrying on Moon Knight's work. Tigra and Hunter's Moon were trapped in Dark Force energy bindings, as Hunter's Moon accused him of defiling Mark's memory, embracing madness, and sullying his name with theft. Coleridge defended himself, saying he couldn't remain the Shroud because that life had cost him everything. Most painfully, the woman he loved who now hated him. He asked if they understood such pain, but Tigra shouted that Mark did. She reminded him Mark had loved Marlene, lost her, and their child because of who he was, but he never stole Daredevil's name to bury it in disgrace. Instead, Mark did the work to change. Tigra raged that while Coleridge and Mark had both fallen, Mark fought back, sought help, and built something better. She accused Coleridge of being a coward who was running from the work. She declared Moon Knight died a hero, one she loved, and left behind a legacy they built with him. That legacy was not Coleridge's to claim. Her words broke him. As his power faltered, Tigra told him if he wanted meaning, he needed to build his own legacy. Defeated, Coleridge collapsed, apologizing, admitting he wanted so badly to be a hero. Tigra comforted him, assuring she understood. But suddenly, as they tried to help him leave, his powers spiraled out of control. Dark Force energy consumed him, and he cried out that he couldn't control it anymore. Tigra and Hunter's Moon watched helplessly as Max was engulfed, screaming his name. In this set, Dr. Sturman and 8-Ball continued their conversation. Sturman reflected on Moon Knight's concern for others, saying the Midnight Mission wasn't about protecting her, but about protecting those left behind, which was why Mark built it. 8-Ball then asked if Moon Knight had ever been afraid. Sturman admitted that Mark was afraid almost all the time, but he never let it stop him, for better or worse. Later, Reese announced she found the swords preparing for battle. While others assumed 8-Ball would stay behind, he declared he was going with them, calling his shot. They charged into battle together. Blood Hunt Part 1. Across the world, various heroes battled against an ominous force called Sun Death, with a countdown marking the diminishing time before catastrophe. Blue Marvel, Hunter's Moon, and others fought overwhelming Dark Force manifestations. As the countdown neared zero, chaos spread. Captain Marvel plummeted from the sky, civilians were consumed, and the darkness grew unstoppable. The sun itself was engulfed, shrouded by swirling red-black cosmic storms. was, a voice declared that this had always been their work, and after so long, they would finally complete it. In New York City, Scarlet Witch descended among terrified civilians as Iron Man contacted her from above. He reported worsening conditions and asked for her assessment. Wanda identified Marcus Daniels, once known as Blackout, though she said he only was that man, as he had become something worse. His body erupted with uncontrollable dark force energy. Iron Man confirmed similar cases worldwide. Superhumans such as Darkstar, Dusk, Silhouette, and Cloak had all become portals to the Dark Force dimension. Wanda agreed, stating all Dark Force users had become breaches. When asked if she could close them with magic, she retorted that it was akin to punching out Galactus. Iron Man pressed that the energy of an entire dimension was forcing itself into their reality, and admitted he had hoped she could magic this away. With grim certainty, he explained that the Dark Force had saturated the atmosphere and the sun was gone. Meanwhile, Tigra and Hunter's moon faced another eruption. Tigra realized what had overtaken the Shroud was spreading across the world. Hunter's moon confirmed this was no mishap or accident. It was intentional. Soon, the truth revealed itself. Vampires descended in swarms, launching a massive, coordinated attack under the cover of eternal darkness. Across the globe, chaos erupted as the vampire invasion spread under the cover of sun death. In Milan, Italy, vampires savagely attacked civilians, tearing into their flesh. Lagos, Nigeria, was overwhelmed as people fled through the streets, chased by swarms of vampires leaping from above. In Calgary, Canada, the aftermath was visible. Bodies lay bloodied and torn apart in the snow. In Tianjin, China, lanterns lit the streets as terrified people looked up to see vampires dropping down from rooftops. In Cartagena, Colombia, blood spread across elegant floors as victims lay torn apart, children cowering in fear. Daegu, South Korea, showed the most chilling image. Dozens of lifeless bodies floated in red waters as vampires swam among them. At sundeath, refugees fled toward Latveria's borders. Some hesitated, fearing trespass, but others insisted they had no choice. As they tried to cross, automated defenses unleashed fire, incinerating them instantly. Inside Doomstadt, Dr. Doom observed with cold satisfaction. He declared Latveria's borders secure and instructed his men to ensure that new subjects were cared for, remarking that loyalty stemmed naturally from gratitude. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn at sundeath, 1 hour miles, Morales fought desperately against the vampire horde, wielding a glowing sword. He muttered to himself about what Blade would do, only to hear Blade himself answer, "That is a good question." Blade stepped forward, telling Miles that things looked bad, but he had a plan. And it wasn't just about what he would do. He had a specific task for Spider-Man. At 1 hour, 1 second, the Avengers engaged the vampire army. Thor called out in fury, demanding to know where they had all come from. Captain Marvel yelled at Black Panther for answers, but he admitted he didn't know. Vision reported Dracula was unaccounted for, and Captain America remarked that this didn't feel like Dracula's work. It was outside his goals. As Scarlet Witch unleashed her magic, she asked who could be responsible. A voice told her to alert the Avengers over the comms. When she asked who was speaking, the reply was, exactly who you want it to be on a day like today. It was Blade. Blade drove a truck through the city while contacting the Avengers. He explained that he was on the run, had vital information, and needed to meet immediately. He urged them to lock onto his coordinates and teleport the truck to the impossible city. The Avengers prepared, with Tony Stark initiating the teleport sequence. He warned the team they needed to act quickly, as they were required back on Earth and had little time, with the sun working against them. The truck materialized through the teleport and skidded to a stop. The Avengers moved in to question Blade, but instead, someone inside the vehicle spoke, announcing that Blade could not make it and thanking them for the invitation. From the truck emerged vampires, led by Bloodstorm 1, accompanied by the entire Blood Coven: Smoke Eater, Cruel, Unusual, Damascene, and Megrim. Bloodstorm 1 gave orders. Megrim was to maintain the psychic static, Cruel to take on Iron Man, Unusual to engage Scarlet Witch, Damascene to strike Thor, and Smoke Eater to cover him. Smoke Eater bristled, warning Bloodstorm 1 about his tone, reminding him he only followed his master's command. Bloodstorm 1 dismissed the protest, declaring that he ran the Coven and Smoke Eater would fall in line. With that, Smoke Eater inhaled crematorium smoke and transformed into a monstrous giant with multiple hands and legs, launching himself at the Avengers. Unusual trapped Scarlet Witch inside a trance field, while Damascene Damascene struck Thor and managed to wound him. Bloodstorm 1 hurled Black Panther at Captain America. Vision attempted to intervene but was quickly brought down by one of Damascene's spears. Iron Man tried to fire a repulsor blast, but Krull unleashed barbs that infiltrated his armor, disabling his suit and incapacitating him. Krull reveled in Iron Man's pain, promising more as he ripped into the armor. Unusual struck Carol with magic-draining power, while Megrim overwhelmed her mind, leaving agony. Damascene slammed Black Panther hard into the ground. Bloodstorm 1 targeted Captain America, declaring he wanted him as a prize to turn into a symbol of despair, but Sam resisted, saying better had tried before. Wanda fought desperately inside Unusual's grasp as he relished her chaos magic. Smoke Eater boasted to Carol that he had consumed ghosts to match her strength, saving her for later. Tony's HUD warned his suit was critically compromised, while Thor, bloodied but defiant, told Damascene he couldn't be turned or killed. Damascene, amused, said killing him would be a waste. They wanted to keep him. Saying this, he drove a spike through Thor's head, god blood spilling all over. Bloodstorm 1 praised his blood coven for their first outing and ordered a dimension shift, but Black Panther rose and shouted, "No!" T'Challa called for an emergency evacuation through the impossible city, but Krull's corruption spread into the systems, causing the AI to stutter, claiming it was compromised. Even the city was in pain. Black Panther pushed it to continue, ordering Captain America evacuated first. Sam was teleported against his will, screaming in protest. The Blood Coven tried to stop it, demanding their prize remain, but one by one the Avengers were pulled out. As Carol carried Iron Man and shouted for Thor, the city began initializing teleport. The Avengers retreated, though unwillingly, leaving Thor, T'Challa, and Scarlet Witch behind. Scarlet Witch shouted at them to return with vengeance. With the others gone, Bloodstorm 1 lifted the wounded T'Challa. Though the Avengers were defiant, Bloodstorm 1 promised that his master would bend them after. But before that happened, T'Challa would receive punishment. He drove his claws through his stomach as his hands emerged bloody from the other side through T'Challa's spine. The teleport sequence activated as Sam yelled for T'Challa. T'Challa, badly wounded, whispered that the vampires could not be allowed to have the symbol because the world would need one. As the Blood Coven stood around the fallen Avengers, Bloodstorm 1 roared in anger and the Avengers were pulled away. In New York City, chaos consumed the streets. Fires raged through skyscrapers, buses ran with blood, and civilians were slaughtered. A dark voice claimed ownership of the devastation, saying this was their work, always had been, and now they would complete it after so long. Corpses were impaled on spikes, silhouetted against a red sky. At Bleecker Street, the Sanctum Sanctorum burned as Doctor Strange and Clea worked through ancient texts. Clea urged Stephen to join the fight outside, but Strange insisted their focus should be on assembling the Montesi Formula, a spell to end the crisis immediately. Blade entered, commenting that it was a spell to kill every vampire on Earth. He noted they would need the Darkhold, which Wanda had consumed. Strange and Clea greeted him, but Blade made it clear he came with grave news. Blade explained that this was not just random attacks, but a vampire uprising, organised and structured. He said their goal was to break humanity and place vampires on top. The cult behind it was called the Structure. They had spread globally before Moon Knight killed their leader, but a new one had risen with a plan: use Atlantean rituals to turn Dark Force users into portals to block out the sun, launch global uprisings, and eliminate the Avengers. Strange and Clea were skeptical, but Blade insisted the Blood Coven, empowered ultra-vampires, were designed as a kill squad, each feeding on different sources like pun, ghosts, or magic. He warned they matched the Avengers in power, and that the team was already down. Strange pressed that they must assemble the Montesi Formula, even with limited grimoires. He framed it as a doctor's duty, cutting away a limb to save the patient, even if it meant killing every vampire. Blade asked if he would truly go through with it, given some vampires fought alongside them. Strange declared he would accept his own damnation to save the world. Blade then revealed the truth: the new mastermind was not Dracula. When Strange asked who it was, Blade suddenly attacked, driving his sword through Strange's torso, cutting him in half. With blood spraying, Blade smiled and declared, "It's me." Amazing Spider-Man, The Bloody Tickle. In the Upper East Side, Kareem of the Tombstone Syndicate walked through the streets in his blue coat, calling out for his associate, White Rabbit. Entering a bodega, he shouted for her, wondering how long it could take to shake down a store. Moving upstairs, he called her name again, but got no answer. Concerned, he asked if she was in trouble. When he opened a door, his fears were confirmed. Inside, White Rabbit stood transformed into a vampire, blood dripping from her fangs. She told him she had been given something much more than he could imagine. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes stood ominously behind her. At the same time, New York City was under siege. Spider-Man reflected how the city had been overrun by an army of bloodthirsty monsters, vampires. Normally, sunrise would end the nightmare, but the sun had not risen despite being 4 hours late. Civilians screamed as vampires descended on them, tearing through the streets. Swinging into action, Spider-Man thought about how the city needed saving now. He fought the vampires directly, enjoying that this was a fight without complicated questions, literal monsters with no moral debates. For once, it felt good to fight without hesitation. In the middle of the battle, Spider-Man's phone buzzed. Webbing up enemies while checking it, he saw a text that read, "Yo, Peter, I'm in trouble, man. Need Spider-Man. 86th and 2nd Avenue. Life or death? Tell him it's me." He realized it wasn't from MJ, but thought it sounded like a friend, so he raced to the location. 12 blocks away, he arrived in a strangely quiet area. Spotting Kareem, Spider-Man asked about the text. Kareem admitted it was from him, saying he had Peter's number through the boss in case Spider-Man ever needed to be contacted or killed. He explained Rabbit was in serious trouble and begged for help. Spider-Man joked about White Rabbit trying to stab him with a carrot before, but Kareem insisted this was different. He reminded Spider-Man that he had once saved him from a burning car without even knowing him. After a pause, Spider-Man agreed, asking what they were dealing with. Kareem told him to follow. Kareem armed Spider-Man with wooden stakes stolen from a construction site, telling him they would need them to kill vampires. Spider-Man hesitated when Kareem explained White Rabbit had been turned, asking if he was supposed to stab her through the heart. Kareem clarified that staking the vampire who bit her would restore victims back to humans, insisting that was how it worked. Spider-Man, already familiar with vampire law, begrudgingly accepted, taking the stakes, while Kareem warned about the danger of her infecting the syndicate. Spider-Man told Kareem to wait outside as he entered. Inside, Spider-Man called out jokingly, introducing himself as your friendly neighborhood vampire-slaying Spider-Man. The bodega was dark, with bloodstains and an eerie silence. Suddenly, squeaks filled the room, and Spider-Man was startled by a swarm of rats. Kareem shouted from outside, asking if he was okay. Embarrassed, Spider-Man snapped back, saying maybe they were vampire rats. His spider sense then went off, and White Rabbit, now fully vampiric, lunged at him with fangs bared. She hissed and slashed, taunting him about his tasty little heart. Spider-Man dodged and quipped nervously, but she pursued relentlessly. Kareem shouted warnings from outside, but Spider-Man told him to shut up. White Rabbit pinned him, demanding to feed, but Kareem burst in, knocking her away and restraining her with brute force. She called him a betrayer, while he insisted it was for her own good, forcing her into a storage container and locking her inside. He admitted he didn't know how long the locks would hold and ordered Spider-Man to head to apartment 3B. Spider-Man climbed upstairs. Annoyed, Kareem barked orders, but realizing Rabbit mattered to him. Inside apartment 3B, he found the place trashed with half-eaten meat. A voice accused him of calling it a monster, revealing itself as another vampire. Spider-Man tried humor, but the vampire attacked. His spider sense flared as the vampire lunged, and Spider-Man raised his stake to defend himself. Spider-Man confronted a man who was chained up and revealed to be a vampire. The man, frightened, yelled at Spider-Man to stay away. Spidey realized someone must have chained him earlier, but the man revealed he had done it to himself. When Spider-Man raised his wooden stake, the vampire asked if it was meant for him. He then begged to be killed, saying he was in hell. Spidey hesitated, unsure, and asked what had happened. The man explained he had been working downstairs when a customer's eyes turned black, full of teeth, and then the man was gone. Hungry, he next saw White Rabbit, and before he knew it, he bit her. He admitted he used to wish someone would stop her from taking taking his money, but no hero ever came until now. Crying, he told Spider-Man it was okay to kill him. Spidey, shaken, said this wasn't what he did. He lifted the man up and told him he knew people who might help. He promised to try. The man pointed out that there didn't seem to be much help outside, but Spider-Man reassured him that he was safe here. Suddenly, a stake pierced the man through the heart, turning him to dust as Spidey screamed, "No!" Kareem stood behind, claiming they got him and called it nice work. Spider-Man shouted that the man hadn't wanted to hurt anyone. Kareem revealed he had been bitten by Rabbit and pulled down his collar to show the wound. He admitted he hadn't been honest. He had set Spidey up to save himself. Spidey, furious, lifted him off the ground, saying he'd make sure he was charged for murder. Kareem countered, asking if killing a pile of dust counted. White Rabbit appeared, confused and asking what happened. Kareem lied, saying he had taken care of it and everything would be okay. He told Spider-Man this was war and no one cared about casualties. Spidey snapped back that he cared before leaping out the window. Swinging through the city, he repeated to himself, "Stop it." He attacked vampires but reflected that, unlike before, fighting literal monsters didn't feel good. He wondered who they were yesterday and what had turned them into this. He thought he needed to find a way to help in a lab, not just keep fighting. His spider sense flared and he turned to see the lizard looming over him, growling. Avengers Blood Hunt Part 1. Captain America issued a priority alert to all available heroes, explaining that Carol Danvers had tasked him with calling in reinforcements. His message was clear. Those who received it needed to step up and be prepared to face vampires. As he fought, he reflected on his role. Though long known as a superhero, he admitted that at heart he was always a soldier. He didn't fight because he liked war, but because the world always presented threats that needed to be resisted. Charging into the fray, he declared that this was war and what he needed most was an army. Answering that call, Hercules made his entrance. True to his nature, he reveled in the chaos and danger, proclaiming himself the match of any peril. He acknowledged that he had lived through countless crises, but stated with confidence that Hercules had always risen to meet them. If this battle was truly the one that would extinguish the light of the world, he promised to face that final darkness as an Avenger. With the sword of Apollo in hand, he eagerly joined the battle. Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, soon followed. She reflected on her life, comparing it to the arc of an arrow, never straight, always unpredictable, but alive and full of complexity. Declaring herself clocked in, she loosed arrows into the vampires, balancing precision and instinct. For her, the path of an arrow mirrored the arc of life itself, inevitable and ultimately finite. Quicksilver then sped into action, marked by bitterness and determination. He referred to his father with resentment, acknowledged the failures in his personal life, and revealed that only his sister, the Scarlet Witch, still loved him. With her taken prisoner, he resolved to rejoin his other family, the Avengers, vowing to kill as many vampires as necessary until he could reach and save her. Finally, Hazmat unleashed her powers, blasting radiation at the vampire horde. She admitted that this was always the path she had been moving toward, trained to weaponize her abilities against threats. She reminded herself of her battles with the Masters of Evil and her work alongside Captain Marvel. Accepting her role, she declared that she was an Avenger now. Captain America called for the Avengers to sound off after the skirmish. Hazmat confirmed all clear, noting she had tweaked her radiation into UV, making it as effective as sunlight. Kate Bishop said she was good. Hercules shouted he was victorious, and Quicksilver impatiently demanded to move forward. Cap commended them, reminding the group that while some had worked together before and others hadn't, they had all been Avengers in one form or another. He told them to watch each other's backs because they would need it, and thanked them for answering his call. Quicksilver pressed Cap, frustrated that he was there instead of saving his sister Wanda. He reminded Cap that many of them had family in danger. Cap asked for his patience, acknowledging the difficulty of the request. He explained that the skies were dark and vampires had struck in force. Thor, T'Challa and Scarlet Witch had all been hit, and the Avengers were regrouping to strike back. Their job was to hold the line, protect civilians, and keep saving who they could. Hawkeye agreed, emphasizing that people needed saving, and Cap added that what they really needed were Avengers. As they traveled together, Cap explained that the vampires they had encountered so far were disorganized terror troops designed to cause chaos. However, there was also a structured faction behind the attacks, herding people like cattle. Hercules asked what the goal could be, and Hazmat bluntly suggested blood. Cap admitted it was likely, but insisted insisted they needed to find out. He noted Quicksilver was faster on foot, and Pietro confirmed before racing ahead. The team followed in their flying car through a city in chaos. Cap reflected that he could not save everyone, but as a soldier, he focused on saving as many as possible, even as the superhero in him wept for those he could not. They soon spotted vampires in coordinated outfits herding civilians. Kate confirmed the sight, and Hazmat noticed the uniforms. Shocked, they realized these were Nazi vampires. Quicksilver reached the scene first, attacking and freeing captives. He clarified to the vampires that he was not offering surrender, only a moment to be afraid. Cap arrived shortly after, acknowledging Pietro's speed, and Quicksilver smirked, saying he always got there first. Captain America and his team fought fiercely against the vampires overrunning the city. As chaos erupted around them, Cap reflected that while the world might be ending, he did not feel fear because he wasn't alone. He reminded himself that both as a soldier and an Avenger, he stood shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. Hercules swung his blade, Hazmat unleashed radioactive blasts, and Kate Bishop supported them from their flying car, coordinating attacks. Cap noted that though this group had only just assembled, they were already fighting as a team. Quicksilver noticed something odd about Cap's shield, saying it wasn't flying right. Cap explained it wasn't his usual shield. It was made differently and not as precise, but it was edged in silver. He had it crafted after being turned into a werewolf. Hercules laughed at the strangeness of it, sharing that she herself had once been turned into a Spider-Man. The team kept fighting as Kate questioned where the Nazi vampires had come from. Hercules dismissed the distinction, calling them parasites, though a vampire countered by claiming they represented a consistent ideology of a master race. Cap adjusted to the silver shield, bringing down enemies. Hercules raged at the vampire's existence, blaming Atlantis for creating the first vampire through the Darkhold. Captain America entered the fight, warning against broad judgments. He said he had known good vampires who never chose their curse, but he had never known a good Nazi. Hazmat wondered whether becoming bitten by one made a person a Nazi, and Kate joked it was not the case from her personal experience. The battle intensified, and soon they had cleared enough space to gather civilians. Cap reassured frightened people they would get them to safety. Before they could proceed, a strange sensation swept over everyone. Cap recognized it as they were pulled upward by a massive vortex beam. A huge helicarrier with Nazi symbols appeared, lifting people into the air. Cap ordered the Avengers to protect the civilians as they landed on its deck. The team speculated on how to bring it down, though Hercules cautioned against reckless action. Finally, a familiar voice greeted Cap from above. Baron Blood appeared in Nazi uniform, flanked by soldiers, declaring that fascism was always in his blood. Bloodhunters, Part 1, The City That Never Weeps. Clint Barton reflected that when people thought you had assassinated a UN ambassador, going on the run in New York wasn't difficult. He advised not staying in one place or eating at regular spots to avoid being tracked. While eating at Burgers of Calais, 2 police officers approached and identified him as Hawkeye. Clint denied it, claiming his name was Brent Mustache, but the officers confirmed his identity and called for backup. When told no backup was available, Clint asked how they found him. The male officer noted Clint only grew a moustache, to which Clint replied, "It took effort." Suddenly, outside, people noticed the sun disappearing. As the officers began to arrest Clint, a woman shouted for people to run. A vampire crashed through the restaurant window, attacking an officer. Clint sarcastically asked if he was still under arrest. The vampire hissed and lunged, prompting Clint to grab his bow. He told the officer to get down and shot the vampire. Clint reflected that if you weren't selling tainted gyros or on fire, you weren't a top priority in New York. Outside, chaos reigned as vampires attacked civilians. Clint realized the sun had been blocked by dark force energy, allowing vampires to roam in daylight. He shot one with an arrow, killing it, and identified the need for wooden weapons. A bystander, Charlie, offered a wooden puppet from his backpack. Clint asked why he had it, and Charlie explained he was a puppetry therapist. Clint gathered survivors onto a rooftop, remarking the location served great tapas. Seeing the street swarming with vampires, they agreed to act before more gathered. Clint gave a speech, reminding the group they were New Yorkers, resilient against threats from terrorists to pizza rats. He rallied them to fight back. Clint and Charlie moved out fighting vampires. Clint missed a shot to the heart and told Charlie to cover him. Charlie staked a vampire, apologizing comically. Clint reflected that while New Yorkers didn't always work together, when they did, they were a force of nature. They continued battling, with Clint Clint coordinating with a priest, who agreed to help. A vampire attacked Clint, but the priest killed it with a pickaxe. Identifying himself as a Union sandhog, they prepared a plan involving holy water. The priest climbed to the next roof and blessed an entire water tank. Clint shot an arrow to a rooftop water tower, which exploded, flooding the street with blessed water. Vampires screamed and burned while the survivors cheered. Later, Clint told an officer they hadn't killed all the vampires, and things wouldn't return to normal. New York was never normal. The officer decided not to arrest him, having other priorities. Warnings about vampire activity were broadcast, advising locals to carry stakes. Clint reflected that New Yorkers survived by absorbing new chaos into their lives. As he walked away, the officer complimented his moustache. Clint concluded, "That's just life." Blood relations. In Manhattan, John urged his father, J. Jonah Jameson, to hurry so they wouldn't be late. Jonah assured him the restaurant would hold their reservation because of his name, despite no longer running the Daily Bugle. On their way, Jonah asked about John's job at Ravencroft and offered to put in a word for him, but John declined. Jonah reminded him that Mayor Fisk had given him the job, and with Cage now as mayor, John should keep connections. Suddenly, a man screamed about a vampire apocalypse as the sky darkened. A vampire crashed through a building wall, targeting them. Jonah suggested calling Spider-Man, but John insisted there wasn't time and transformed into Man-Wolf to fight. Man-Wolf lunged at the vampire, who mocked his lycanthropy. They fought as a swarm of vampires filled the sky. The vampire bit John, and Jonah feared he was infected. Believing his son would turn into a Nosferatu, Jonah prepared to stake him. John protested, revealing vampire bites didn't affect him due to his werewolf nature. Jonah ranted about Spider-Man while hearing chaos across the city, recognizing it as a coordinated, worldwide attack. Passers-by sought Jonah's advice, and he told them to take shelter in holy ground, noting religious symbols only worked if the bearer believed in them. Jonah and John decided to head to Jonah's studio to broadcast safety instructions. Riding on Man-Wolf's back, Jonah revealed he'd made stakes from a lobby chair. He called Spider-Man, berating him for not helping, while John argued about Spidey's unpaid heroics. Their argument ended when John suddenly set Jonah down and left him exposed. Vampires closed in, but John attacked to protect him. The vampire's leader ordered John's death, prompting sarcastic bickering among his minions. One stabbed John, but he declared the stake would have been the humane option for them. He tore into the attackers, killing one and pursued another who tried to flee. Meanwhile, Jonah was pinned by a vampire but threatened him with garlic breath. Man-Wolf saved him, then faced the vampire leader, who boasted of fighting alongside Dracula and wielding centuries of power. John countered with his own declaration, using his Godstone to burn the vampire. He explained to Jonah that the Godstone counted as a religious symbol for him. Apologizing for losing his temper, John reconciled with his father, but admitted he was upset that Jonah constantly called Spider-Man instead of relying on him. Jonah was surprised, assuring John he was always proud of him and only called Spider-Man to protect his son. John hugged him, and Jonah declared to Spider-Man over the phone that he didn't need him anymore because he had a real hero on the case, his son. The two walked off together after reconciling. Once more into the darkness. Part 1. In the theatre district, Tandy Bowen, aka Dagger, walked through the streets, reflecting that while she was far from her hometown in Shaker Heights, Ohio, New York had always felt more like home. NYC had seen its share of dark times, but she always carried light, literally. When confronted by vampires, she unleashed her psionic light daggers, warning them to back off. A fight erupted as she described how some Dracula impersonator had blotted out the sun and taken control of Dark Force users, letting monsters roam freely. She attacked the vampires, stabbing one mid-leap, and taunted them for returning after she and Cloak had previously run them out. One vampire lunged at her for revenge. She recognized them as the same ones they had expelled months earlier. Now alone without Cloak, she resolved to at least fight until she could save him. She didn't want to kill them, but would do whatever it took to stop them. She recalled knowing the hunger they felt, remembering when Dark Force had once taken her over. She'd fed Cloak with light to help him control it. Facing one grinning vampire, she asked if something was funny, only for him to charge at her. He was fast, forcing her to dodge dodge. Quipping about fighting tactics, she went low and struck him with her light, reducing him to ash, and told the ashes they'd meant it when they'd told them to stay gone. After catching her breath, she wondered if the Avengers ever got overwhelmed. Despite it being prime brunch time, the job wasn't done. She then spotted someone familiar, Varnae, a barista she and Cloak loved for making the best coffee in the 5 boroughs. Determined to save him, she called out, reminding him of their visits and his signature drink order. She insisted she didn't want to hurt him and used her light to destabilize him, hoping her plan would work. Varnae attacked wildly, but Tandy tried to reason with him, telling him she could help. She mentioned Cloak had been taken and offered that they could help each other. She thought she was reaching him until he screamed and powered up violently. She pleaded with him, but someone staked him from behind. The attack burned him, and Tandy was shocked, asking where the stake had come from. Varnae roared in pain, and she yelled for him to stop. He whimpered as he disintegrated, and Tandy apologized, saying she hadn't wanted it to end that way. She then turned to see who had interfered, demanding, "Who the hell?" Elsa Bloodstone, the immortal vampire hunter, appeared holding a shotgun. She told Tandy not to cry over the kill, assuring her there were plenty more vampires for both of them. Tandy sat on the ground beside Varnae's smouldering remains, looking up at Elsa. Doctor Strange, Blood Hunt, Part 1, at 177, Bleecker Street. During the long night and blood hunt, Doctor Strange asked if the mastermind was Dracula. Blade replied it wasn't, and asked if they wanted to know who extinguished the sun, released the Children of the Night, and assembled the monsters that killed the Avengers. It was the leader of the structure, but as Strange was about to cast the Montesi formula, Blade suddenly stabbed him from behind and bit his neck, revealing, "It's me!" Clea screamed Stephen's name in shock. Blade taunted Clea, calling her an interesting creature and wondering how her blood would taste. Clea demanded he release Strange, but Blade refused, saying he had no intention of letting him die, though not for long. He bit Strange again. Clea tried casting a spell, but Blade resisted, surprising her. She questioned how he was stopping her magic, as he was no mage. Blade told her she had no idea, then continued biting Strange, describing Sorcerer Supreme's blood as tasting like the very blood of the world. Clea rushed to aid Stephen, but Blade attacked her, telling her to focus on her own safety. Clea warned him to watch himself, calling him a dead man. Blade mused on life and death being transitory, but said a living death is eternal. Clea asked about his swords, and Blade began telling a story. He said that in old Atlantis, there was a secret order of hunters of magicians who forged blades capable of killing even the canniest sorcerers, cutting through enchantments and defending against dark spells. The hunters died screaming, but their blades remained, waiting to drink mage blood again. He noted Clea's fascination with blades, and she retorted by casting Sanio's Storm of Swords, telling him to drown in them. Her magical sword storm was unleashed toward Blade. Blade was impaled by magical swords but countered, while Clea called it a foolish mistake and attacked with her own weapon. Blade declared he wasn't limited to magic, claiming he could kill with anything, and they clashed weapons. Clea demanded to know why he betrayed Stephen, reminding him they'd fought vampires together. Blade revealed his plan had been thousands of years in the making, unleashing his vampire children, destroying the Avengers, and targeting Earth's Sorcerer Supreme to remove the Montesi formula from play. Clea identified it as the Darkhold spell capable of annihilating all vampires and vowed to assemble it. Blade acknowledged her determination, but said he had a reason for his actions. He explained that leaving Stephen alive, or even killing him, would motivate Clea, but instead he had given her a convincing argument not to act. Blade then revealed what he had done. Stephen Strange, now turned into a vampire, stood before them, bleeding and transformed. Clea screamed for Stephen, but Blade commanded Strange to rise and kill. Strange hissed and charged at her. Clea shouted for him not to, then used the crimson bands of Sitarak to bind them both. Furious, Clea cursed Blade, asking why he held back from killing her. Blade replied he had already won and didn't want to kill her, uncertain if he could even kill a Faultine. He said she still had value to him as she was. He taunted her, questioning if she could truly cast the Montesi formula now, knowing it would mean killing her one love, Doctor Strange. Blade told Clea to keep in mind his warning and ensure no one else cast the formula. Clea, restrained in glowing bindings, vowed she would live to see him dead. Blade replied it wouldn't be the first time he had died, then invoked Blood Coven and asked to be brought home, vanishing in magical energy. Clea then addressed Stephen Strange, now a vampire, urging him to hear her. Strange hissed, and Clea cursed him, saying she needed him. She explained that Blade, the Daywalker, had turned him into a vampire, making him susceptible to domination, but it was the curse on his body clouding his mind. She declared she would separate the two and told Stephen to brace himself because it was going to hurt. Clea launched an attack, shouting, "Clarifon's cleaving!" as she magically ripped Stephen's astral form from his vampire body. Stephen's astral form, free, expressed shock and guilt, saying Blade's will had completely overpowered his own. Clea comforted him, saying she understood. Stephen lamented what he had become, a mindless horror, while glancing at his restrained vampire body. Stephen insisted they must still assemble the Montesi formula. Clea objected, saying the Darkhold no longer existed, and they needed a new path. She told him the world meant nothing without him in it, and she wouldn't sacrifice him to save it. She insisted Blade wanted them distracted, chasing a magical fix, wasting time while fighting against themselves. Blade believed he had neutralized them, but she said he was wrong. Stephen realized Blade attacked because they were doing what he expected. Clea said their eyes were now open. They couldn't win that way. They agreed they must save both the world and Stephen, deciding to join forces with other heroes to show Blade he was wrong. A knock at the door interrupted them. Clea called for Strange, and outside Tigra, Hunter's Moon, and Miles Morales had arrived. Tigra greeted Stephen, who welcomed her. The heroes gathered inside as Stephen noted this was the moment to save the day. But there was another spectral form, Victor Strange, a ghost without a body, watching unseen. He noted there was also a body without a mind, referring to Vampire Stephen. He had to reveal himself to everyone when he got the chance. Dracula. Blood Hunt, Part 1. Dracula reflected that the dawn was ending. They armed themselves with weapons to defend it, donning their strongest armor, grasping their strongest sword, and reminding themselves of their purpose. In the vampire nation, just before sun death, Dracula stood before kneeling followers, saying he still had to claim the strangest piece of his arsenal. A hooded vampire, Zarius, announced that the spy had returned and allowed her to pass. The spy, a woman in an orange dress, greeted Dracula. He told her to be quick as time was short before the ritual preparations were complete. She reported everything in Atlanta was ready, but noted unrest, with rumors of dissent among vampires locally and abroad. Dracula ordered potential traitors dealt with immediately, regardless of their reasons. She agreed, saying she was honored to help cleanse the disloyal. Dracula asked about her other mission, the girl. She confirmed Brielle Brooks was alive and unaware she was being watched, verified personally. Dracula said, "Good," and Zarius immediately stabbed the spy from behind. As she collapsed, Dracula said they had no time for more loose ends, and that her blood would fuel his travel. He instructed Zarius to have the blood mages finish preparations. In Atlanta, Brielle, Blade's daughter, felt the moment dawn ended. Outside her school, she and friends Reb and Jaden discussed plans to study after school. They bantered about arguments and carpool duties, with Jaden explaining his parents needed the car and his mum's safety at night was better by bus. As they walked towards school, Reb and Jaden admitted surprise Brielle had time to hang out. Brielle replied she wasn't on any teams anymore. Jaden joked about their vampire hunting video game idea, saying the protagonist needed a life outside hunting. They teased about Brielle's powers, noting late sunset meant no powers until night. Approaching the building, Brielle suddenly asked if they felt something. Brielle, standing with Reb and Jaden at the school entrance, suddenly sensed something and said, "Oh no." She gasped in pain, clutching her head. Concerned, Jaden and Reb called to her, with Jaden shouting her name. Sitting on the steps, Brielle told them not to touch her, saying she felt strange, similar to her nighttime state, but different, as if something was causing it. She decided she had to find out what it was. When she moved, she accidentally struck Reb hard, surprising them both. Reb compared it to a 7th grade volleyball hit, while Jaden guessed it was connected to their video game plot. Brielle insisted she hadn't felt this off since her powers first activated and declared she needed her hunting gear. Walking to the car, Brielle promised to get them home safely, but Jaden warned they weren't skipping class, and Reb told her not to ask about it. She noticed it was getting darker as she opened the car door, but broke it instead. A sudden sound made Jaden exclaim, "Crap!" Brielle looked out grimly, saying someone else would have to drive tomorrow. In Atlanta, just seconds before sundeath, Dracula's thoughts reflected that cemeteries and mausoleums in the modern world were rarely silent. Even without life, the noise of traffic and power lines intruded. Stepping from the mausoleum, he saw a frightened victim and thought it had been a while since they'd had an early breakfast, deciding it would be a shame to waste time questioning it. He also thought of how mourners use technology to connect from afar, noting it as he crushed a phone underfoot. Elsewhere in the cemetery, vampires confronted two people. One vampire, spotting them, decided they would do just nicely and that he needed to find someone, a girl. This made one of the targets pause and say, "Huh?" before the vampire laughed and mocked him for looking ridiculous. Dracula observed youthful arrogance in a younger vampire, calling it forever inconvenient, but easily reined in. He struck the vampire down, leaving one alive because he had a use for him, assuming he had friends. Meanwhile, Brielle fought multiple vampires, narrating that this didn't just feel like when she got her powers. It was amplified like adrenaline turned to 1 million. She wondered if this was how her dad felt fighting vampires, or if this was how vampires felt themselves. Remembering her dad's lesson to avoid cockiness, she focused on saving people. She recalled that her father, Blade, had taught her how to fall. Brielle fought off attackers, telling civilians to get out, then staked a vampire mid-attack. One dying vampire told her she was just a kid and asked, "Who is he?" Confused, she demanded clarification. Seeing more enemies approach, she noted everyone kept asking about her and questioned who else besides her dad knew who she was. She resolved to fight, stating this was what she had been trained for. When one vampire ordered others to take her, Brielle staked him, saying, "Not today." She thought the situation felt like a setup, recalling a past betrayal. Vampires seemed to ignore everyone else to target her specifically. She was tackled, bit, and injured but kept fighting. One vampire recognized her blood, starting to say it was special before she interrupted, mocking his pickiness. Brielle killed that vampire, then fled through the city, pursued by a large group. She noted she wasn't overconfident enough to fight them without an edge. The dark sky gave her an advantage, and she felt her bite wound healing as she ran. She decided she only needed to lose them for a second, hiding with a stake in hand, holding her breath, and keeping completely still. Brielle staked a vampire, calling it the cheapest shot she'd ever taken, thinking it would only buy her seconds. Suddenly, the fight's momentum shifted. Vampires were going down faster than she could manage, and she realized she wasn't alone. Dracula had joined the battle, cutting through enemies with ruthless precision. She noted that while she'd seen skilled fighters before, this was different. He was the most powerful she had ever witnessed. He told her to arm herself, and though she recognized who he was, she didn't understand why he was fighting alongside her. With no time to dwell on it, they fought together until the chaos suddenly went quiet. Then, Brielle faced him fully and said his name, Dracula. He noted she'd been taught well, though her skills in combat were lacking. She challenged him to put that to the test, but he said this wasn't the fight he had come for. Brielle lunged at Dracula with her sword, shouting, "You asked for this!" Dracula moved away at lightning speed. He observed that she lacked the polish and experience of Blade, but carried the same stubbornness, which alone wouldn't be enough. He identified her as Brielle Brooks, daughter of his oldest enemy, the end of Blade's bloodline. Brielle retorted that her father would never reveal her identity or location. Dracula agreed, but explained that the events which gave her powers made finding her easy. He assured her he hadn't come for vengeance, though that would be little comfort, and revealed that the world was ending. Brielle, coughing, remarked that Dracula didn't seem like the type to want to spend the end of the world in Atlanta. Dracula admitted he didn't hold the city in the same regard, but suggested that if she came with him and they were lucky, they might be able to save it, and more. Brielle clarified, asking if he wanted her to go with him to save the world. Spotting hooded figures nearby, she asked if they were with him, and he confirmed, saying they were the fastest transportation available. Brielle agreed, but had two conditions. If he lied, she and her dad would wreck him, and she needed to call her mum. She left a voicemail, telling her mum that hopefully, by the time she got the message, she'd be on her way home, though she doubted it. She told her not to worry and to focus on her patients, noting the world needed her just as much. The hooded figures then released their blood, which engulfed Brielle and Dracula in plasma, teleporting them instantly. As they travelled, Brielle thought to herself that she wouldn't leave without permission unless she absolutely had to. They emerged in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan. It was 1 minute after sundeath. From a rooftop, Daredevil looked on as chaos unfolded. Strange Academy, Blood Hunt, Part 1, The City That Never Sleeps. Pia suggested playing a game, counting how many times she lied, while hanging out with Doyle, Shaylee, Toth, Gus, German, and Zoe. They were heading to a vampire tour, though German complained he hated vampires, and Zoe teased him for repeating it often. Doyle found the tour touristy, while Shaylee asked if Pia's familiar would appear. Pia claimed he usually slept during the day, which Doyle found strange. During the tour, Pia called the guide Mid and offered to lead it herself. Shaylee teased that Zoe had probably mentioned being from New Orleans countless times, which Zoe confirmed proudly. Doyle imagined Pia's familiar as a cute but deadly creature, while Pia joked along. When Pia's familiar, Tito Pepping, unexpectedly appeared, she found it strange Shaylee noticed unusual weather without app alerts and warned something was wrong. The tour guide was suddenly attacked by a vampire, confirming Shaylee's fears. Chaos erupted as vampires emerged. Doyle reminded German not to get bitten, while German insisted he hated vampires. Shaylee promised to protect Pia with Toth's help, and they fought back. Doyle used fire powers, apologizing to the dead as he fought. German struggled to summon his abilities due to fear, but Pia leapt in with a shovel and staked a vampire, saving him. German thanked Pia for saving his life, and Doyle praised her bravery. Pia downplayed it, saying there was more than one way to save someone. The group welcomed her as one of their own, with Pia noting her smile wasn't a lie despite knowing there's always a price. Zoe then warned they had to leave as more vampires appeared, surrounding them from rooftops and tombs. Shaylee repeated her warning, there's always a price, while the group prepared to flee. Pia and the group hurried through the gates as chaos erupted behind them. Suddenly, their teacher, Dr. Voodoo, appeared and burned the vampires behind them with a burst of light. He ordered everyone to their chambers except Pia, who was told to come to his office. The others asked what was going on, and Pia claimed she had no idea, though she privately admitted it was another lie. In the office, Dr. Voodoo pressed her for answers, explaining that darkness had covered the entire world. Vampires were attacking everywhere, and even top heroes had fallen. Thousands of innocents were likely dead. Pia acted shocked, insisting she knew nothing, which was partly true. Suddenly, a projection of Dr. Strange appeared, asking for the room. Once alone, Strange told Dr. Voodoo that Blade had orchestrated a global coup, blotted out the sun, and unleashed vampires. The only hope for humanity was the Montesi formula, which required the Darkhold to complete. Strange sensed a trace of it in a forest in Madripoor. Pia thought grimly that things were getting worse. Outside, the others eavesdropped. They debated going after the Darkhold themselves, despite Doyle pointing out that rushing off alone always ended badly. German argued that vampires were about to rule the planet and they had to act. Shaylee insisted this was bigger than them, and they agreed to retrieve the book and bring it back. Facilitio hesitated but agreed to join. Privately, Pia considered the danger they were heading into. Doyle agreed to the mission but insisted they deliver the book directly once found. As the group left, German invited Pia along, teasing that he might need saving again. After a pause, she smiled, took his hand, and agreed, ending her thought with the admission that no one could stop them except her. The group arrived in Madripoor's wilderness, wondering how to search for the Darkhold. Doyle noted most of the island was city, leaving little wilderness to cover, but warned to watch for vampires. He joked about search methods, asking if they knew the Dewey Decimal Number. German scolded him, saying it wouldn't be funny when humanity became vampire food. Doyle called himself a 3-course meal, prompting Zoe to quip he was only an appetizer since he lacked blood. Shaylee then spotted something unusual. They saw a boy kneeling and carving symbols into the ground. Zoe approached, asking if he knew where to find the Darkhold. The boy muttered about Agatha's warnings before standing. The group reacted in surprise to him mentioning Agatha. Turning to them, the boy said, "If it's the Darkhold you seek, you found me," as glowing symbols swirled around him. The group prepared to fight, with Doyle and German declaring they wouldn't make it easy. Pia attacked, but Darkhold easily blocked her and retaliated. A chaotic battle followed. Doyle unleashed flames, Shaylee struck from the air, and German summoned energy. Darkhold countered with magical blasts, eventually knocking Doyle down and leaving him groaning that it wasn't as fun as he'd hoped. He approached Pia, starting to taunt her, but Tito Pepping leapt at him in a rage. Darkhold blasted Tito aside, leaving the familiar injured on the ground. The others ran to Pia as she cradled Tito, saddened by his loyalty. She reflected that the next thing she was about to do was inevitable. Pia lunged at Darkhold, now revealing her fangs. Pinning him to the ground, she thought about how much she enjoyed it. Blood on her mouth as she had already already bitten Darkhold. How to save a life. On a train, Darkhold asked Agatha if they were almost there, calling her mummy. She scolded him, but he reminded her she had told him to use it in public as a disguise so people wouldn't know they were one of the world's top witches and the embodiment of a dangerous black magic tome. A ticket collector entered, and Agatha handed over tickets while telling Darkhold to play with his stuffed tiger. He repeated mummy mischievously, embarrassing her. Agatha demanded he behave, but Darkhold argued he wanted to explore in human form. She warned that the Scarlet Witch was looking for them, which was dangerous. He cheekily asked if Scarlet Witch was his daddy, prompting Agatha to yell that she was not his mother. He ran into the train cars shouting she wasn't his mummy, drawing passengers' attention. Agatha chased after him as he accused her of hurting others. She told him to wait, but he used magic to animate his stuffed tiger into a monstrous form, causing chaos. While she fought the tiger, he escaped. Darkhold leapt from the moving train into a river, enjoying his freedom. Surfacing, he spotted a man in a rowboat with a dog and swam over, thanking him before rejecting the boat as unsuitable. He cast a spell to transform the man into a large, muscular, horned demon, rowing the boat at his command. Darkhold told the creature to take them somewhere they could have fun. The demon obeyed, calling him master. They arrived at Madripoor's brightly lit skyline, Darkhold declaring it perfect. The demon rowed them towards the city as Darkhold stood confidently at the bow, ready for whatever came next. A tiger by the tail, Pia walked with her arms crossed, reflecting that she didn't see her actions as heroic. She was walking with Tito pepping when suddenly a vampire crashed through a fence, tackling her. She fought back on instinct, staking the vampire. Calling out to Tito, she saw him flee, realizing he was smart enough not to linger. Another vampire appeared from the bushes. It said that very few who met him were alive, but Pia was special, like her little friend, Tito. She later awoke, knowing immediately what she had become, though unsure how much time had passed. Someone urged haste before sunset, warning it would be harder if the vampire returned Dr. Voodoo appeared, but sunlight burned Pia, causing her to cry out. Tito leapt to shield her from the sun. Pia recalled how Tito had come back for her after she'd acted recklessly. Dr. Voodoo noted Tito's protective ability was impressive, almost as impressive as a teenager defending a stranger from a vampire. He extended his hand, inviting her to hear about other remarkable young people he knew. As they walked away together, he spoke of the many ways there were to save a life. Venom Predation. High above Manhattan's glittering skyline, a B-17 flying fortress cut a path through the night, its controls in the hands of two veteran vampires. The pilot, eyes fixed on the city below, let out a rueful chuckle. His first bombing mission since the days of World War II, and it was over American soil. The co-pilot, glancing over with a raised brow, questioned whether that sounded like wavering loyalty to their master. The pilot brushed it off. It wasn't disloyalty, just a strange irony. His co-pilot smirked, reminding him that he'd been alive since 1745 and had survived centuries by never questioning orders. The pilot gave him that, but his tone darkened. This time, the payload they carried, something Dracula had uncovered in a Russian gulag, was unlike anything they had deployed before. Compared to this, vampires like them would seem almost tame. He voiced his concern. If unleashed, this thing might consume the entire world. The co-pilot was unfazed, saying their cargo would start with its natural prey, and pressed if the pilot wanted to be the one to tell Dracula they backed out. The pilot gritted his teeth, and the decision was made. Over the city, they released their grim delivery. As the high-tech coffin dropped away into the night, the co-pilot quoted Oppenheimer's famous words. The pilot grinned at the dark humour, declaring they were all sons of liches. The coffin smashed onto the roof of a building, its hatch splitting open. From within, Threcker stepped into the world once more. He admired the beauty of the sky devoid of stars, savouring the lack of opposition and the scent of a symbiote on the wind. Elsewhere, the Venom symbiote roamed the city in its humanoid form, its mind replaying the horrors of Knoll's invasion. The situation felt unsettlingly similar. A thought gnawed at it. Was Eddie Brock coming to exact vengeance for its failure to protect Dylan? Swinging on a webline, the symbiote reflected bitterly. Dylan's body still lived, but his his soul was gone. Without a host, it was empty. The last time it had been in this position was during its fleeting bond with Lee Price, a partnership it had ended with Spider-Man's aid, only to discover that rescue had been a setup. It quickly dismissed any thought of rebonding with Peter Parker. That path would mean mutual destruction. Through memories it had absorbed from its clone mania, it revisited a painful chapter Price, after serving as Venom, had become addicted to the bond and stolen the mania symbiote from its host. His fate was brutal. Carnage, disguised as Eddie, had ripped mania from him, killing him instantly from the shock Venom had reabsorbed mania's biomass after Eddie wielded All Black to kill Dark Carnage. But mania's mind had already been consumed. At the time, there had been no room for mourning. Null's approach to Earth had forced all focus onto survival. Now, starving and hostless, the Venom symbiote felt the weight of that loss. It resolved to use its dwindling time to grieve. A sudden impulse struck. It would go to Lee Price's grave to apologize for its part in his death. Its body weakened with every step, but it made for the cemetery. Meanwhile, Dylan Brock was navigating an abandoned tunnel with Bren Waters and the Toxin symbiote. He apologized for imposing. Toxin brushed it off. Dylan was like family and expressed regret they couldn't do more. They asked if he'd spoken to Normie. Dylan shook his head. After nearly being killed by Norman Osborn, and with Normie's mother, Liz Allen, running Alchemax, that wasn't an option. Even without Venom, Dylan was still a human symbiote hybrid, making him prime for experimentation. He admitted he couldn't use his king in black powers without a symbiote, a change he blamed on Eddie's interference. Bren offered his place to stay, but said his father Oscar was already suspicious after the no-name incident. Dylan noted that unlike Bren and Normie, he no longer had to hide anything from family. When Bren mentioned that Venom was still out there, Dylan scoffed. He doubted Toxin truly knew Venom, accusing his former partner of concealing its darker acts, like Angelo Fortunato's death or forcing Eddie and Anne into killing Dylan. Now knew the full extent of Venom's past and future actions should it rejoin Eddie. When asked if he'd reconnect with Venom, Dylan flatly refused, adding he couldn't even sense it anymore. Bren hinted that given current events, he might reconsider. Dylan smirked, brushing off the Eternal Night crisis as nothing new. Bren pointed out that at least this time it wasn't Knall, though his certainty wavered. Dylan insisted Knall was gone for good, but as he reasoned through it, his own confidence faltered. Bren and Toxin left to check on Oscar, while Dylan stayed behind, unaware of the red eyes watching him from the dark. At the cemetery, Venom found Price's grave marked by a proper headstone, an expensive gesture. It wondered who had paid for it, a military comrade, Felicia Hardy, or even Tombstone himself. Considering burying itself alongside Price, Venom was suddenly racked by a strange, searing pain. Investigating, it saw the grave dug up, the coffin shattered from within. Confusion gave way to dread. The Venom symbiote speculated on the idea of a predator that hunted symbiotes themselves, one that fed on their remains. A sound made it turn. From the shadows came Lee Price's corpse, shambling forward, partially engulfed by the reanimated Mania symbiote. Price's ruined form reached out, the Mania tendrils lashing to snare Venom. The force of Price's will echoed from beyond death, freezing Venom in place. For a moment, it understood how its host felt when dominated by it. Snapping out of its paralysis, Venom shed its humanoid shell to break free. Demanding answers, it was told by Price that he was now a remnant. Venom pieced it together. Fragments of the Mania symbiote left inside Price had revived alongside him, creating a zombiote. Grabbing the cross from Price's tombstone, Venom reformed and crushed Price's skull, ordering him to stay dead. A voice cut through the night, saying that wouldn't be enough. Venom turned to face Threcker. The alien vampire revealed he had resurrected Price to draw Venom in, mocking it for failing to see the trap. He remarked that symbiotes' attachment to their hosts was always their undoing. Even with his species nearly extinct, Venom's instincts would know the truth. His kind had once feasted on symbiotes back on Clinter Venom. Recognizing this through genetic memory felt terror flood its mind. In its current state, it stood no chance. Elsewhere, Dylan lay on his makeshift bed, stewing in frustration. He should be out as Codex, wielding the Necrosword, saving lives, but without Venom or another symbiote, he couldn't manifest all black or shift forms. It galled him, half symbiote by nature, yet crippled without a partner. A voice broke his thoughts, telling him everyone needs someone. Dylan jumped to his feet, demanding the speaker reveal themselves. From the shadows came the reply, just a soul dedicated to saving the homeless. Body and soul, red eyes eyes gleamed, sharp teeth catching the dim light. The voice claimed to know the name Venom, making him either an ally's ally or an enemy's foe. Stepping forward, the figure came into view, a priest Dylan recognized from long ago, one who had once tended Our Lady of Saints Church and who had suffered at Venom's hands. But this man was changed, now a vampire. He said he knew Venom's deepest secrets, because once upon a time he had taken its confession. Amazing Spider-Man Blood Hunt Part 1. As the city lay under a darkened sky, Spider-Man noted he didn't have time for distractions, pointing out that someone had turned off the sun and New York was overrun with vampires. Below, chaos unfolded. Vampires attacked civilians and hospital staff. A hissing sound reached Spider-Man, but he quipped he still couldn't understand reptile. Suddenly, the lizard lunged at him with a roar, slamming him into a wall. Spider-Man joked about a rain check before webbing the lizard and dodging his strikes. The fight smashed through walls, with the lizard swiping at a shadowy figure. Spider-Man guessed the rain check was off and readied himself to fight seriously. The lizard paused, and Spider-Man sensed something odd. A voice interjected. It was Misty Knight, greeting Spider-Man. Surprised, he saw her standing armed and confident. She revealed she had an arrangement with the lizard and explained strange times called for stranger alliances. Her reason for finding him was clear. They needed his help. Spider-Man dismissed it, saying everyone in the city wanted help, but Misty teased they might have a solution. When he asked if it was an extra sun, she smirked, saying it was better, a cure. As they moved, Misty explained that she and Colleen Wing had heard Dr. Michael Morbius was working with the lizard on the cure. Spider-Man was amused that she called him Dr. Mike. She said they'd tracked him down but were too late. Someone else had wanted the cure and sent an army of vampires after it. They also kidnapped Colleen and Morbius. Misty confirmed she needed Spider-Man's help to get them back, saying they'd taken Colleen, Dr. Mike and Lizzie, and they required all the backup they could get. Spider-Man swung alongside her, preparing for what came next. The lizard fought off attacking vampires while Misty Knight and Spider-Man regrouped. Misty admitted her partner was strong but bad at following instructions, nearly killing Spider-Man despite being told to find him. Spider-Man noted he needed someone he could trust, not someone who might see him as food. Misty teased him about thinking of her and confirmed she knew where Morbius and Colleen were taken, having tracked Dr. Mike. They needed to act quickly, as surprise was their only advantage. Spider-Man asked how many vampires they'd face, but Misty didn't know. Spider-Man went to scout, and Misty warned him to be careful. Swinging across the city, he suspected Misty was hiding something, but acknowledged he couldn't handle this alone. Inside the target building, he found it empty, realizing the tracker was left on a desk as a distraction. Returning, he shared the news, suspecting the lizard was up to something. The lizard suddenly bolted, and Spider-Man followed with Misty close behind. They trailed him to a seemingly empty church, curious why it wasn't full of vampire refugees. Inside, they saw no sign of the lizard until a hidden hatch opened and he called to them. Following him underground, they found a lab where the lizard revealed Dr. Mike had been working. Spider-Man recognized it as a Beyond facility, and Misty explained they could use it to locate Morbius and Colleen. The lizard located something using a translator device, but Misty warned it might explode. As the lizard wandered off, Misty asked Spider-Man to keep watch while she used Beyond's still-active cameras. Spider-Man noticed banging at the church doors and remarked, "Someone wanted in." A group of vampires smashed through, but he quipped it was a church before realizing it wasn't truly sacred ground. He kicked one attacker aside and called to Misty Knight, who told him to buy her 5 minutes to get a location. As the fight continued, Spider-Man questioned if it was a real 5 minutes, warning they didn't have that kind of time. He checked on Lizard mid-battle before leaping back into the fray. Noting he could use holy water, Misty called them toward another exit through the lab. Outside, Misty reported finding uptown footage and possible addresses for their targets. Spider-Man prepared to check them out, but she insisted on seeing a friend first. Minutes later, they arrived at another church where Spider-Man asked what was going on. Misty approached Father Matthias, introducing Spider-Man and requesting a favor. Spider-Man asked about Lizard, and Misty said he was outside watching for threats. As Misty began explaining their goal of getting up uptown, Spider-Man spotted an incoming vampire and warned them. He and Misty struck the attacker, whose body burned to ash. Spider-Man exclaimed in shock, while Matthias called it tragic despite the ground being sacred. Spider-Man questioned if charging through Manhattan was the best plan. Misty replied they had no choice without a cure. Matthias agreed to provide holy water and bless what he could, though not Misty's gun. She asked Spider-Man to hand over his web refills. Still unsure, Spider-Man decided to check something out, telling Matthias anything would help. As Spider-Man swung away, Matthias commented to Misty that it was going to be a longer night than usual. Swinging through the city, Spider-Man thought about why a horde of vampires had attacked them at Beyond's underground lab when there were easier victims across the city. He found it suspicious. Inside, he searched a computer and discovered Maxine Danger, Beyond Corp's CEO, wondering how she was tied to vampires and Morbius's cure. Leaving, he noticed empty streets, which he realized was a bad sign. Outside the cathedral, Misty Knight, the Lizard, and armed civilians prepared for an oncoming vampire attack. Spider-Man acknowledged Father Matthias's earlier warning that it would be a long night. Vampires closed in as Spider-Man landed in front of the cathedral, joining Misty, Lizard, and the armed group, who aimed their weapons at the attackers. The scene ended with the group braced for battle, surrounded by the vampire horde, ready to defend the church as the threat loomed closer. Elsewhere, Colleen Wing and Dr. Mike were held captive while chaos erupted outside. Colleen advised conserving energy for the next escape opportunity, but Dr. Mike doubted the point. She sarcastically agreed before picking her cuffs with a hidden hairpin, impressing Dr. Mike, who noted its usefulness. He asked what else she had planned as they approached the truck's door. Deciding patience was best, they overheard their captors discussing an oil leak. As the truck stopped, the vampires prepared to deliver them to their boss, until Colleen and Dr. Mike broke free, attacking their guards. Colleen admitted her gun would be useless without silver bullets and opted for a baton. Following an oil trail, they reached a garage. Unable to open the main door, Dr. Mike suggested an elevator. Colleen asked if he knew their captors. He denied it and questioned why she and Misty stormed his lab. The elevator took them to a floor where they discovered a corporation run by vampires. Dr. Mike told Colleen they were in for a fight, and both charged at the hostile crowd. They battled through waves of vampires until Colleen noticed they suddenly stopped. Dr. Mike said their master was coming. A vampire grabbed Colleen, and Dr. Mike ordered her taken to the pens. The master arrived, a man in a red suit, apologizing for the rough meeting and asking if Dr. Mike was impressed. Dr. Mike admitted curiosity, not recognition. The stranger revealed he was once TJ, a Beyond Corporation lackey, now reborn as Theocritus, head of Hemoglobin Inc. He expressed his intent to help Dr. Morbius finish his cure once and for all. Union Jack. The Ripper, Blood Hunt, Part 1. In Manchester, the city had fallen with the night and hadn't stopped since. PC Mara led a small group, urging them to move quickly. She admitted she didn't know how many survivors were left, only that she did what she could to get people to safety. Outside, another woman named Helen checked on Edward, who insisted he was fine. Suddenly, a massive explosion lit up the skyline, shocking everyone. The group moved on, with one child saying they wanted their mother. Alan reassured them, while warning it wasn't safe in the open. Edward lagged behind, stumbling and tripping over rubble. As he got up, a vampire pounced, biting into his neck. The woman leading the group identified him as Edward, an English teacher who had helped them earlier. Now another victim, Mara, wanted to help him, but Helen said there was nothing they could do. Vampires emerged, mocking the policewoman and grabbing her by the throat. One taunted a young boy in the group, calling him brave but tasty, and lifted him. Just as the vampire prepared to kill, someone shot, severing its arm and head, splattering blood. The attackers reacted in shock, recognizing someone they called the Ripper. One vampire complained about the timing, but another insisted it was serious. Covered in blood, the policewoman asked who the Ripper was. A terrified vampire started to explain before realizing, and the scene left her in stunned silence. Union Jack burst onto the scene, guns blazing, shredding one vampire and scattering the rest while Mara Sial stood stunned. He cut down another with his sword, then turned to Mara as she identified herself as PC Mara Sial of Greater Manchester Police and said they needed to get civilians to safety. He answered that he wasn't stopping her, and when she assumed he would help, he told her to run. fast. He kept firing into the swarm and demanding answers from the creatures, shouting, "Who's your master? Who sired you?" Mara hustled Helen, Alan and the child toward an escape. Alan spotted a van with the keys still in the ignition and yelled for everyone to go. As the group moved, a vampire blindsided Union Jack, raking claws across his back. Another slash tore across his head and ripped away part of his mask. He staggered, badly hurt, while the vampire loomed over him, grabbing him by the front of his suit and gloating that the boss is going to love this. It hauled him up to finish the kill. Before it could strike, Mara raised a pistol and opened fire. Her shots blew the attacker to pieces and knocked it off of Jack. He managed a rough compliment. "Nice shooting, save your strength," and kept squeezing off a few covering bursts while the civilians piled into the van. Alan got the engine running as Union Jack, bleeding and half unmasked, staggered to the side door and pounded for help. Helen pulled him inside with Mara. Mara told Helen it wasn't as bad as it looked, then admitted it looked bad. Jack, grim but conscious, told Alan to put his foot down. With vampires converging from the wrecked car park, the van sped off, leaving the shredded bodies behind, and Union Jack slumped inside, wounded but alive thanks to Mara's shot. The van sped forward as vampires clung to its sides. Their bodies slammed against the vehicle with loud thumps. Inside, the driver muttered bitterly about coming to Manchester for a graphic design job, while Mara asked if they were heading out of the city. Jack, injured but conscious, said no, giving specific directions, right at the lights, sharp left by Greg's. The driver, uncertain, asked Mara if Jack could be trusted. A vampire landed on the van roof, hissing. Jack muttered that some people couldn't take a hint, pulled out a device and smashed it against the vampire's face. It burst in holy fire, burning to ash. More holy water bombs exploded behind them as they sped away. Mara confirmed what it was, and Jack smugly agreed. They arrived at a secure location stocked with weapons. Helen asked if it was safe. Jack assured her, noting alarms and the arsenal. Mara asked about the weapons' origin. Jack admitted to taking them from a museum injured. Jack asked Helen, a veterinary nurse, for treatment. She prepped a staple gun, joking about claw clipping. Jack refused a Britannia doll that Judy offered for comfort. Suddenly, the child Judy ran off with the doll. Mara chased after her, telling the others to stay. Judy's guardian called after her, while Helen tended to Jack, apologising when she hurt him. Mara followed Judy down a hallway, calling out to her and offering the doll back, saying it missed her. Mara found Judy sitting alone and reassured her that Union Jack was just a bit grumpy. Judy sniffled, saying she only wanted to help. She mentioned being surprised when Union Jack took his mask off, thinking superheroes never did that. But Mara replied it didn't matter anymore. The world had changed. A loud clank startled them. Judy asked what it was, and Mara told her to wait while she checked, warning her not to run off. Mara searched with her flashlight, moving through a door and down a staircase. Her expression shifted to shock as she saw a tiled room with chains hanging over a large pool filled with blood. She muttered, "What the actual—" Judy suddenly appeared, asking if it was blood. Mara scolded her for leaving, but Judy said Brit, her doll, was scared. Mara instructed her to take Brit outside to safety and promised she'd only be a minute. She turned back to the pool where something splashed. A clawed, bloody hand emerged, followed by a chained vampire that lunged up with a roar from the pool of blood. Mara exclaimed, "Holy crap!" The vampire screamed and strained against its chains, shouting, "Hungry!" Mara fired back, "Back off, bloodsucker!" and shot it repeatedly, splattering blood. The vampire yanked at its chains and lashed out, knocking the gun from her hand, cursing her. She grabbed the chains, sarcastically apologising for not reading its rights, then began reciting them while struggling to restrain it. The vampire roared and thrashed, but Mara pulled the chains tight around its neck, forcing it back into the bloody pool. Asking if it had nothing to say, she stood over it as it choked, bleeding heavily. The vampire only managed a strained sound before she kept it pinned. Union Jack arrived, shouting for Mara to stop. Judy stood nearby, clutching her doll as he ordered Mara to get off the chained vampire. Mara demanded to know why he was protecting it, calling it a monster union. Jack said she wouldn't understand. The vampire, revealed to be Bulldog, the former superhero now fully transformed after being bitten, taunted, asking if Union Jack wanted to fight. Mara, surprised, asked if Bulldog was the superhero she'd heard about. Union Jack admitted Bulldog had been a bit of a jerk. Bulldog mocked their past in the Union, telling Union Jack to either kill him or let him go. Bulldog called him Joe, prompting Mara to ask if Joe was his real name. Bulldog kept taunting, criticizing Union Jack's uniform, and Pride Union Jack snapped, yelling at Bulldog to shut up, then punched him unconscious. Mara called the situation messed up, but Union Jack said she had no idea. Mara said Judy and the others were scared and needed his help. Union Jack replied it didn't matter anymore. An alarm beeped. It was the front doors. Outside, explosions erupted as vampires arrived, delivering a message from the Ripper's master. Join them or die. Their leader asked, death or glory. Blood Hunt, Part 2. Into the Impossible City, Thor hung bound with teleport shielding active while another captive was restrained with runic bindings. Overlooking the city, Blade, now the Master, declared it a secure home for monsters and addressed T'Challa, now transformed into a vampire, asking how he felt as a new monster. Blade taunted him to try fighting, daring him to resist the will of the Lord of all vampires. T'Challa looked down and Blade told him not to feel bad. Resisting was like fighting the tides, and even Atlantis had drowned. He ordered everyone to leave, announcing his palace secure and the earth darkened, but desiring more. He commanded T'Challa to find his prize and the Blood Coven to find his daughter Brielle. In New York City, vampires fed on victims while a couple backed away in fear. 2 vampires advanced, but one was decapitated by Brielle Brooks, who called them trash for killing the victim's mother. As more attacked, she said it would be the hard way, but another vampire incinerated them, saying there was no time for this. Dracula appeared, telling Brielle she was too important to risk for insignificance. She corrected him, saying they were innocents, and called him the Hunted One. A voice greeted Dracula and Brielle, daughter of Blade. Elsewhere uptown, Tigra and Hunter's Moon fought vampires. After Tigra killed the last one for now, she urged locking the doors and said they needed to find Doctor Strange as their best chance to handle the crisis. Miles Morales swung in, asking if someone mentioned Doctor Strange, startling Tigra. She recognized him, and Miles confirmed he was the other Spider-Man, asking if Hunter's Moon was another Moon Knight. They confirmed they were heading to Strange, and Miles admitted he had no idea where Strange lived. Tigra was surprised, and Miles explained he was new. They arrived at Strange's house, and Tigra remarked on its conspicuous design. She admitted she didn't know the location either. Knocking, she called for Strange to open up. A holographic astral projection of Strange greeted her. Tigra reported vampires everywhere, the sky turning black and chaos outside, criticizing Strange for staying home as a ghost. She suggested he rally some defenders. Strange explained he was in astral form due to issues with his corporeal body, adding that things had gone bad inside as well. His decapitated vampire body floated in the air and tried to get free of the spell that was bounding him. Elsewhere, Bloodstorm 1 and the Blood Coven confronted Dracula. Bloodstorm 1 mocked him as a false king, claiming they served the true lord and philosophy of their kind. Dracula demanded they kneel, but Bloodstorm 1 dismissed him. The Avengers, Sam Wilson aka Captain America, Captain Marvel, Iron Man and Vision arrived, stating their philosophy. They had a lot to avenge. Spotting the Avengers, Bloodstorm 1 called for Megrim to incapacitate them. Vision evaded Megrim's powers and flew her away from there with super speed, explaining his synthetic brain was close enough to humans for her to target, but he was cycling it too fast for her to lock on. Captain Marvel smashed Bloodstorm 1 into the ground, then drove him through a wall, mocking their weakness without their pet brain bender. High above, Vision launched Megrim out of the dark force and into the sunlight, her flesh igniting as she screamed. Captain America charged in, hurling his shield to shatter Smoke Eater's grave smoke vial, vowing they'd pay for what they did to Black Panther. Captain Marvel demanded to know what happened to Blade. Bloodstorm 1 revealed Blade, the Master, had become what he was always meant to be, a vessel for their dream of unending night. They told her to behold the future of her species. Elsewhere, Iron Man squared off against the razor-wire-wielding Krull, noting their tricks might cut his armour, but daring them to bypass wildly oscillating magnetic fields. As Krull convulsed in pain, Iron Man muttered, "That's what I thought." Damascene lunged, generating a bio-blade from his hand, aiming at Iron Man from behind, but his hand was obliterated in a sudden burst of sunlight. Vision erupted with solar energy, flooding the battlefield in burning light. Captain Marvel hurled another foe aside, reminding them they'd sucker-punched the team before. She powered up, declaring that even at half strength, they were still the Avengers. A massive energy beam roared skyward from her hand, tearing through the darkened sky. The Avengers, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Vision, Iron Man, Blade, Brielle Brooks, and Moon Knight stood united, bathed in blazing sunlight. Captain Marvel swore they'd make sure the sun would always rise again as their enemies hissed and burned in defiance. The Blood Coven retreated through a swirling portal, vowing that next time would be for everything. Captain America hurled his shield in frustration, but Captain Marvel assured him they'd take back the impossible city and save their friends. Captain Marvel had a plan. They had to go to the Sanctum Sanctorium, to Doctor Strange. Later, inside the Sanctum, Iron Man briefed the team. The city had been taken, and they'd lost Thor, Wanda, and T'Challa. Strange said they needed to move quickly, revealing they'd been gathering forces, including Spider-Man and the Midnight Mission. Brielle spotted Miles Morales and ran to him, relieved to see someone familiar. She began to speak, but noticed something was wrong. Miles clutched his head, struggling, before looking up, half his mask torn, fangs bared, eyes glowing red, blood dripping from his mouth as the transformation took hold. Blade, Blood Hunt, Part 1. In the Jallia, T'Challa ran through the forest, pursued by several Black Panthers. He regretted coming, calling himself foolish for returning to his roots as poisoned fruit, offering rot while expecting salvation, and admitted his mind had not been his own for a long time. He reflected that bloodlust and possession had led to poor decisions, with undead flesh guiding his spirit. One Panther accused him of carrying the demon spirit into this sacred place, calling it a trespass against the dominion of Bast that sullied her line and demanded repayment. T'Challa insisted he came seeking help to protect Wakanda, to serve as the Panther had served. The Panther attacked, accusing him of bringing only death, forcing him underwater. It commanded him to remember that Wakanda would never fall again, and declared they were slaves to neither man nor God before leaving him. T'Challa awoke alone in the Temple of Bast, calling the vampire's curse his only companion. He described being marked by the Daywalker to live as an unwelcome creature of the night, Blade's gift. Kneeling in the water, he reflected that Blade's vampire breed now fed from a fallen god, Thor, and he had begged Bast to free him from Blade's hold when he was meant to be her champion, not her obligation. An elder demanded he identify himself, but T'Challa noted he would not get the chance to make the same mistake again. The elder examined a triangular artifact before ordering guards to seize him. Warriors attacked, one shouting that T'Challa had ingested the heart-shaped herb. T'Challa fought back, navigating the catacombs he knew well. He noted the vampire's curse let him hear the blood and hearts of his pursuers, each beat tempting him to feed, though he had not yet tasted human blood. T'Challa fled through the corridors, vowing he would not taste human blood. The guards pursued, ordered to catch the defiler. One declared death his only option, but T'Challa countered that he would survive as long as he remembered who he was. Removing his mask, he demanded to know if they would hunt a royal-born like an animal, proclaiming himself their king and ordering them to stand down. The guards halted in confusion, questioning the situation. T'Challa realized he carried not only Blade's curse, but also his powers of influence, which could help in defeating the Blood Coven. As the entranced guards dropped their weapons, he thought about how Blade had infected Bast's line, but believed Bast's will would eventually consume his. In Burnin Zana, the Golden City, T'Challa reflected that the heart-shaped herb had restored some of his former strength, allowing him to shield and avenge Wakanda again. Considering his next move, Blade's projection appeared, ordering him to locate the temple ruins and have the impossible city deliver the site. Blade accused T'Challa's stubbornness of prolonging Wakanda's suffering and questioned his choice of him as the last of the first, suggesting it may have been a mistake. T'Challa replied, "It was, Blade," before leaping into the city. As the Dark Force Dimension's energies covered Earth, night creatures grew bold. T'Challa moved through the city under the fading moon, knowing there would be no sunrise tomorrow. He reflected that humanity had grown grown weak in the sun's light, and without it, their vulnerability would worsen. He then confronted the Adze, mother of pestilence, who was feeding on victims. She warned him to leave her be, claiming it had been eons since she last fed T'Challa attacked, vowing she would pay for her actions. The Adze struck him back, insisting she would not stop and demanding to be left alone. T'Challa slashed the Adze's face, rejecting her demand to be left alone. Screaming, she accused him of jealousy, claiming there were countless cities to feed on, and cursed him before fleeing into the sky. T'Challa noted she would heal and likely return, one of many monsters loosed by the endless night. He moved to aid a wounded woman, recognizing the city was filled with myriad demons. As a vampire attacker prepared to bite the woman, Shuri intervened, holding a blade to his throat and ordering him to stop. T'Challa recognized her voice instantly, which pulled him back to his humanity. Shuri, knife in hand, offered her blood, telling him to feed. He drank, finding her blood sweet and sustaining like ambrosia, wondering if he could ever stop. Seeing pity in his sister's eyes broke his focus, and he thanked her, saying it was enough. Shuri questioned if it was enough for him, but the injured woman rose, now transformed into a vampire, saying she still hungered. Shuri attacked with an energy blast, apologizing as she delivered a swift, bloodless death. She admitted uncertainty over how much Wakanda could endure, wondering if ending their isolation was a mistake. T'Challa remarked she sounded like him, and Shuri agreed, but argued these were unique times. She hinted at a temporary solution and suggested she might need an Avengers' help, asking for his input, only to find he had vanished. Now, in the city, T'Challa reflected on its chaos as monsters hunted freely and the endless night approached. He noted there were too few willing to defend against the hordes and serve as a beacon of light. Watching the bloodshed unfold in the streets, he admitted to himself they were not prepared, and neither was he. T'Challa fought alongside Wakandan forces as they used UV spotlights to burn vampires before they could pass. He reflected that Wakanda's long reliance on darkness for protection had allowed corruption to grow, and just as light could save, it could also harm. While he hunted in the shadows, the absence of light had stalled progress. He acknowledged that when he left Wakanda unprotected, it brought harm to all, but now he had returned to vanquish the darkness, calling himself Wakanda's prodigal son. At sundeath, T'Challa stood atop a building but suddenly collapsed in pain, calling on Bast for help. Blade's projection appeared, mocking him as a wayward child and telling him the pain would stop if he fed, urging him to accept his nature. Blade called him the last and perhaps strongest of Bast's champions, yet groveling on the ground, and labelled him a puzzling obstacle. T'Challa lashed out, denying Blade as his sire, but Blade insisted he was, and that T'Challa would obey or suffer immense pain without the release of death. Grabbing him, Blade threatened to raise Wakanda if T'Challa didn't find the temple hidden by the gods. Shuri's voice broke through, and T'Challa ordered the evil spirit gone. She asked who he thought he was speaking to, and Blade commented on her presence before vanishing, communicating via projection. Shuri told him she was somewhere safe beneath an artificial sun, though resources and mobility were limited, making them vulnerable if they moved. T'Challa noted she likely had already taken risks, which she confirmed, saying they were evacuating people essential to rallying and rebuilding, including scientists, historians, and, reluctantly, politicians. Shuri informed T'Challa that the Dark Force had not penetrated Latveria's borders, suggesting Doom might help. T'Challa urgently told her not to go to Doom. Shuri pressed that their people were dying, and he was in no position to make proclamations. He declared himself king, but she retorted he was king and couldn't even rule himself. As she tried to continue, the transmission broke. Acknowledging she was right, T'Challa reflected that his body was no longer his own, bloodlust and Blade's demand pulling at him. Staying in the city would make him a danger, eventually turning him into the monster he fought. He travelled to the Msitu Wadabihu Wakanda Nature Preserve, deciding exile was the only way to protect his people. Entering the wilderness, the bloodlust faded, and divorced from humanity, he no longer felt like a predator, but recognised he had become more appealing as prey. Moving deeper, he encountered a panther. He noted that no matter how far he strayed, he always ended up face to face with his namesake, as if destined to return to where he began. The two circled each other, ready to clash, as he gripped his spear and prepared for the confrontation. Midnight Suns, Blood Hunt, Part 1. Blade walked toward a burning church, surrounded by fire and smoke, thinking it felt like a nightmare, cold and burning at once. He questioned where he was, telling himself it wasn't real. At a 50s diner, a man in armor asked if Blade was okay. Blade replied that he was well, but the man pointed out he didn't look it. He said he'd gathered the crew because Blade asked, so they were all there and wanted to know what Blade wanted. Blade, with glowing red eyes, repeated, "All here." A group of armored soldiers stood nearby. The man reminded Blade that he'd taught them to hunt vampires, so when he called, they came, and he'd said it was important. Blade confirmed it was. The man asked if something was wrong, if something was there. Blade unsheathed his sword and stated, "Something is here." Without warning, Blade attacked, stabbing the man through the chest. He cut down soldiers in rapid succession, his blade slicing through them as they tried to react. Blood splattered as he struck with precision and speed. He impaled one soldier through the face and continued his assault, eyes burning with intensity. When the fight ended, the diner floor was littered with dead soldiers, their bodies slumped over booths and counters, weapons scattered, blood pooled across the floor. Standing among the corpses, Blade repeated, "Something is here," his expression unreadable. A single tear ran from his eye, catching the red light of the scene. In Arizona, a German shepherd rested on the ground while a man in a flannel shirt, Danny Ketch, the Ghost Rider, shot bottles lined on a fence with a shotgun. After breaking a few, he reloaded and picked up another bottle. Drinking from it, he was approached by Tulip, who confirmed his name. He aimed the shotgun at her, but she told him to take it easy and introduced herself, saying they had mutual acquaintances. Danny said shooting bottles helped him think and asked what she wanted. Tulip said it was about Blade. Inside a garage, Tulip explained that Blade had been killing his own people. Danny said that didn't sound like Blade, and Tulip agreed, adding that after his time with Dracula, Blade was capable of more, but wouldn't kill his own without a choice. Danny asked if she thought it wasn't really Blade or if someone was influencing him. Tulip wasn't sure, but wanted to find out and needed help from him. Danny described Ghost Rider's penance stare and questioned how she thought it worked. Tulip said she didn't know, but needed someone reckless, saying it was time for cowboys. Danny stressed trust was important to him and that both versions of himself would want to know what she had to hide. Tulip drank from a bottle and Danny transformed into Ghost Rider, flames engulfing him. He told her, "Look at me," repeatedly, until she screamed, looking into his penance stare. Later, Tulip awoke on a bed. Johnny Blaze handed her tea, saying he'd heard she liked it. She thanked him and confirmed his identity. She asked if he wasn't the Flaming Skull anymore, and Johnny replied he now shot hellfire through a shotgun. She asked if she had confessed secrets to him. Johnny said no, she had felt all the pain she'd caused in life. Tulip cursed, saying that explained why she'd passed out. Johnny told her she was just hiding trauma with swagger. Tulip asked if he'd help find Blade. Johnny agreed, but asked if she was prepared to fight him if necessary. Tulip said Blade had once made her promise that if the dark ever consumed him, she'd put him down, and she was good at keeping her word. Walking out, Tulip found Danny vomiting. She asked what was wrong, and he said she was, explaining that sometimes after his other half uses the penance stare, he retains memories and feelings of the person who received it, seeing glimpses of their life. It sometimes made him sick. He apologized about her father. When Tulip asked if he saw that, he told her to forget it. She informed him Johnny was in and asked about him. Danny said he was almost in, but wanted her help with something first. If she helped them, they'd help her. He pulled a tarp off a hidden hatch, leading them down to an armory full of guns and heavy weapons. He told her to pick anything, some just louder than others. Tulip admired the selection. Later, the two waited in the desert. When Tulip asked what for, Danny pointed to an approaching convoy. He gave her a 5-second countdown before she fired a rocket launcher, blowing up one of the lead vehicles and flipping others. The survivors, armed vampire mercenaries, returned fire. Johnny appeared, burning some enemies with hellfire blasts. Tulip was told to look behind her and shot an enemy in the head. She confirmed she had been watching. Seeing another mercenary, she asked what about him, but Johnny told her to let him go. She demanded to know why she was killing vampire mercenaries in the desert. Johnny replied with 2 reasons. First, to make sure she could handle it. The second reason was left hanging. Johnny explained that a corporation believed there was profit in capturing and franchising creatures from the Dark Force dimension, and he and Danny were watching a transport route. Tulip asked what they were transporting, but before he could answer, a green, tentacled dark creature with multiple eyes burst from a container, wrapping around her and lifting her off the ground while speaking an alien language. Johnny blasted the tentacle, freeing her. As flames erupted around the container, he told her to run. Tulip sarcastically asked if now was the time to run, then noticed that something that alarmed her. Ghost Rider rode in on his flaming motorcycle, and Johnny shouted for Tulip to get down. He pulled her out of the way as Ghost Rider charged straight at the creature. The motorcycle plowed through the truck as well as the monster, shredding tentacles in an explosion of fire and debris. Johnny, Tulip, and Ghost Rider stood ready amid the chaos as the burning remains of the beast scattered across the area. In El Fasher, Iraq, villagers with torches watched as a woman arrived in a jeep. One man confirmed her identity, asking if she was Victoria Montesi. She said she was, and, noticing children among them, told them to get the children far away. She entered a cave where a possessed, emaciated man addressed her as the daughter of Chthon, asking if she came to save him. Montesi said she came to end the people's suffering. The demon mocked her, saying life was suffering and that his legion was powerful now that the Adana was loose. Montesi called the world hell. The demon claimed a need to confess sins, describing his enjoyment of inhabiting the man's body and torturing him from within. The man pleaded for help, screaming. Montesi said she would help, but the demon refused. It mocked her low magic and her origins, calling her orphaned flesh. She declared she was made from evil and would be known by it. The demon urged her to embrace her nature and flay him. Montesi replied her nature had changed and she no longer played fair. Cutting her palm, she used her blood in a summoning circle. When the demon demanded to know what she was doing, she said, "Reinforcements!" Lilith emerged from the summoning circle. In the distance, locust-like creatures swarmed near the villagers. Lilith told the demon to say her name, and it did. After a loud, piercing sound, Montesi emerged from the cave, telling the villagers the man needed medical attention and that they were free. Later, in a cafe, Montesi met with an ally. She said she needed to ask a question in person. Would he help her kill Blade? She clarified she meant to confront him and understand what was happening, not to kill immediately. He said he foresaw her coming and that if Blade was, as he feared, the Midnight Suns would kill him. Montesi agreed. Bloodhunters, Part 2, End of the Well. Bruce Banner found himself in a blood-soaked pit surrounded by corpses, severed heads, and the stench of death. Disoriented and bleeding, he heard groans and found a barely breathing woman nearby. Realizing they were underground, he recognized the smell and recalled a childhood memory. Mikey and Chad once saw coins sparkling in the well water and sent him down in a bucket. After he stepped off, they hauled it back up, leaving him trapped for hours as a storm threatened to flood the well. In the present, Banner tried to climb out, but the steep, wet walls were too slippery. Determined not to die, he risked jumping, managing to grab a rope and pull himself up, declaring he was alive. Crawling out, he was confronted by a group of vampires who had fed on his blood, becoming stronger and telling him to get back in the pit until more of them arrived. His memory returned to that day. After he climbed out, Mikey and Chad mocked him. They threatened to throw him back down when a dog named Charger, his only friend, charged in. Something was wrong. Her eyes were red like a demon's. In the present, Bruce transformed into the Hulk and tore one of the vampires in half. Hulk remembered running with Mikey and Chad as Charger pursued, then hiding, trying to call her off. But she wasn't herself. Rabies had changed her. In the present, Hulk slaughtered the vampires, who revealed feeding on his blood made them more than monsters. More vampires crashed in, their appetite enormous. They swarmed Hulk, planning to feast for days. Bruce's memory revealed why he'd run to the shed. He had to stop Charger. In the present, the vampires taunted him about being outnumbered, and bleeding Hulk fought back brutally. In the past, young Bruce was forced to shoot Charger, apologizing and asking her to believe he had no choice. In the aftermath of shooting Charger, Bruce reflected on how easy it was to turn into a monster when survival was at stake, but finishing the job was the hardest part. In the present, he resolved to get the remaining victims out before more vampires arrived, but all the victims had already turned into vampires. Bruce accepted that death always catches up in the end. We drink to forget we drink. At the Hudson River in NYC, Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, and Dante Malik fought off a swarm of vampires under a sky darkened by mysterious energy. Kate was welding silver tips while trading quips with Dante, who compared the attacking vampires to frenzied shoppers. As the Avengers worked to stop the spread of the invasion, Lucky the dog helped fetch arrows tipped with makeshift silver. Dante dismissed holy water, saying vampires were easy to trick, while Kate noted they had a large swarm to handle. She shot one vampire, observing how others scattered, and used that fear to her advantage. During the fight, Kate was tackled into wooden debris by a vampire, joking about being porcupined before Dante staked it. Later, in a quieter moment, after a few dead vamps, they met ghostly twin girls, Search and Destroy, who giggled while helping prepare a trap. The trap involved a decoy cocktail of Kate's blood, human blood, and Dante's vampire sweat. To lure the next swarm, Dante claimed he was getting off blood and instructed Kate to watch for birds. Kate's dog remained wary of Dante, and the twins teased about their father staying a vampire. Dante explained vampire flocks, noting their target, grackles, were thrill-seekers. Kate grew suspicious of Dante, confronting him about being both a vampire and a slayer, calling him a self-destructive vamp. She accused him of setting a lure to trap her, not vampires. When she drew on him, Dante revealed he'd made her silver tips from tin and tap water. He threatened Lucky, asking if she'd prefer he drank from the twins instead. The twins objected, offering to find rats for him. Dante agreed, saying he wanted to cull reckless vampire flocks that gave good vampires a bad name, revealing he was once a psychiatrist turned vampire by a patient. After feeding on a few rats, they returned to the fight. Kate planned to use the tricks she learned from Dante against him. She exploited vampires' fear of light by slicing power lines to electrocute them. When the fight ended, Lucky found her and the twins, who said Dante cured their father and left her a blood bucket with tools for making silver tips, possibly inviting her to finish him. Driving off with the twins, Kate confirmed they sometimes switched places to confuse people and resolved to hunt down Dante Malik, a vampire with a death wish. Once more into the darkness. Part 2. Previously, at Bloodstone Manor in Boston, Elsa Bloodstone played chess with Adam while holding a stone. Adam teased her about strategizing and questioned if the stone helped their vampire associate Charles Barnabas stumbled in, growling. Adam addressed him, but Charles's eyes glowed red and he lunged with a feral snarl, scattering the chessboard. Elsa and Adam reacted quickly. Elsa lashed out with her sword, while Adam tried to restrain him, telling Charles he hunted monsters, not friends. Charles smashed furniture and attacked relentlessly. Elsa asked Adam for help, and he grabbed items from the shelves, claiming he was helping. As Charles pinned Elsa, she urged Adam to act. They coordinated. Elsa kicked Charles toward Adam, who poured a pink liquid into a magical circle. On Elsa's cue, Adam activated the trap, binding Charles with glowing chains. Charles screamed in pain as Elsa apologized, hoping it would hold him until they found the cause. Elsa left Adam to watch him, intent on speeding up the investigation to discover why tame vampires were turning violent. Outside, she noted it wasn't even midday, yet there was no sun. At present, in New York City, Elsa met Dagger, who complained Elsa helped her own friend, but refused to help hers. Before they could discuss further, vampires approached, including a vampire, Yelena Belova, the White Widow. Dagger and Elsa recognized her. Dagger asked Elsa to control herself, but Elsa didn't promise restraint. They clashed with vampires. Elsa aggressively fought while Dagger reminded Yelena they were supposed to be heroes. She fought Yelena, telling Elsa she had her hands full. She subdued Yelena with a kick and staked her with silver, saying it would hold but not kill her. This would keep her from attacking for a while. She reminded Yelena that she was an old friend of Natasha's, while Elsa kept a shotgun ready. Dagger told Yelena she would try to heal her. She had no choice. Dagger's light powers caused Yelena to hiss and growl in pain. Suddenly, Dagger screamed in agony and was thrown back. Elsa rushed over, asking if she was alright, but Dagger was in visible distress. Dagger turned, now transformed into a vampire. Elsa muttered, "Ah, bloody hell!" Venom. Exsanguination. Dylan Brock froze as recognition set in. "I know you," he said, locking eyes with the vampiric priest. The undead clergyman smiled knowingly, remarking that he'd overheard Dylan telling Toxin how he had learned all of Venom's sins, thinking it was just talk, until he realized Dylan had lived those memories himself, seeing them through the symbiote's mind. He stepped forward, fangs glinting, saliva gathering at his lips, and asked Dylan if he'd like to hear the story from his side. He recounted meeting Eddie Brock years earlier at Our Lady of Saints Church back then. He hadn't known what Eddie really was, only that he seemed like a dangerous man in need of guidance. Eddie spoke about getting back with an old partner, one who had been manipulative and abusive. The priest now wished he'd pushed harder, told Eddie to cut ties immediately, but the Venom symbiote had other plans. Half an hour later, it had seized control of Eddie and savagely beaten the priest, leaving him with broken ribs, a shattered pelvis, and a permanent tremor. And yet, the symbiote later appeared at his hospital bed, offering an apology and promising protection. Dylan, face hard, asked how that went. The priest let out a dry laugh. He'd barely left the hospital when a pack of vampires attacked. Venom never showed. They drained him dry, dumped his body in a dumpster, and when he woke, he was one of them. Now, he said, he had a different ministry. He saw himself in Dylan, an outcast, cut off from family and friends, and still just a boy. God might have turned his back, but the vampire nation would embrace him. He told Dylan not to fear. The pain would last only a moment, leaning in for the bite. In the graveyard, Lee Price's undead frame rose again, the rotting mania symbiote sealing the cracks in his skull. Threcker loomed nearby, explaining that the agony his necromancy created could last as long as the thrall endured, and hosts like Lee, desperate for a symbiote, made the perfect bait. Other symbiotes would inevitably come, inventing excuses to investigate. Venom stared in revulsion at Lee's decrepit body. Threcker mocked its pity, saying Lee's consciousness felt nothing but endless torment. A blast of searing energy erupted from Threcker's hands, scorching a nearby tree. He mused on pain, on death, and on survival, claiming he had endured the heart of a supernova. The feat had weakened him enough to be imprisoned on Earth, but he had waited because he was beyond life immortal. The vampires had freed him specifically to remove Venom and its kin, rivals in the hunt. Scooping up Venom's melting mass, he declared that everything, Earth, Sun, all creation, was prey. Before he could feed, Lee swung his own tombstone into Threcker's skull. The alien reeled, more irritated than harmed, and wondered how Lee found the will. Slurring, Lee said Venom was his. Realizing the truth, Threcker taunted Venom. Its old host was fighting through the haze to protect it. He claimed it must mean love. Venom knew better. Lee had never loved it, only used it as a weapon against the world. And now, at death's door, Venom could almost understand. It rebonded with Lee's corpse, merging with what remained of mania. The pain was immediate, constant, all-consuming. Lee's reanimated body offered no sustenance, no consciousness, just a screaming hunger. Venom remembered Lee's last thought as carnage killed him. I need a symbiote to live. Perhaps Venom's final thought would be the same, but reversed. I need a host to face death. Morphing into the shape it had worn when Lee was alive, zombie head and arms jutting grotesquely from its form, Venom told Threcker he'd have to work for his meal. Back with Dylan, he stood his ground and told the vampire priest to get on with it. The priest chuckled that biting was the easy part. Turning him would mean draining him beyond human death. Adults took about 4 pints, but Dylan, being younger, might only need 3. He caught Dylan's punch mid-swing and twisted his arm behind his back. Dylan cried out, warning that he wasn't just some vagrant. The priest sneered, no symbiote allies in sight, and bit down on Dylan's neck. Blackened veins surged from the punctures, and the priest recoiled instantly, gagging. His stomach churned as Dylan's black, tar-like blood oozed from the wounds. Half symbiote, Dylan said with a smirk. Drinking my blood's like guzzling motor oil. He grabbed a chair, slammed it into the priest's back, and snapped off a leg as a stake. The priest spat accusations of impurity, saying Dylan wasn't worthy of the vampire nation. Dylan laughed, calling himself too tough for vampires. With a flourish, he rammed the stake into the priest's chest. The undead clergyman disintegrated into ash and bone. Threcker tilted his head, amused. Offering yourself to your god? I'm flattered, he said. Venom admitted it should feel fear, but didn't. Through Lee's protruding head, it snarled for Threcker to choke on them. Venom wondered if that was Lee speaking. Threcker caught their punch, began tearing them from the corpse, and prepared to drain them, only to scream in agony. He stumbled, baffled by the sensation. Venom. Venom realized what it was, the only gift Lee had ever left it. Through shredded lips, Lee whispered, "That's pain." Threcker, impervious to harm until now, had never known it. He couldn't feed without tasting the endless torment of Lee's undeath, powered by Threcker's own magic. Venom wondered if this was how its ancestors once defeated his species. It dared him to finish the meal, then shoved its fist down his throat. "Have a taste of our venom," it hissed. Overloaded, Threcker shriveled into a husk. Venom tossed the carcass aside, unsure if a creature like that could truly die. A voice congratulated them. Venom turned to see Meridius leaning against a tree. Introducing himself, Meridius offered Lee a choice: remain with a dying symbiote or join fresh, ageless symbiote matter. Lee tore himself free of Venom. The symbiote thought bitterly that this was justice. It had abandoned Lee once. Meridius, reading its thoughts, agreed with the irony he engulfed Lee's body, remarking that he had once intended to bond with Venom again. Venom said it didn't know him. Meridius said they had both changed, but not in the way he wanted. He hinted at their shared past. Once he had been a king on a throne. Now the throne was gone. Venom understood. This was the architect of all its and Dylan's suffering. It accused him of winning. Dylan dead, Venom dying. Meridius grinned. If he couldn't have the Venom world, he'd shape something new from the zombiote. Then, as a final twist of the knife, he revealed Dylan was alive and Eddie Brock was returning to the present. As resolve flared in the symbiote, Meridius turned away, declaring, "The war begins now." Wolverine, Blood Hunt, Part 1. In California, west of Barstow, Wolverine sat alone in MB's bar and grill, drinking beer and reflecting that the world was heading for disaster, this time for real. A news report on TV showed the sky going black, hinting at apocalyptic events. He waited for a friend who might help him stop it. The beer was free, but his peace was interrupted when military police entered. They weren't his friend. They were vampires in National Guard uniforms. Recognizing the threat, Wolverine popped his claws and attacked. He took down the nearest threat, but hesitated upon realizing how young they looked, thinking they had enlisted for college or duty. The hesitation cost him. One vampire reminded the others not to turn him, just kill him. They shot him repeatedly, mocking him, but the gunfire unleashed his berserker rage. Wolverine tore through them, leaping over tables and smashing queues, cutting down vampires with no mercy, knowing they were beyond saving. One vampire survived being thrown through a window, but Wolverine prepared to finish him until ordered to fry him. Outside, a military truck fired an electromagnetic active denial system heat ray, burning him alive from the inside. Immobilized but unable to die, Wolverine endured until an explosion destroyed the weapon. Vampire soldiers were suddenly taken out by precise projectiles. A woman in armor, Louise, approached, saying she'd arrived just in time. Wolverine, scorched, likened himself to burnt hamburger, correcting her joke by noting he was Canadian. Louise, a member of the ancient vampire-hunting Nightgard order, had trained since childhood to exterminate vampires. She'd saved Wolverine before in France from Dracula's minions, but her order was later slaughtered or turned. She herself had been turned into a vampire. Wolverine admitted he'd once wanted to kill her to prevent her from harming others, but instead took her to Sevalith, a realm of vampires who had mastered controlling their bloodlust. She explained she continued to fight for humanity as the last Nightgard. Wolverine advised her to hold on to any shred of humanity. They shared a drink, and Louise asked how she could help him. He told her it all began a few days earlier. Logan recalled killing time in a rundown casino outside Vegas, enjoying cold beer and loose slots. He knew better, but a scream erupted as vampires flooded the place, turning it into a blood buffet. Amid the chaos, one vampire security guard recognized him, saying his luck had run out. Logan didn't care, unsheathing his claws and attacking. He tore through the guards, knowing from experience to keep his head while making them lose theirs. After clearing the casino, he stepped outside to see more vampires attacking under a pitch-black sky. Realizing it was lunchtime, despite being midday, he cursed. With no sun or stars, Logan decided to escape, cutting through vampires on his motorcycle. He called CIA agent Jeff Bannister for intel. Bannister reported that vampires had taken control of Dark Force users, blacking out the planet and attacking indiscriminately. Governments were hiding while the Avengers fought elsewhere. Logan's second call was to Louise, seeking her vampire expertise. He'd chosen the bar for its isolation, but was ambushed by MPs, with a weapon designed to take him down. Louise asked why soldiers and casino guards targeted him. He didn't know. Bannister then called Hayes, revealing the MPs were from a Riverside National Guard unit that vanished when chaos began, now heading west toward Long Beach. Logan and Louise set out to intercept. Northeast of Long Beach, they rode deserted roads toward the freeway, spotting a blockade. Louise remarked it should be a straight shot, but Logan's comment jinxed them as armed mercenaries opened fire, blasting them off their bikes. The mercs checked Louise, deciding she wasn't their target. They were after Wolverine. Logan attacked, recognizing them mid-fight. Louise recovered and killed a merc, identifying them as professional killers. Logan noted the pattern: casino guards, National Guard vampires, now human mercs, all targeting him. Louise asked if he was okay. He confirmed and answered a call from Bannister, but it was David North, aka Maverick, an old associate. Maverick admitted the earlier attacks were proof of concept for new partners, not meant to kill Logan, but to recruit him. He said the planet's power dynamic was shifting, with vampires poised to dominate. Maverick wanted Logan on his side, claiming to have built an alliance and army beyond just humans. He called Logan the missing piece, their weapon of mass destruction, telling him he could join the winning team or face worsening odds. It was revealed that Maverick had also been turned into a vampire. Maverick ended with, "If you can't beat 'em, join 'em," as mercenaries surrounded Logan and Louise. Amazing Spider-Man, Blood Hunt, Part 2. At Hemoglobin Inc., Theocritus, also known as TJ, explained to Morbius that they had used his vampiric mutation to create several products. The first, Lure, was a pheromone that attracted vampires to its wearer, allowing TJ to build a large workforce. The second, Change, turned healthy humans into vampires. The third, Cure, was an 85% solution that restored a vampire's senses and controlled hunger for a few days, but couldn't reduce the mutation below Morbius's own levels. TJ proposed combining their research, as Morbius had achieved control but not humanity, to bridge the gap from feral to human. Morbius considered and agreed to work together as long as their goals aligned. TJ shouted happily, "It's Morbin time!" but Morbius warned him to never use that phrase again. TJ then offered to show him the rest of the lab, while Colleen sat inside a glass cage. She had been bitten. Meanwhile, Spider-Man noticed vampires following Lizard and decided to act before the situation turned into a massacre. Coordinating with Misty Knight, he set up a barrier of webbing to keep the horde out of a church, estimating it would hold for about an hour. They discussed how vampires shouldn't be able to enter hallowed ground and realized they were specifically following Lizard. Spider-Man suggested they could lead the horde away. Misty questioned his reluctance to use holy water to eliminate the vampires, and Spider-Man insisted they were still people deep down despite their current state. He acknowledged the need to stop them from harming others, but preferred a less lethal approach. He proposed that he and Lizard draw the vampires towards Central Park, while Misty met them at the reservoir for his plan. Misty agreed, deciding to follow the horde. Spider-Man observed the vampires becoming more desperate to get close to Lizard and speculated about a pheromone effect intensifying after exposure. Spider-Man swung with Lizard in tow, asking if he felt like a swim. Lizard protested, but Spidey insisted, saying he reeked in a way only vampires could love and needed a wash. He told Lizard to clean up while he corralled the vampires. Lizard gave a bad cowboy impression as he hit the water, and Spider-Man remarked on critics. Spidey began webbing up the attacking vampires, thinking the timing had to be perfect. His first attempt snapped apart, and he realized exhaustion was affecting him, deciding he needed thicker webbing. Switching to the old-fashioned approach, he fought them directly, still wondering where so many vampires had come from. Lizard returned just in time to help. Outside the park, Spider-Man and Lizard met Maxine Danger and armed allies. Maxine greeted them, identifying herself and referencing Ben Reilly. Spidey asked if she should be in jail. She claimed to have connections. Misty Knight arrived on a motorcycle. Irritated, Maxine had shown up, and Maxine offered to reveal where TJ was holding their friend. Misty explained TJ was her former associate, a shady CEO exploiting vampirism for business. She recounted investigating disappearances with Colleen, leading to TJ, who used a serum derived from Morbius's blood to create vampires. Maxine added that TJ stole the formula from Beyond and Stark Tech. She offered Spider-Man a USB with data, implying it could wipe the network. Misty doubted her, but acknowledged they might need the intel. Maxine left, and Spidey asked if Misty trusted her. Misty replied, Maxine was motivated by profits. Misty handed Spidey water pistols, assuring him they weren't blessed. Lizard questioned this, and Misty explained she'd reconsidered killing the feral vampires after Spidey's earlier words about their humanity. Misty told Spider-Man she didn't have powers like him and couldn't just shoot webs, but admitted he was right about protecting everyone, even those who'd lost their way. She urged, "Let's go be heroes," as she rode ahead with Lizard, while Spider-Man swung alongside. At Hemoglobin Inc., Morbius examined a sample, noting it was interesting. TJ entered with Whitney, introducing her as the head of the cure program. Whitney complimented Morbius on his work, calling it an honor. Morbius asked her opinion, and she replied she felt lucky to work with him. TJ excused himself, telling Morbius to notify him if there was a breakthrough. Alone, Morbius confronted Whitney about her fear. She admitted she wasn't qualified, hadn't finished her degree, and had been a phlebotomist before being turned into a vampire after matching with TJ on a dating app. Morbius considered this information carefully. In captivity, Colleen Wing met Sarah, who explained the change serum turned people into vampires. Sarah saw it as positive, saying hemoglobin took care of its own, while Colleen warned vampires killed to survive. Sarah spoke of her improved life since joining, revealing she'd been bitten multiple times. A vampire arrived to take Sarah for her transfusion, leaving Colleen determined to escape. That night, Spider-Man, Misty, and Lizard scouted the building. Misty observed light security. Spider-Man questioned the need for more with a vampire workforce. Misty asked for infiltration ideas. A soldier opted for direct action, while Misty suggested sneaking in through a vehicle. She told Spider-Man and Lizard to jump in the back so she could get them past the barrier. Spider-Man swung into position, half joking about what could go wrong as vampires watched from the shadows. Avengers Blood Hunt Part 2. Kate Bishop asked if Captain America knew Baron Blood. Steve replied he didn't, but quipped to Hawkeye about knowing a Nazi vampire. Baron called it an omen to have America's champion delivered on the eve of its death, intending to make him one of them. Steve's shield, now edged with silver, burned Baron's hand when thrown, and Steve remarked the flag still suited him. Baron leapt down, declaring he would create a new world and remake Steve. Steve told the team he'd draw Baron away so they could secure the captives. He engaged Baron, challenging him to follow. Hazmat warned Hercules to close his eyes, then unleashed a massive blast of green energy that incinerated vampires. She admitted it was a big one, while Hercules praised her, and Steve's orders were to get the people to escape craft. Hercules carried Hazmat as she asked about Quicksilver, who was seen fending off vampires and holding a wooden stake, saying he was covering their retreat. Steve chased Baron, asking if he was behind the darkened skies. Baron denied it, but liked the effect, saying it aided his plans. He had been gathering forces at night, including taking the helicarrier, but shifted to a new scheme once the skies blackened. Steve called him an opportunist and attacked, but Baron welcomed the judgment, declaring Steve's world dead and his own kind ready to build a new one from its remains. Baron Blood confronted Captain America, confirming he aimed to lead a new world order. Captain deduced Blood had his forces, a helicarrier base, and was stockpiling kidnapped people to survive the chaos. Blood claimed he would restore the world, but Captain said it would take more than vampires to stop humanity, promising the Avengers and allies would end the threat. Blood replied that watching him try was half the fun. Meanwhile, Kate Bishop directed civilians into escape pods. Hazmat questioned if they might be over water, but Kate explained the pods floated, were stocked with supplies, and had transponders. Hazmat teased her knowledge, prompting Kate to recall building a helicarrier model in 4th grade. The pods launched, and Kate declared the civilians safe. Hercules readied to focus on the vampires and announced to Captain America they were coming to help. Captain confirmed the innocents were safe and told his allies they needed to neutralize Baron Blood and his vampires to take control of the ship. Blood attacked, mocking the term skeleton crew. They exchanged blows and banter, with Blood criticising Captain's style. Blood revealed he only kept as many active troops as he could feed, but had a large reserve force, showing Captain rows of vampire coffins. Captain radioed the Avengers, warning Blood had more vampires than expected. Quicksilver added that there were also far more prisoners than they anticipated, as the team found a large holding area full of captives. Kate asked Hazmat how many escape pods the helicarrier had, and Hazmat replied, "Not enough. Captain America told the Avengers they hadn't lost yet." He hurled his shield at Baron Blood, striking him and sending him back. Blood taunted from above, showing his awakening vampire reserves, claiming even the Avengers couldn't fight them all. Cap dismissed it as disappointing, saying he wished he could take on every one of Blood's black shirts. He tossed grenades, causing a massive explosion that injured Blood. Cap ordered the Avengers to prioritize the civilians. Hercules agreed, but noted they were gripped by fear. Quicksilver suggested a speech to inspire hope. Hazmat pushed him to do it, but Quicksilver admitted speeches weren't his specialty, which was why they followed Cap. Kate took charge, addressing the civilians directly. She acknowledged their fear and her lack of superpowers, but assured them they had the Avengers to protect them. She emphasized Hercules' godhood, Quicksilver's unmatched speed and attitude, Hazmat's vampire kills, and Captain America's resilience against the entire Wehrmacht. When asked about herself, Kate joked she was a Manhattan socialite who shot sticks at other sticks, something vampires happen to hate. She rallied them with, "So what do you say?" Meanwhile, Baron Blood, burned but still alive, emerged calling for Cap, saying it was time to finish things. Cap agreed, explaining he just needed to get ahead of him. He revealed his piloting skills, telling Blood he should have known Cap could fly a helicarrier. Cap took the controls as Blood screamed in rage. Over the comms, Cap announced to everyone as he flew the helicarrier towards the sky, "This is your captain speaking. Buckle up." Fantastic. 4. Blood Hunt, Part 1. In Arizona, Ben asked Alicia if she had everything she needed. Reed assured her it was just a day trip to New York's Museum of Modern Art. Ben teased Reed for not being an arts patron, but Reed explained it was good to broaden his horizons and that he needed supplies from the Baxter Building. Alicia clarified Reed was interested in the translation process of the artwork. They discussed how the museum had reproductions of famous paintings made to be touched, so blind people could appreciate them, as well as 3D paintings by blind artists. Johnny thought it was neat and teased Reed about not being a museum guy. Ben reminded them not to be late for dinner. Reed and Alicia departed via a portal. At the museum, Alicia touched a tactile Mona Lisa and noted details she'd never studied before losing her sight. No eyebrows or eyelashes, and understood her smile's mystery. Reed referenced a scientific paper explaining the smile's perception. Alicia called the piece beautiful and teared up. Reed admitted he could understand art intellectually, but not feel it emotionally, unlike Alicia. She reassured him it was fine, saying art was intuitive and conversational. Reed said emotional reactions were considered artistic, but Alicia told him he wasn't broken and could experience art more emotionally if he wanted. She suggested using art as a prompt for associations and emotions. Reed found the idea non-deterministic, but Alicia called it magic. As they left, Reed noticed it had gone dark. Alicia felt it too. Then chaos erupted as monstrous figures attacked. People ran in panic. Alicia described them biting people's necks, not tearing flesh. Vampires. Reed dismissed vampires as myths, but Alicia countered with past supernatural encounters. Reed noted his skin couldn't be pierced and could protect Alicia as well. She urged him to help others too. Reed fought off attackers, but was surprised by their numbers. Alicia asked how big he could stretch. Reed explained it depended on shape complexity and internal supports. Alicia suggested using a framework, eyeing the museum as vampires closed in. Reed regretted not saving more, but Alicia reminded him they'd rescued dozens from being bitten by the vampire-like attackers, whose bites turned others into the same creatures. Reed noted the citywide power outage made such a large, sudden attack seem impossible. Alicia encouraged him, but he admitted they were at an impasse. Cell service was down, and they couldn't confirm if the threat was only local or global. He worried about their families. At the Arizona home, Ben shielded the kids while Johnny confirmed sunlight harmed vampires, though the sun was being obscured. Sue struggled to hold back dark force clouds, barely allowing small rays through. Surrounded and losing light, she warned she couldn't hold it much longer. A child asked Ben if they would die, but he reassured her that Reed would think of something. Reed and Alicia discussed finding other survivors. He couldn't stretch farther without leaving his body unprotected. Alicia suggested vampires' sunlight weakness could be replicated. Reed planned to modify museum LED lighting to mimic sunlight's spectrum. Alicia would gather supplies while he set up a lab. She reminded him never to claim he wasn't creative again. Later, Reed rescued survivors in the city, distracting vampires with artificial sunlight. He introduced himself as Mr. Fantastic and brought people to safety. Alicia coordinated inside, assuring newcomers they'd keep them safe and asking for more survivor locations. She noted they'd need more power, batteries, and space soon. She suggested Madison Square Garden as a defensible location with a generator and space for thousands, which Reed agreed to. En route, Reed told Alicia artificial sunlight was only a temporary fix. They needed a cure. Alicia teased about a cure for vampirism, but Reed admitted magical blood curses didn't fit his knowledge and seemed impossible. Alicia reminded him the only rules he needed were to do good, save everyone, and leave the universe brighter than he found it. Reed had modified Madison Square Garden's lights and started the generator, but the system was still offline. He realized the control room was in the suspension roof utility space and stretched up, despite exceeding his limits, to flip the switch. The arena lit up, and Reed called it a fortress of light. That night, surrounded by refugees inside, Alicia asked if Reed was awake. He found it hard to sleep after the day's extreme stretching. Alicia, finally able to think, feared the attack was global. Tearfully, she asked if their children were dead. Reed reassured her about Ben, Sue, and Johnny's abilities, but acknowledged the kids were vulnerable. He admitted there was a 47.5% chance they were fine and a 47.5% chance they weren't, but a 100% chance the others were protecting them. Alicia thanked him, and they shared a brief, light-hearted exchange about the remaining 5% involving a Vampire Johnny scenario. Outside, vampires debated attacking, fearing the light, but knowing some would survive. They leapt toward the arena together, only for many to be engulfed in flames. A few burning vampires made it inside and cut the wires. As the light was cut off, a plethora of vampires swarmed the building, chanting "Feed!" as they closed in from all directions. Black Panther. Blood Hunt, Part 2. Eons ago, during the first blasphemy, a woman fled from a monstrous demon. She regretted coming after a stranger promised bounty across the river, dazzling them with ornaments more brilliant than gold and stronger than iron. He claimed they could have it all if they followed him, but the metal became their chains. Captured, she prayed to Khonshu for protection. The demon declared Khonshu had no claim, claiming the land and temple as his own, then impaled her, saying her blood and the land's metal would be his gate to godhood. Khonshu appeared, vowing her death would be avenged, but Bast intervened, telling him to stay his hand. She warned that acting in a land unspoken for could provoke the Orisha and start a war between gods, urging him to call the others. In the present, at Mzitu wa Dabihu in Wakanda, Bast subdued T'Challa, expressing disappointment, and told him to follow her. She explained Anuket once flooded the barren land as a gift to Wakanda, after it was left unprotected, vowing it would never happen again. She called T'Challa the last of the first, poisoned by Varnae's venom, whose people were the first of the land. She said Wakanda's quest for knowledge was both their downfall and greatest triumph. Bast recounted how Khonshu discovered the first had been enslaved by Varnae, who stole vibranium from Tar's fires to forge shackles and a gate to ascend to godhood. The demon's work was revealed under the light of the full moon, prompting Khonshu to act. A gathering of gods convened. Khonshu, Ptah, Eshu, Gekira, and Bast under the cresting moon. Outraged, they agreed such desecration could not go unanswered. Ptah demanded to join before any action, and Bast volunteered to observe, with Gekir also representing the Orisha. Koko the Everburning arrived, declaring he would join as well. Khonshu cautioned that Koko's presence would formally declare him a guardian of unclaimed land, but Koko accepted, stating Varnae must learn that no demon could attain godhood and would feel their true might through brute force. At present, Bast admitted their mistake was focusing on Varnae's defeat instead of his destruction, leaving his body and temple intact and enabling his return. She called to her sister Anuket, who rose from the water, noting Bast's troubles. Must be great to seek her. Bast said she intended to fight fire with flood. Varnae's progeny had rallied, and one turned her champion, T'Challa. Anuket called him a beauty. Anuket asked what Bast wanted her to do. Bast said Varnae's temple had to be destroyed before his children learned its power. Anuket reminded Bast she had said the same eons ago before it was cast cast into waters beyond her dominion, and now Bast expected her to do it. Bast replied she expected T'Challa to do it. Amused, Anuket agreed. She suddenly pulled T'Challa underwater, dragging him deep. At Burning Zana, with Sundearth at 64%, Shuri spoke via hologram with Dr. Doom. Doom expressed concern over her lack of knowledge about T'Challa's whereabouts, warning Wakandans were not known to leave loose ends. Quoting a Wakandan saying about responsibility, he criticised Wakanda's provisional reliance on an artificial sun and protection from Doom. Shuri countered that Wakanda was a free nation. Doom argued true freedom meant not needing aid to escape darkness, unlike Wakanda, which sought Doom's help. Shuri acknowledged Doom's success at keeping the Dark Force dimension at bay, calling Latveria the safest region. Doom explained T'Challa's unknown status was a risk, and he would not let Latveria's borders be breached for a compromised king. Until she could update him, the talks were concluded. After the call, Aluchi asked if she was fine. Shuri assured her they were fine, and she would figure something out. In the distant past of Wakanda, Gakir and Bast arrived, sensing the scent of man in the air despite the unsettling quiet. Suddenly, skeletal hands erupted from the ground, grabbing at them. A woman emerged, asking if they wished to know who would challenge a god, and declared they should see. The gods, alongside warriors, clashed with the undead. Koku and Khonshu joined the fight, with Koku warned to take care. Khonshu noted the demon had sired offspring, but Bast clarified they were dead humans able to roam. Spotting light inside the temple, Khonshu suggested it might be on fire, and Koku rushed to use it. Inside, Koko confronted Varnae, calling him a demon. Varnae reacted with anger, and the two fought in the flames. Koko vowed destruction, while Varnae claimed immortality. As they struggled, Bast urged the captives to flee. She led them out, though one woman cried that the gods had doomed them. Bast silenced her, hiding them from patrolling Panthers. She then addressed the freed people, instructing them to follow the Panthers west for 3 days, wait 3 more, then return. She promised they would never wear chains again, as the Ennead and Orisha would ensure their freedom. In the present, beneath the water, Anuket overpowered T'Challa. He accepted her will, even if it led to death, but instead of killing him, she offered the blood of a river goddess. Drinking it, T'Challa felt the ferocity and immortality of the blood coven, an intoxicating power. She released him, but he felt marked by the craving, made stronger and more resilient, yet desiring freedom above all. He reminded himself, freedom must be earned. Emerging from the depths, he was confronted by Atlantean warriors, who warned him he had intruded on Atlantean waters and must leave or face death. The standoff began as the first temple of blasphemy loomed in the background. Black Panther, Blood Hunt, Part 3. In the Indian Ocean, at the Atlantean temple ruins, T'Challa was confronted by armed Atlanteans who warned him he should not have come. He deflected an attack, stating he was not there for aggression. The lead Atlantean accused him of insulting their waters, but T'Challa explained he sought to reclaim a temple that once stood on Wakandan soil, now useless to them. They debated the origins of the structure, Atlantean stone versus a vibranium gateway, before the Atlantean refused to relinquish it. T'Challa suggested involving Namor, but the warrior claimed to speak as an equal. T'Challa struck with an electric pulse gifted by the river goddess Anuket, telling him that thinking they were equals was his first mistake. He followed with an elemental volley, recalling the taste of Anuket's blood, but reaffirming that his mission came first. The Atlanteans were blasted back, and T'Challa advanced toward the temple. At the Wakandan Nature Preserve, Anuket emerged from the water, telling Bast, "It is done." Bast asked if Varnae's temple was destroyed, but Anuket said she didn't know. Bast, irritated, pressed her, and Anuket replied, T'Challa was at the Atlantean ruins as promised. Bast chastised her for not ensuring the demon's hold was broken. Anuket retorted that her blood gift was enough, as T'Challa was Bast's champion, not hers. She hinted at convincing him to seek uncharted waters if he returned. They exchanged barbs about Anuket's nature, ending with Anuket agreeing slyly. In the distant past at Misitu Wadabihu, the demon Varnae accused Koku, the Ever-Burning, of destroying his gate and stealing godhood. They fought fiercely, Koku mocking Varnae for thinking himself a god. Koku called him stupid and arrogant, then condemned him as a desecration, unworthy of divinity, barely alive without a beating heart or breath. Coco, engulfed in flames, declared himself a true god with everlasting power, capable of burning everything Varnae had created to ash. He unleashed his fire, demanding Varnae bear witness. The scene shifted to chaos. Skeletons screamed as Koku's flames spread. Ptah urged Koku to stop, saying he had proven his worth and should let the land rest. But Khonshu warned Ptah that Koko was beyond reason and must be brought down. Khonshu admitted he lacked the power, but Eshu claimed he had it. Eshu intervened, striking Koku and declaring he had seen enough. With crackling energy, he bound Koko, stating he had witnessed their fighting and failings. Growing in size and power, Eshu loomed over them, proclaiming judgment was at hand, and they had been found lacking. At present, in the Atlantean temple ruins, T'Challa swam deeper, feeling a primordial anxiety. He embraced the fear as a tool for liberation, wearing it as armor to prepare for danger. This proved wise as he encountered chained, monstrous captives who greeted him, asking if he had come to deliver them or be their sacrifice. One noted his blood and hunger, long denied. T'Challa rejected their desire, saying he hoped it remained unfulfilled, and fought back. He used the chains to hurl attackers aside, then violently killed some of them by tearing through them with the chains. He wondered if his strength came from Anuket's blood or Blade's vampiric curse. He recognized that death was the most merciful gift for Varnae's corrupted captives, though he was unsettled by the brutality of the act. Still, he knew he would want a swift death if in their place, and pressed forward toward his goal. T'Challa swiftly killed the rest of the chained vampiric captives, granting them the quick death he would want himself, and hoped they found peace in eternal darkness. In Wakanda eons ago, Bast confronted Koko for his destruction. Eshu decreed Koko would serve as a warning, now bound to the land, and extended the same to Bast. Bast questioned his authority, noting he was not of the Ennead. Khonshu was told he could go, but resisted Eshu's judgment, prompting Orisha to affirm it had been made. Ptah volunteered to stay, taking responsibility for the ore Varnae stole. Eshu accepted, making Ptah Ogun the god of 2 rings, now of 3, free to walk, but tasked with tending all hearths. Eshu departed, leaving the Orisha and Ennead to decide the land's fate together. Bast cursed Koko, predicting mortals would return to scorched ruins. Gekre restrained her, warning the fight solved nothing. Orisha noted they lacked only water, suggesting Anuket. Bast agreed reluctantly, doubting her temperament. At the Atlantean temple ruins, T'Challa examined ancient markings in a language unknown to him, likely not made by man. As he touched them, energy hissed out, and a voice greeted him, inviting him to cross to the other side. He refused, but the voice ominously said he might feel differently. Blade contacted him from the impossible city, and T'Challa was urgently ordered to teleport everything in the structure, except him, to the Onassis Reservoir in Central Park. He realized he had revealed whose will was strongest among Blade's, Bast's, or his own. The city, a sentient satellite once allied with the Avengers, began teleportation, despite T'Challa's awareness that it now served a monster. He fulfilled Blade's wish by delivering the temple, but hid a final act of defiance. He had turned what Blade most desired into a weapon against him, hoping it would destroy Blade as it might destroy himself. Later, in Wakanda, Anuket reminded Bast she had obeyed 3 times without thanks. Bast promised no spoils until Varnae's temple was gone, but thanked her for helping her champion. T'Challa awoke, asking if he was dead. Anuket assured him he was home in Wakanda, with much work ahead. Bast welcomed him back as her champion, and Anuket echoed the welcome. Blood Hunt, Part 3. In the Impossible City, lair of the Lord of all Vampires, Blade contacted T'Challa via hologram, asking if he had found his prize. T'Challa confirmed it was buried deep beneath Wakanda since the fall of old Atlantis. Blade ordered the city to power its mass translocation drives and bring it to him. T'Challa congratulated Blade, but Blade reacted cautiously. Scarlet Witch remarked from behind that Blade seemed to have everything he wanted, but noting the Blood Coven had returned. Blade observed they were 1 short, and she wondered aloud how that happened. happened. She acknowledged his swift and unexpected strike, but warned that the Avengers' eyes were now open. At the Sanctum Sanctorum, a vampiric Miles Morales attacked, hissing and lunging at Brielle. Vision restrained him, but Miles hurled him with an electric blast. Clea used magic to bind him with the crimson bands of Yitarak, urging Stephen Strange to act. Strange activated the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the truth. Miles, regaining himself, collapsed, saying he was back. Brielle checked on him, but he admitted he had been compelled to hunt her and couldn't fight it. Strange reassured him he was not alone, revealing he, too, bore the vampire curse after being betrayed. The Avengers, Clea, Tigra, Hunter's Moon, and others gathered. Iron Man expressed confusion, asking who was behind everything. Captain Marvel questioned Dracula, but he deflected, saying it wouldn't have been an easy conversation to explain. He revealed to Brielle that to save the world, she must strike down her father, Blade, now the new lord of the vampires. Brielle stared in shock at the revelation. Dracula explained to Brielle that her father, Eric Brooks, Blade, had unleashed legions of the night across the world, darkened the skies, and broken the Avengers. He sought nothing less than the destruction of their world, viewing it as prey. Dracula stressed that Brielle, as Blade's bloodline, was his only weakness and only she could strike him down. Brielle refused, calling the idea crazy. Tigra questioned if they should believe Dracula, the so-called president of the vampire nation. Dracula insisted it was true. His nation would also fall if Blade wasn't stopped. Hunter's Moon cut the argument short, and Clea noted the crisis had three vectors: the Dark Force stealing the sun, rampaging vampires, and Blade. They realised Brielle was missing, seen running outside. Miles confronted Dracula about expecting her to believe she must kill her own father. Dracula warned him not to lecture him, but Miles left to find her. Dracula tried to stop him, but Miles swung away. Dracula soared after him. Clea said they didn't have time to chase them, and Tigra explained the Midnight Mission's plan to raise an army the vampires couldn't harm, needing one more member. The Avengers decided to handle Blade and his blood coven, noting he was secure in the impossible city with Thor, Wanda, and T'Challa. They needed to draw him out. Hunter's Moon asked Clea to send him and Tigra to Asgard for help. Clea agreed, in exchange for aiding Mark Spector's memory. After transporting them, Clea teleported herself and Strange's astral form to Latveria to ask for Doctor Doom's help. Vision asked if they should wait while loved ones were in danger, but Captain Marvel insisted they must inspire hope and lure Blade to break it. She asked Iron Man about accessing broadcast systems, and he confirmed all could be reached. She told Sam Wilson he would deliver the message. Sam hesitated, but she insisted, saying this was what T'Challa had saved him for. Iron Man established the uplink, ready for Sam to begin. Sam Wilson prepared himself, then began his broadcast. "I'm Sam Wilson, Captain America, speaking for the Avengers." His speech played across the globe. In Halifax, as vampires swarmed, people lit flares for help. Sam Wilson began his speech by acknowledging that times were bad and everyone had been hurt and lost. In the impossible city, Blade saw the projection, surprised. Sam reminded everyone they had faced evil before and survived. In Manhattan, as chaos erupted and Brielle ran aimlessly, Sam spoke of past threats: aliens, monsters, tyrants, madmen who tried to take homes, freedom and lives, and how humanity always told them no. In the Sahara Desert, riders charged through the sand as his voice repeated the defiance of the human race. While Mexico City burned, Sam recalled when the Katati invaded, the human race said no. In Asgard, Tigra and Hunter's Moon arrived to ask for help. Sam kept reminding everyone that when Null came, they had said no. In Latveria, Clea and Strange appeared. Sam said when Hydra took over, they said no. In Wakanda, Black Panther watched the speech where Sam reminded that when Galactus came, they said no, with Shuri listening to the broadcast approving. In Hong Kong, the soldiers fired at the vampires. Sam's voice challenged the vampires. If they wanted humanity's home, blood, or lives, they would have to fight and pay for every drop. In Johannesburg, among flames and destruction, the humans stood tall. battle. Sam vowed the Avengers would avenge the dead, protect the living, and never give up as long as there was breath and hope. He told the vampires they would get the same answer given to all others. No, Sam urged everyone to hold on until the sun shone again, because it would. He ended. Captain America, out. Iron Man confirmed they were off the air. Captain Marvel called the speech perfect. Sam admitted it echoed words he and T'Challa once told the Impossible City, hoping Blade would recognize it. Iron Man questioned if it would provoke Blade. Sam wasn't sure, saying he knew Blade to be cool, but whatever now wore his skin was something else. In the Impossible City, Blade roared in fury and ordered T'Challa to change plans and retarget the mass translocation drives. Standing with the Blood Coven, he declared the Avengers' attempt to inspire hope in the doomed world was unacceptable when his triumph was near. In Central Park, New York City, chaos reigned as Blade vowed to unleash his great prize, unseen since old Atlantis, upon the city. From the sky descended the massive spiked structure, the Temple of the First Blasphemy, crashing into New York with a fiery explosion, the impact tearing through the ground. The temple stood amid destruction, its jagged spires and glowing cracks casting a menacing presence over the devastated landscape. Miles Morales, Blood Hunt, Part 1. In Brooklyn, Miles Morales confronted Dracula, surprised he had found Brielle. Dracula claimed his ancient magic surpassed youthful cunning and noted Brielle's purple hair made her stand out. He warned rushing into battle meant a quick death. Miles tried to mediate, but Brielle refused to team with him, calling him a clown. Dracula insisted if he wanted her dead, he would have done it already, and advised focusing on those they could save. Brielle slipped away during his speech, leaving Miles to tell Dracula he'd handle Brooklyn. Dracula urged him to be swift. Elsewhere, a mother carried her son through chaotic streets as sirens wailed. She tripped and begged approaching vampires to leave them alone. They declared their only desire was to feed during the eternal night. Before they could attack, Miles intervened, striking them mid-leap. Miles fought multiple vampires, slicing one who noted he seemed different, quipping about keeping things fresh. He kicked another away and complained about the cost of new costumes. He blasted a female vampire with his energy sword, telling her to keep her hands to herself. The woman he saved thanked him, but recoiled at his face, realizing he wasn't entirely human. Miles apologized, admitting he'd been going through changes. The woman fled inside with her child, telling them to avoid him. Miles thought they'd be safer indoors and decided to check on his family. While swinging, he tried calling but found the phone system down, likely due to heavy usage. He resolved to move quickly. Reflecting, he credited Doctor Strange's spell for delaying his full vampire transformation. Mid-swing, he began to feel dizzy, the world spinning, and eventually passed out mid-air. He noted the moment happened so fast he could barely remember it. In his unconsciousness, Miles remembered fighting vampires everywhere, wondering what Blade would do. Suddenly, Blade appeared, telling him things looked bad, but he had a plan involving Miles. As they moved together, Blade hinted he needed to change Miles's perspective first. Miles's spider sense flared, but before he could react, Blade bit him. Miles felt his veins burning, struggling to push Blade off. They fought fiercely, Miles asking how he could help. Blade said it was about what was going to happen to Miles, changing the world for creatures of the night. Miles refused to let that happen, but the bite made his arms heavy. They clashed swords, Blade noting Miles's improved skill, but warning him not to get cocky. Despite Miles's efforts, Blade's skill was superior, and Miles felt woozy, needing to end the fight quickly. Miles tried to strategize, thinking of Brielle and how to get close. Blade slammed him, but Miles managed to hit him with a venom blast, apologizing and saying it was for his own good. He came close to finishing Blade, but Blade regained control, claiming the bite had taken hold, and vampirism was now in Miles's system. Declaring Miles a fellow creature of the night, Blade said he still needed him, and Miles submissively replied, "Yes, my lord." In the present, Miles awoke mid-fall, confused and weak, unable to shoot a webline in time. A sudden force saved him from crashing, but he tumbled hard onto the ground. Dazed, he asked what had happened, only to hear someone ask if he'd ever heard of a soft landing. Miles, sore and holding his head, looked at the one who saved him. Miles was saved from his fall by Hightail, who told him he had more to worry about than hitting the ground. Shocked, he asked what she was doing there and how she found him. She said it was hard to miss a kid in black and red spandex diving off a roof. Miles claimed he was fine, but she noted he didn't look it. He admitted he could still feel the aggression from the bite, but wasn't looking to harm anyone yet. Hightail asked who bit him, and and he revealed it was Blade. Suspecting Blade was behind everything, she warned that this meant Aroma was back, crediting Miles with enabling it. She explained that after Aroma had once turned her, she still felt his influence even after recovery, and whatever changed the sky had empowered his minions. She insisted they act to stop it and pushed Miles to help. Miles agreed, and when she asked if he could track Reimer, he said it was foggy, but he could feel a pull. He promised to be good, saying an immortal energy vampire on the loose was too dangerous. They set off together, with Miles joking about their first team up. Several blocks away, vampires performed a ritual to free Arima. As they neared completion, Miles and Hightail attacked, with her seizing the seal. Vampires charged at them, and Miles told her to get the seal away while he held them off. She argued there was nowhere safe in a city overrun with vampires. The fight intensified. Hightail fought off attackers, while Miles used his webs to grab the seal from her. Before they could secure it, a vampire struck, shattering the seal. Hightail shouted in alarm as the vampire welcomed Arima into himself, lightning crackling around him. Miles yelled for him to stop, but the transformation completed. The empowered vampire, now acting as a host, commanded them to kneel. A massive demonic figure with wings emerged. Reimer fully returned. The surrounding vampires cried out in triumph as Miles and Hightail faced the towering monstrous lord. The scene ended with Arima roaring his return, the ground breaking beneath him, while Miles and Hightail stood ready amidst the chaos. Strange Academy, Blood Hunt, Part 2. German recalled a night from his childhood when a vampire attack left him traumatized. Playing soccer with his sister, he saw a vampire approach. The memory of barely surviving haunted him, as vampires froze him with fear and made him unable to function. In the memory, a vampire attacked him before his mother arrived with a stake, saving him. She asked if he was okay and hugged him. Years later at Strange Academy, German befriended Pia, a new student. He appreciated her for being a good listener and someone outside the usual drama, and she had once saved his life from a vampire. Now, however, he saw her transformed into a vampire herself. Shocked, he asked what she had done. Zoe, Doyle and Shaylee stood beside him, equally stunned. Pia explained she saved her own life and that the person she attacked was only knocked out, not dead. German felt everything was upside down. He pointed out vampires were killing worldwide and that the Darkhold kid they'd captured, though dangerous, was their only chance to use the Montesi formula to stop the threat. Pia asked what it would do, and German admitted he wasn't sure, only that Dr. Strange said it was their only way to survive. Pia revealed the formula would kill every vampire, including her. This was why Dr. Voodoo opposed it. German decided Pia was his friend and nothing else mattered, vowing to stop the plan. Meanwhile, at Strange Academy, Toth ran to Dr. Voodoo, saying Shaylee had messaged him and that Gus reported finding the Darkhold. Dr. Voodoo refused to let them leave due to the vampire threat, ordering them to stay away from the Darkhold. Later, Shaylee and Toth, upset, encountered a small mouse before Professor Harkness appeared, offering her assistance. The group walked through the city, searching for Darkhold, with German asking if anyone had spotted him. Zoe replied no, while Doyle jokingly described him as a creepy, old-fashioned twerp. Pia tried to start a conversation with German, but he preemptively imitated her, saying, "I hate all vampires." She denied sounding like that and pointed out she wasn't a pirate. German admitted he was surprised she'd never told him something so important after all he'd shared. Pia explained she knew about his bad vampire experiences and asked if he understood why she kept it secret. Before he could respond, Shaylee interrupted, warning something was happening ahead. They encountered a chaotic street fight involving vampires. Doyle called everyone to action, declaring the only way out was through. The team engaged, using powers and teamwork to break through the enemy line. Zoe spotted Darkhold, and Doyle was grabbed by vampires before blasting them with fire. Zoe attacked, but Darkhold fought back, declaring playtime is over and cutting down vampires. She swore he wouldn't get away, chasing as vampires fled. Darkhold mocked that Pia's actions proved vampires didn't deserve a chance and demanded to destroy them all. Pia shouted never and attacked as Shaylee warned everyone to watch out. A large battle erupted, with the team fighting vampires in the street. German saw Darkhold escaping and led the pursuit. They tracked him into an alley where Gus and Toth appeared with him. Darkhold greeted them warmly, but German German scolded that Dr. Voodoo had told them to stay away from the Darkhold. Gus explained Professor Harkness had helped them with a portal, but vanished in Madripoor. Darkhold begged not to be sent back to her, claiming he'd do anything, while Pia warned the group not to trust him. Darkhold accused Pia of trying to murder him, but she argued it was only a flesh wound, and that she knew he'd be fine. She reminded him he had been about to wipe out her and all vampires. Darkhold countered that vampires like her were rampaging across the world. Pia insisted it wasn't everyone, but Darkhold saw this as his chance to save humanity. Darkhold narrated his past, recalling how dark magic had always been a part of him. Meeting Agatha Harkness gave him a taste of humanity and emotions, but she only wanted to use his darkness to hide from her enemies. Doyle asked what he truly wanted, and Darkhold said he wanted to discover his real self. He claimed that when the vampire crisis began, only he had the power to stop it. German urged finding another way, but before they could continue, Agatha appeared, calling Darkhold "my darling." Darkhold was startled, but quickly acted, unleashing a wave of magic to push everyone aside, declaring he wouldn't be stopped again. The group was thrown back, and Zoe shouted in frustration that they couldn't trust him. Shaylee noted someone was always ahead of them, but Gus pointed out they were right about one thing. Dr. Doom descended, claiming there was another way, and that only he could achieve it. He invited them to witness and help with the world's salvation. Zoe asked if it involved wiping out a species, and Doom replied no. Zoe agreed to join, but German, surprised, pointed out he was Dr. Doom and asked about Pia. Doyle realised Darkhold must have taken her. German said they'd help Doom, but first they had to stop a certain little super evil brat from whatever he was about to do. Meanwhile, Darkhold had escaped with Pia and had taken her to an arena where a fight was ongoing as the crowd cheered. Jubilee. Blood Hunt. North of New York City, Jubilee rode her motorcycle through the darkened sky, heading to meet friends who might know what was happening. Along the way, she protected people from monsters, knowing her enemies were vampires, something she once was. She spotted a group attacking someone and revved toward them. Introducing herself, she unleashed her luminescent, explosive light blasts, fighting off the attackers, while reflecting on how her mutant light powers were an asset in the endless dark. She remembered when she was a vampire and had been helped by others at risk to themselves. Now cured, she offered the vampires a choice: stop feeding on humans. She tried to convince them, recalling the difficulty of resisting hunger and her own desperation for blood, but they refused, valuing their power. With negotiations failing, she attacked, determined to protect the innocent. Explosions of light wounded the vampires before she engaged them physically, taking down several. One vampire dismissed her offers. Right then, Ghostblade intervened, cutting down the threat. Jubilee greeted him warmly. Ghostblade was part of the Forgiven, a group of vampires who had saved Jubilee from giving in to her monstrous side and taught her to choose to be better. She wished these vampires would accept the same chance, believing many began as victims. As Ghostblade prepared to leave and inform others she was safe, Jubilee asked if the injured woman could get medical help at their base. He confirmed, urging speed. Examining the woman, Jubilee found no pulse and muttered it wasn't a good sign. Frustrated, she resolved to find something for the woman to eat, deciding that was the first priority as they prepared to head toward the others. Jubilee had secured blood from animals, noting she didn't miss siphoning it. The injured woman awoke, and Jubilee reassured her, but she tearfully explained that vampires had fed on her, and now she felt hungry, before revealing fangs. Jubilee restrained her, poured animal blood for her to drink, and introduced herself. She observed the woman, Sonal, was handling it better than she had when she'd turned. Sonal complained about the taste, realizing it was rat blood, but accepted it. Feeling surprisingly okay, she joked with Jubilee, asking if she looked like a sack or a person. Jubilee replied both, taking her humour as a good sign, and said they were going to meet friends. Riding together, Jubilee sensed Sonal's worry and strong hunger, but believed she could maintain control. Nearing their destination, a trap blew up the bike, throwing them off. Jubilee ignited her powers, warning any watchers they weren't easy prey, but they were surrounded by vampires. She hoped Ghostblade was close. They fought together, Jubilee firing light blasts to keep enemies off balance. Sonal admitted the fight was fueling a violent hunger. Jubilee warned her to focus on survival. Surrounded, Jubilee called for Ghostblade, who arrived cutting through vampires, joined by the rest of the Forgiven: Inca, Quickshot, Night Eyes, and Visigoth. They were vampires who didn't drink human blood and protected others. The team launched into coordinated combat. Jubilee asked if there was a plan, and Quickshot replied it was to fight and get them out. Jubilee accepted, but was tackled by a vampire. Inca intervened, telling her she couldn't hesitate with the lost. Jubilee struck decisively, fighting alongside the Forgiven as they pushed back the attackers. Jubilee fought alongside the Forgiven against a swarm of vampires. She admitted internally that she wanted there to be more hope than reality allowed. Night Eyes told her hesitation would get her killed, and Jubilee said she never liked killing. They debated Rizo's teachings, with Jubilee believing he'd want them to offer vampires a chance to change, while Night Eyes reminded her that the dead could offer nothing. In the battle, Jubilee recognized Night Eyes was right. Hesitation could be fatal, and focused on survival. Amid the fight, Ghostblade urged Sonal to come before she lost herself, but Sonal resisted, wanting to fight. Jubilee was pulled away, and they kept battling until the last vampire was slain. Quickshot remarked, "It felt worse than usual," and Jubilee suggested returning to the mausoleum before more arrived. At the Holy Trinity Cemetery, now the Forgiven's base, they planned to gather vampires not yet too far gone and fight the rest. Jubilee told Sonal it gets easier drinking bottled blood. They were greeted by allies, and Quickshot offered to ready a room for Sonal. Sonal asked if not following the Forgiven's rules would make her like the monsters they fought. Jubilee promised not to let that happen, telling Sonal she had to keep choosing to resist. Night Eyes said Sonal would be safe, but Jubilee questioned safety with current conditions. Night Eyes admitted they all felt the pull to act aggressively, but resisting was their mission. Outside, Jubilee confided to Night Eyes she hated fighting her own kind, but their duty was to protect people from vampires who gave in. Night Eyes reminded her she hadn't forgotten that. Sonal interrupted with a crash, thanking Night Eyes, who told her to keep the faith and do her best. Inside, Ghostblade toasted Rizo, praising Jubilee for bringing Sonal without taking away her choices. Jubilee decided to ride out again to find more people in need, telling Sonal she could call if she needed anything. Sonal joked she might take Jubilee up on that often. Jubilee reflected that this was her role in the crisis, saving people, guiding them to safety, and helping them avoid regret, reminding herself to keep the faith and keep going as she rode off. Doctor Strange, Blood Hunt, Part 2. In the Crypt of Shadows, hidden behind the Sanctum Sanctorum's mirrors, Victor Strange sat drinking when a shadowy figure addressed him by name. Startled, Victor demanded to know who was there, wondering if it was a visitor or if he had finally gone mad. The figure said his madness and its presence were unrelated, calling itself a friend. Victor insisted he had no friends, only stories, but the voice told him stories were lies and revealed a truth, that Victor had one friend. In the Sanctum Sanctorum, during the blood hunt, Wong guarded Stephen's body as Stephen's astral self, and Clea had gone to seek Dr. Doom, while others pursued their own missions. The remaining heroes were in another battle, leaving Wong alone in the Sanctum. Wong always considered himself more a beloved brother than just a retainer, sealing his fate, as Victor thought to himself that there was only room for one brother in this story. Wong regretted staying behind, but felt obligated to watch over Stephen, even with nothing to be done. Suddenly, a restrained and bloodied Stephen floated before him in a magical binding, prompting Wong to ask what they should do. Earlier, the figure told Victor he was a created vampire, a product of Doctor Strange's guilt. Victor accepted being a symbol of his brother's failures. The figure called him its child and offered advice and a promise, saying they were the same. Now, Wong vowed to fix Stephen, as the voice of the vampire lord promised to strike at Stephen, clearing the way to restore Victor's spirit to flesh. Victor's spirit possessed Stephen's vampire body. Wong swore to protect the Sorcerer Supreme, but admitted his failure, resolving to correct it. Suddenly, Victor appeared in Stephen Strange's body, saying, "Oh, I don't know, Wong. I've been feeling better than I have in ages." Wong called out to Stephen, but quickly realised this wasn't him, nor was there any attempt to deceive. The entity in Stephen's body dismissed melodrama, saying this was a horror story, brutal, short, and ugly, before lunging at Wong. Earlier, the shadowy figure asked Victor Strange if he feared leaving the Crypt of Shadows after so long. Victor admitted he didn't, though he no longer felt real, only a story. The figure agreed, noting that the vampire always had been. Blade revealed himself as the voice, saying vampires were born from words of blood written since Atlantis, and that stories long to be told. In the present, Wong fought the entity inhabiting Stephen's body. body, demanding to know who it was. The attacker claimed the body of the Sorcerer Supreme, then hinted at a past incident where Wong's and Stephen's spirits had swapped bodies, revealing himself as Victor Strange. Wong recognized the name, but noted Victor spoke differently. Victor said he had changed, no longer a minor, tortured brother, but now the villain. As the urbane vampire archetype, he declared stories change, and so did he. Wong called him insane, but Victor dismissed sanity as a human concept. Wong reminded him he had once killed himself to avoid harming others, showing goodness even in bloodlust. Victor explained the spells cast by Stephen had prevented true death, rebirthing him as a ghost in the crypt of shadows, alone but for stories. Their fight continued, Wong realizing Victor's spirit had been trapped there all this time. Victor confirmed he was unheard, unseen, unmourned. Wong countered that Stephen had mourned him, as had they all. Victor shouted. It wasn't enough as Wong drew a stake to finish the battle. Wong struck Victor with a silver-infused blow, causing him pain. Victor acknowledged Wong's preparation, and Wong asserted it was his specialty as a WAND agent. He pointed out that Victor lacked Stephen's magic, combat training, weapons and tools, urging him to surrender. Wong offered help when Stephen returned, but Victor mocked the idea, blaming his current state on his brother's help. Victor leapt at Wong, declaring he had all the help he needed. Wong accused him of colluding with Blade, warning it would doom the world. Victor confirmed it and noted Wong was pulling his punches. The fight continued, with Victor admitting Wong's superiority in every way except willpower. Claiming the best villains had a sense of fair play, Victor exposed his heart and told Wong to strike. Wong hesitated, stake in hand, as Victor urged him repeatedly to strike. Finally, Wong admitted he couldn't. Victor realized Wong's love for Stephen stayed his hand, saying killing him would doom Stephen. He taunted that Wong's fangs had been pulled while his remained sharp, then offered Wong a head start for the hunt out of fairness. Wong ran through the sanctum as Victor called after him to run. Elsewhere in the sanctum, Baron Mordo said to himself, "Okay, it's down to us." Mordo sat in a meditative pose with magical energy swirling around him and told his companions, a spectral dog, bats and snakes, Anton and Alistair, so let's save the day. Dracula, Blood Hunt, Part 2. Brielle ran aimlessly as memories and visions urged her to kill her father, the one who had unleashed the Blood Hunt. Voices insisted only she could strike him down, but she shouted she wouldn't kill her dad. Thinking to herself, she noted she wasn't foolish enough to run home. She navigated the city streets, pushing herself despite the lack of sun. Even without sunlight draining her, she still wanted to collapse, but insisted the warnings were wrong or lies. Climbing with her sword in hand, she resolved not to stop in an unfamiliar place where vampires could corner her. She charged into a fight, slashing at attacking vampires while declaring she wouldn't kill her father, despite both enemies and supposed allies wanting her to. She took down multiple foes with fiery strikes and physical blows, refusing to yield. One vampire grabbed her, but she fought back, stabbing and knocking enemies aside. Suddenly, Daredevil intervened, calling out the vampires for targeting a kid and saying he'd chaperone the fight. The two fought side by side as Daredevil used his agility and batons to take down the attackers. Brielle observed how seeing heroes in person revealed unique qualities. Daredevil's movements like a ballet, distinct from Spider-Man or her father. Daredevil hoped aloud this would be the night's last fight. Brielle, distrustful of adults, told Daredevil not to make her fight him, saying she didn't need another hero telling her to murder her dad. Daredevil tried to start over, introducing himself, and Brielle told him her name, adding that her dad had told her all about the Avengers. When Daredevil asked who her father was, he noticed her erratic heartbeat and asked if she was okay. She dismissed his concern, but when he pressed, she revealed her serum pills. Daredevil recognized her father as Blade, now the new Lord of Vampires, as Brielle collapsed into his arms. Brielle regained consciousness to Daredevil telling her she hadn't been out for long. He explained he'd helped her take her serum pills before she fully passed out. Brielle confirmed the pills helped her maintain control when she lost too much blood or smelled too much of it. Daredevil asked about her rapid healing, and she admitted it came from Blade, her father. When Daredevil asked if Blade told her before or after revealing he was Lord of Vampires, she said he never told her. Dr. Doctor Strange, Dracula, and others had. She knew the sun was blocked, smelled dark magic, and saw the city overrun with vampires, but wanted Daredevil to explain the rest. Brielle internally reflected how chaotic events had been, then told Daredevil she'd just met her dad, and the first thing he did was save her life. She doubted claims that he trained her just to hunt her down, and resented being told to kill him. She argued she didn't know the others, except Spider-Man, who had attacked her. Daredevil noted Spider-Man claimed Blade made him do it, and Brielle asked what she was supposed to do. Daredevil empathized, saying no one should face such a choice early in their hero career. He explained that being a hero meant protecting others, starting with defending people from bullies who grow into villains. The hardest part came when the villain was someone you loved. Sometimes you had to stop them because what they were doing was evil, even if they couldn't control themselves. He told her he wouldn't force her decision, but running never saved the day. He hugged her, saying he knew what it was like on the other side and was grateful his loved ones had once stopped him. Suddenly, he sensed someone. Brielle recognized Dracula. Dracula arrived, telling Brielle they had crucial work. He criticized Daredevil for leaving her exposed. Daredevil refused to let her go with him, but Dracula retorted that her wishes didn't matter to her species' survival. Daredevil clashed with Dracula, declaring that if Brielle had to go anywhere, it wouldn't be with him. Dracula dismissed his defiance, striking back, but deciding Brielle was more important than punishing Daredevil. He spared him only because chasing Brielle took priority, warning that her heroics were wasting time. Brielle intervened, telling both men to stop. She ordered Dracula to back off, saying she would leave the rooftop only on her own terms, and pointed out there were hordes of vampires to deal with. She warned Daredevil he couldn't save anyone if Dracula threw him off the roof. She then told him she didn't need saving from Dracula and thanked him for all he had done. Agreeing to go with Dracula, she said she would return to the sanctum. As they travelled, Brielle asked to stop for a moment. Dracula criticised her for taking so long to accept her role. She recalled her father saying Dracula didn't understand people and agreed. She accused him of asking her to fight her dad without even knowing if her mum knew she was in New York. After asking for privacy, she told him she was going with him. Dracula warned her not to make him track her down again. Brielle called her mum's voicemail, apologising for leaving without telling her and admitting she might not be the hero her mother thought she was. She reflected on being told by multiple heroes to kill her father, feeling ashamed and uncertain if she could be a hero at all. She suddenly started coughing as a strange smoke surrounded her. Dracula screamed and warned about approaching vampires. A voice mocked her for not heeding Dracula's warning. Her eyes glowed red as she was struck, realising too late what was happening. Blade descended from above, declaring she had wanted him to find her as Brielle lay unconscious. Wolverine, Blood Hunt, Part 2. Wolverine reflected that the world went pitch black a couple of days ago when vampires seized control of several Dark Force users and forced them to shut off the lights. Since then, he'd been hunted by bloodsuckers, most of them former soldiers. They targeted him as if they knew him, though he didn't know why. He discovered an elite mercenary named Maverick was behind it, someone who used to be a soldier alongside him. The worst part was Maverick being an old comrade. The best part was killing his soldiers. In California, north of Long Beach, Wolverine fought alongside Louise, who wielded a glowing ultraviolet sword. She asked if Maverick thought sending soldiers would bring Wolverine over to his side. Wolverine doubted Maverick was still a comrade, calling him the worst recruiter. Louise, now known as Nightgard, fought to honour her annihilated vampire hunting order, though she had been turned herself. She'd learned to resist her darker impulses, and Wolverine knew bringing a vampire with UV-enhanced firepower was smart. They battled armoured soldiers until a squad with heavy weapons opened fire from vehicles. Maverick contacted Wolverine, mocking his situation and offering to negotiate. Wolverine dismissed the offer, firing at Maverick's camera, calling him a peeping Tom. Maverick's signal cut, calling it rude. Wolverine praised Louise's shooting before contacting Bannister for a favour. Over comms, he asked if the Air Force owed him one. The enemy, confident in their firepower, prepared to fire again with a large caliber gun. As they ordered more shots, an aircraft swooped in, launching missiles. Wolverine recognised the incoming strike, calling out 50 cal before the enemy realised the danger. Missiles hit, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated the vehicles and soldiers, sending debris and bodies flying as fire engulfed the battlefield. Bannister contacted Logan, confirming the airstrike's success and giving credit to his pilot friend from March AFB. He informed Logan that GPS showed National Guard vehicles heading to the port of Long Beach and added surprising intel. The vampire behind the Dark Force chaos was Blade. Logan was shocked. Bannister insisted the intel felt solid and urged Logan to intercept the convoy. Elsewhere, Maverick sat in a control room, assured by a female vampire that Wolverine survived. He confirmed no sign of Wolverine on drone feeds, but assumed his men and vehicles were destroyed. Maverick speculated Wolverine had help calling the airstrike, likely Bannister. The woman taunted him about his losses, but Maverick dismissed the situation as manageable. She questioned his bravado, warning his actions must match his words. She identified herself as Alyssa, leader of the Siren sect, and spoke of her alliance with other vampire sects. She planned to strike once Blade and his forces were weakened, aiming to become queen of a vampire world. She demanded Maverick ensure Wolverine carved the path to their thrones. Maverick agreed. At the port of Long Beach, Wolverine and Louise observed Mav's mercenaries loading gear, weapons, and civilians onto a ship. Using thermal vision, they confirmed the civilians were human, herded like cattle. Wolverine likened it to a military supply run, minus medical aid, and prepared to act. Sensing Louise's hesitation, Logan pressed her. She admitted Blade's alleged betrayal shook her, as he'd inspired her vampire hunting days. Logan dismissed the idea, trusting his own experience with Blade. He believed Maverick's motives were profit, not power. Logan urged them to do what they do best. On the docks, mercenaries forced civilians aboard. A defiant man spat at a guard. The vampire guard threatened him, only to be suddenly killed by Nightgard's arrow through the head. Wolverine charged into battle alongside Nightgard, cutting through enemy soldiers while she blasted with her weapon. They fought side by side, drawing attention from freed civilians. Wolverine addressed a biker, asking his name, Big Dan, and instructed him to lead the civilians to safety, while he and Nightgard handled the attackers. Dan agreed enthusiastically, rallying the people to move as the heroes held the line. In the fight, Wolverine reflected that he hadn't lied to Louise, but hadn't told her the full truth either, noting that the situation stinks. They continued cutting down foes, Wolverine slicing through enemies as he thought about how the entire world now reeked of vampire stench. Nightgard fired her UV-enhanced weapon, and Wolverine admitted the matter bothered him more than he wanted to admit. He acknowledged that Blade going bad wasn't impossible, and that all he had now were half-truths and questions. Determined, he decided he wanted real answers, killing another vampire guard in the process. After the skirmish, Wolverine, bleeding but standing, exchanged remarks with Nightgard about being stabbed in the back. They approached an escort boat at the dock, planning to head to the Santa Cruz location a soldier had mentioned. Wolverine asked if her UV cannon crossbow could do more than kill vampires and destroy vehicles. She confirmed it had many uses and was quite powerful. Satisfied, Wolverine signalled readiness. Nightgard then fired the weapon at the docked ship, causing a massive explosion as they sped away in the boat. Flames and smoke rose behind them while they made their escape across the water toward their next objective. At Santa Cruz Island, Louise confirmed she found a way in, a large subterranean cave on the island's side, ideal for vampires and one of Maverick's favoured underground safe houses. She and Wolverine identified it as their breach point. Suddenly, Louise spotted something in the water moving rapidly toward them. Looking through her binoculars, she realised it was vampires. Wolverine unsheathed his claws and she voiced the discovery. Seeing numerous aquatic vampires approaching, Wolverine cursed in disbelief and questioned if Maverick had a blood-sucking navy too, as the creatures closed in on their boat. Midnight Suns, Blood Hunt, Part 2. At Chicago Med Hospital, a hallway stretched toward a set of closed, double doors. Victoria Montesi lay on a bed, extending her hand toward them, her eyes fixed forward. Suddenly, she was being pushed down the corridor, legs outstretched, as hands reached toward her. Blood and water exploded through the hall, engulfing her as she screamed. She awoke with a scream, startling Tulip, who aimed a gun at her. Victoria asked if Tulip was going to shoot her for having a nightmare, and Tulip replied it was force of habit when waking to a scream. Tulip apologised. noting it looked like more than a nightmare. Victoria said her nightmares usually came true and asked which was in charge, Blaze or Ketch. Tulip said they hadn't figured it out, but Blaze was easier to talk to. Victoria said she needed to talk to him. In northern Iraq, Victoria approached Johnny Blaze, asking for a minute. She told him she was going to say something he wouldn't care about but should. Before facing Blade, she wanted to go to a Chicago hospital, as something bad was about to happen there and she needed to stop it. If they wouldn't join her, she'd go alone that night. Johnny showed her a sketch of the same hospital, asking if she meant this one. They all recognised it. Danny Ketch suggested they investigate the dream. Johnny reasoned that being drawn to a place by a vision usually meant it was central to their mission. Tulip added she'd also had a nightmare about Chicago. Johnny agreed to tell the pilot. In Springfield, Illinois, at Chicago Med Hospital, a nurse tended to a boy in bed, telling him to sleep. He mentioned hearing Spider-Man was a vampire, but she reassured him Spider-Man was there to protect them. The boy asked if she had seen him and shared that he once saw Spider-Man swing over his head in New York City. She told him to get some sleep and kissed his forehead. The nurse moved through the hospital hallway, checking doors. She paused as she heard a voice saying, "I need help." Nurse. Looking up, she saw a hooded man leaning against the wall, his hand bloody. She cautiously called out, "Sir?" The man stepped forward, saying he had so much pain inside him, pain he wanted to share with her. His clawed hand extended and his red eyes locked on her. He cut open the skin on his head and parted it, revealing the vampire head inside. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. With blood streaming from his forehead, he grinned menacingly. The nurse gasped, tried to call for help, but the figure loomed, his head splitting to reveal a monstrous red-skinned vampire form. He said, "No one to help you here," lunging forward. The nurse fled, pounding on a set of locked doors. The vampire pursued, muttering about worlds blending on the lines. As she turned in fear, he was almost upon her, teeth bared. Suddenly, a fiery motorcycle smashed through the doors, ridden by Ghost Rider. The flaming bike skidded into the vampire, knocking him aside. The vampire roared in rage, but Ghost Rider swung his fiery chain, wrapping it around the creature and igniting him. The nurse looked on in shock as Ghost Rider revved his bike, dragging the chained vampire down the hall. A group entered, Johnny Blaze leading, followed by Tulip and Victoria Montesi. Johnny asked the nurse if she was okay, assuring her that the one with the flaming skull was the good guy and that she was safe now. Trembling, she asked who they were and what Ghost Rider was. Johnny replied that he was what punishes the things that deserve it. Meanwhile, Ghost Rider held the vampire close, his burning skull inches from the creature's face as the vampire screamed in agony. It was his death penance stare. The nurse sat holding a cup of coffee, asking if they had all dreamed of this place. Victoria Montesi said dreams were often another plane of reality, explaining that existence was layers of realms stacked on each other, sometimes bleeding into one another. The nurse mentioned she'd seen a video on RoxTube about that, and revealed strange things had been happening there for a while. When asked what kind of things, she said people saw shadows, heard noises, and that a patient vanished a year ago. She admitted she hadn't thought much of it until tonight. She asked if Spider-Man was really a vampire and if they had come to help. Johnny Blaze explained they had been on their way to kill a possibly evil friend, but after all having the same nightmare came there. So yes, they were there to help. The nurse apologised about their friend. Victoria said she thought she knew why they were there and that she needed a knife. Suddenly, Blade crashed through the window, weapons drawn. The group turned in shock as Johnny told Blade not to. Blade, eyes glowing red and fangs bared, lunged. Johnny fired a flaming shot, striking him. Tulip shouted for Blade to stop, but he was knocked back. With an intense glare, Blade said he wasn't there, implying something else was in control, before transforming into a swarm of bats and flying out. The nurse muttered it was the worst shift ever. Tulip asked Johnny if that was really Blade. He admitted he didn't know. Johnny suggested getting Ghost Rider to track him, but Victoria stopped him, saying Blade's attack was meant to distract them from staying. She explained they had to remain to close an open door, one on this land, that had awakened a sleeper of hell. On the floor, a large glowing demonic sigil spread out, surrounded by broken glass and overturned chairs as the group stood around it, preparing for what was to come. Blood Hunt, Part 4. In New York City, the temple of the first blasphemy erupted into the skyline, its jagged, burning structure described as an ancient Atlantean temple now embedded into the city, a sign that events had gone very badly. The Avengers were broken, the Sorcerer Supreme reduced to an apparition. Clea and Stephen Strange travelled to Doomstadt, Latveria, seeking out Dr. Doom. Seated on his throne, Doom asked if Stephen had come to him for aid, prompting Stephen to explain the dire situation. Inside the temple, Blade, clearly possessed, arrived through a portal with captives, including Black Panther. He spoke of how long it had been since he walked the temple's stones, recalling its creation, and admitted he was not Blade, but something far greater. Declaring himself Varnae, the first of the gods and the first vampire, he explained his nomad spirit now inhabited the Daywalker Blade's body, making him stronger still. Clea recognized the name in shock, and Doom explained that years ago, Marie Laveau had prepared Blade as a host for Varnae's spirit. While the first attempt had failed, Doom concluded that a second attempt had clearly succeeded. He noted that his own borders were free of vampires due to the precautions he had taken to protect his people. Stephen pressed Doom for help, specifically to counter the Dark Force and restore sunlight to the skies. Doom confirmed he had preparations for that as well, criticizing how lightly others had treated the dangers of the Dark Force dimension. Clea urged them to act quickly, with time being critical. Doom said the task would require a great assembly of mages and a grand array of magical creatures gathered together as one. Stephen offered to bring together magicians he knew personally, but Doom dismissed the offer, implying he already had the necessary resources at hand. Dr. Doom revealed he had already taken the liberty of recruiting the student body of Strange Academy for their upcoming task. He told Stephen to give him what was needed so they could begin. Clea, confused, asked what he meant, and Doom clarified that such an extraordinary work of magic required the Sorcerer Supreme to enact it. Stephen realized he must be the one to cast the spell. In Asgard, Tigra and Hunter's Moon discussed their approach to recruiting the Aesir. Tigra asked if heroes usually requested help politely, and Hunter's Moon replied that they didn't have time for that. According to the Avengers, Thor was down, which might, or might not, affect their chances. Hunter's Moon emphasized they couldn't risk a refusal, nor could they afford time to persuade. The two approached an unguarded, massive door, prompting Tigra to question the lack of guards. Hunter's Moon explained all priests are called by their gods, and he was no different. Addressing the cell beyond the door, he greeted his father, saying he had come for him. His father responded warmly, but warned it was foolish, as he had no power to open the cell or unlock the chains. Hunter's Moon admitted he had no key either, but he brought someone better, the Wrecker, who stepped forward, introducing himself and saying his enchanted Asgardian crowbar was the perfect tool for opening an Asgardian prison. At the temple of the first blasphemy, Varnae recounted his history. He described being in Old Atlantis, transcribing the Darkhold for the first time, marking the first step toward becoming what he would be. Now, with the living Darkhold in his possession, the blood of a god, and his place of power, he could complete the ritual. Black Panther admitted he didn't understand, and Varnae promised he would. Varnae elaborated on what it meant to be a wizard king in Atlantis, rulers who saw themselves above men and even gods, seeking ever greater frontiers regardless of cost. They created horrors, expending political enemies without care. Becoming a vampire was only the first step. He pushed further, seeking new shapes. When Atlantis fell, he was slain and reduced to a ghost, until finding a host in Blade, becoming part man, part vampire. Blade, now possessed by Varnae, drank from a chalice and declared that being a vampire was only his pupil stage, the first step toward his true destiny, something far greater. He claimed he was destined to be the end of all things. Standing atop the Dark Temple, he called out to the Dark Force, declaring his readiness. The swirling darkness descended into him as he shouted for it to come. Blade proclaimed he had become one with an entire dimension of darkness, the dark that consumes light, the cold that consumes warmth, and a vampire that could devour entire planets and stars. Now, he was the unliving Dark Force. As he rose in the air surrounded by shadow, the heroes below looked up in shock. One asked what they were seeing, and another muttered in disbelief, "It can't be." Above them, a bright bright full moon appeared, interrupting the ritual's oppressive darkness. Across the world, travelers in the night saw a glowing triangular light in the sky, the sign of Khonshu, the moon god, and knew they were not alone. The light signaled the awakening of Khonshu's warriors, the Dead Fists, who stirred from their slumber across the globe. These warriors, armed with silver armor, were described as fearless, bloodless, and merciless. Leading them was Khonshu's resurrected son, Mark Spector, the Moon Knight. In a dramatic descent, Moon Knight led his army into battle against the vampire hordes. Striking with brutal precision, the streets erupted in chaos as the white-cloaked warriors clashed with the undead, cutting them down in droves. Khonshu's voice echoed over the carnage, calling his soldiers the holy, dead scourge of the unholy. He declared that his resurrected son now punished the children of his ancient enemy, and that, with their arrival, he was free. Black Panther recognized Khonshu, the moon god. Varnae dismissed his arrival, believing it too late to change anything. Black Panther lunged with a blade, but Varnae caught him mid-air, remarking on the impossibility of defiance since their blood was the same. Varnae demanded to know how. Black Panther revealed the heart-shaped herb had been slowly healing him from the infection. Varnae mocked this as too little, too late, questioning if the intent was to kill him with such a small weapon. Black Panther clarified it was only to remove it. He had removed Damascene's blade from Thor's head, freeing him. Lightning struck as Thor appeared, freed from his bonds. He declared he would have recompense for the insult and injury suffered. Iron Man appeared, calling Thor's threats fancy talk. Captain Marvel, Vision, and Captain America, Sam Wilson, arrived to join Thor, Black Panther, and Iron Man. Iron Man said fancy talk for avenging. As the Avengers stood together, Varnae, now in Blade's body undeterred, invited them, then come and face the unliving dark force. To the moon and back. The events of Blood Hunt were in motion. Vampires filled the streets, and the sky had gone black. Hunter's moon reflected how he had again gotten pulled into Avengers business, but instead of fighting on the front lines, he and Tigra were in Asgard, uninvited. Tigra checked if he was okay, and he admitted that after accepting one god was real, seeing a whole city of gods was overwhelming. Tigra apologized, forgetting how new he was to such sights. A shadowy figure warned them that the gods might be confused to find them sneaking around, and Tigra added that being caught with her would make it worse. Hunter's moon replied he knew she was the big bad supervillain. A voice affirmed that, and Hunter's moon agreed. He recalled meeting with what was left of the Avengers and Doctor Strange in a war council, their mission being to raise an army. Clear Strange had sent them to Asgard, and the others hadn't asked the plan's source. He and Tigra had been preparing this for ages, wanting to save the world and one life in particular. His father, the moon god, Khonshu. They reached a massive chained door, where Hunter's moon greeted Khonshu. Khonshu said he had no way to open the cell. Hunter's moon admitted he had no key, but had brought the Wrecker, wielding an Asgardian crowbar, to break it open. The plan was to free an insane moon god with a supervillain's help. The Wrecker smashed the chains, and Khonshu declared himself free. They succeeded, and Khonshu reassured Hunter's moon, calling him beloved son. When Tigra asked if they were still in Asgard, Khonshu said he had returned to his own realm, which she had visited before with his other son. She asked about Mark, but Khonshu instead spoke of a great crime, an unnatural night with no moon, and vowed action. Tigra angrily pressed for answers, asking if Mark couldn't be resurrected and if he'd be like the other Dead Fists. Khonshu scoffed, saying he wouldn't bring Mark back mindless. Mark Spector appeared, fully restored, as Khonshu declared him his Moon Knight, destined to lead. Tigra, shocked, called his name. He called out hers. She reflected on the life she led, how unfair it was. As they moved toward each other, she acknowledged that even in joy there was pain, and the two were never in equal measure. Every victory carried loss. She questioned why she kept fighting, and concluded it was because she hoped for a moment that made it all worth it. That moment came as she and Mark embraced tightly. Mark told her he had broken his promise to come back for her because he died, but she quieted him, saying he was back now and they had work to do. They turned to Khonshu, asking about the plan. Khonshu declared they were going to war against the vampires spilling spilling blood across the world. Mark greeted Hunter's Moon as brother, glad to see him well. Khonshu ordered Mark to lead a cadre of his siblings into the heart of battle while the Avengers fought the architect of the atrocity. Tigra insisted she was going with him, but Khonshu told her no, she would lead another cadre of warriors alongside his younger son. She accepted. The Wrecker tried to excuse himself, saying he'd done his part. Moon Knight mocked him as a chicken heart, but Wrecker protested, claiming he never turned down a fight. Khonshu declared the Wrecker would stand with them, and Wrecker objected. Khonshu then addressed Moon Knight directly, asking if he could not say his name even now. Moon Knight finally thanked him for his life, calling him father. Khonshu rallied his forces, proclaiming to war and declaring his symbol a challenge to their enemies. Mark privately promised Greer that no matter what, he would keep his promise this time and come back for her. She warned him she only had one resurrection scheme in her, and it was already used up. He assured her he meant it. They prepared for battle against vampires, gods, maniacs, and monsters. In New York City, Moon Knight leapt into action with the vow of love to Tigra. Nothing will stop me coming back for you. Union Jack, The Ripper, Blood Hunt, Part 2. At Rusholme Hospital in Manchester, panicked civilians fled as a voice mockingly called for Ripper. Union Jack stood with Mara, facing a grotesque vampire named Edward, who taunted him with Shakespearean language, asking if he wasn't ready to take the stage. A frightened child, Judy, asked if the figure was Edward, but her guardian said not anymore. Edward chastised Ripper for not making a grand entrance, recalling his many heroic roles. Edward continued, asking if it wasn't time to reflect on the past, to sit and tell sad stories. He spoke of Union Jack's past fighting alongside other heroes, Knight of Pendragon, Defender of the Realm, facing darkness and barons steeped in blood, enduring torment for the sake of the people. His persistence was praised, calling him a hero of the people. Edward then spoke of another hero, Bulldog, an outcast who gave his all, cursed while the flag bearer hid. Bulldog was brutally killed, torn apart by monstrous vampire claws. Edward called Union Jack more knave than knight. Union Jack dismissed the taunting, telling Mara he'd had enough of English teachers. Mara noticed an injury, but he brushed it off as nothing. She insisted it didn't look like nothing and warned him about his stitches. Bulldog mocked him, saying he couldn't go out in that state without being eaten alive. Suddenly, Edward heard the Dark Lord's voice in his mind. Edward apologized, but the Dark Lord demanded Ripper's head and the blood of those he protected. Edward vowed obedience, rallying his forces with the cry, "Havoc, and let's slip the dogs of war," as the snarling vampire horde charged forward. Alan and Helen watched as vampire silhouettes closed in. Helen said Union Jack wasn't coming back, and Alan replied it was up to them. Drawing a sword, he prepared for the fight. Judy asked what he planned to do, and Alan told Helen to keep Judy safe. Meanwhile, Mara planned to patch Union Jack up with a staple gun. Vampires approached. Judy told Alan her father would have liked him, and Alan wished he could have met him. A vampire lunged, and Alan stabbed it. Helen rummaged for weapons, finding holy water bombs. More vampires attacked, stabbing Alan as Judy screamed his name. One vampire bit into Alan's neck. Helen told Judy not to look. Elsewhere, Mara told Union Jack that was enough, and offered to go herself, saying he'd get himself killed. He replied, maybe that's what he deserved. Helen pulled Judy behind her as she armed herself with the holy water bombs. Judy cried that they were hurting Alan, but Helen said they were doing worse, and she wouldn't let Judy be next. Helen threw holy water bombs, burning the vampires. She taunted them, asking if they were still hungry, then unleashed more, causing one vampire to scream in pain. She pressed the attack, stabbing a vampire in the head with a blade. The creature, engulfed in flames, stumbled away screaming before collapsing. Standing with Judy, Helen sarcastically apologized, asking if it hurt. Edward attacked Union Jack, biting into him as Union Jack defiantly told Helen to go get them. Union Jack stabbed a vampire, declaring they weren't done yet, but Edward overpowered him. Helen pleaded with Edward, saying she didn't want to fight, but Edward said she had no choice and blamed her and her allies for the chaos, calling it hell on earth. He stomped on Union Jack's head. Union Jack broke free enough to smash Edward in the face with his chained fists, telling him to shut up. As another vampire tried to help Edward, Mara shot it, saying, "Not today." Edward mocked Union Jack, accusing him of cowardice and claiming their people had always been too afraid to speak out. Now, he said, they were free to unleash their hatred and truth. Union Jack, enraged, repeatedly slammed Edward into the ground, shouting at him to shut up. Mara urged Union Jack to stop, saying the vampires were gone, but Union Jack questioned if Edward had been right, that people didn't need fangs to be monsters. He pointed out Bulldog fought on when he couldn't, giving his life to protect others. The Dark Lord's voice called Union Jack his bloodhound, telling him to ignore the others. Mara insisted the vampires weren't themselves, but Union Jack feared their words might reveal their true nature. Mara challenged Union Jack, pointing out he was searching for the vampire who turned Bulldog, someone he didn't even like, because if Bulldog could be cured, maybe they could cure them all. The Dark Lord whispered to Bulldog not to believe them, but Bulldog admitted Union Jack wanted to help. Edward grabbed Union Jack from behind, mocking the idea of help and biting into him. Mara aimed her gun, warning Edward to let him go. Edward refused, saying his master wanted revenge. Mara shot Edward in the head, freeing Union Jack. Edward, bleeding heavily, claimed the master would reward him. Before he could continue, Bulldog struck, killing Edward in a brutal spray of blood. Bulldog, now heavily transformed and holding Edward's severed arm, told Union Jack to stop moping and help him find the one who turned him. Union Jack smiled, asking if that sounded like a plan. Vengeance of Moon Knight. In New York City's Midnight Mission territory, chaos unfolded as the sky turned dark and vampires poured into the streets in massive numbers, spreading worldwide. Amid the destruction, someone asked what the good news was. The answer came: the Midnight Mission still stood, and they had vampires of their own. Reese introduced herself, Soldier, and 8-Ball, assuring the man they were allies and urging him to come to safety. The man panicked upon learning Reese was a vampire, accusing her of being one of them. Reese admitted it, but insisted she was on his side. He fired at her, grazing her head. Soldier intervened, kicking the door down, but Reese told him to stop. She argued they couldn't force the man to come. If people saw vampires dragging someone from their home, they would lose the trust that was their most important weapon. Without trust, more people would die because no one would accept their help. Soldier reluctantly agreed, saying they had others to protect. Reese recalled her past. A year or two ago, she was captured and turned by a vampire pyramid scheme cult called the Structure, who tried to recruit her into their organization. Before that could happen, Moon Knight found her. He saved her, gave her a job and a mission to protect travelers at night. In the present, Soldier and Reese led the Midnight Mission team against attacking vampires. Soldier called for contact, and Reese told the team to feed them silver. Reese narrated that Moon Knight was gone now, but he left them his blades and his drive to use them. As they fought through waves of vampires, she reflected that with skies like these, everyone had become travelers at night, and it was their duty to defend them. A vampire lunged at Soldier, accusing him of protecting prey and claiming they were alike. Soldier wasn't turned like them. He was infected when a bullet passed through another's body into him. Reese said they were nothing alike. The attacker called them traitors, saying there was no place for traitors in the New World, but Soldier struck them down, prioritizing the Midnight Mission above all else. Reese noted Soldier's condition only made him better at his job, willing to sacrifice anything for the mission. 8-Ball, a former small-time criminal turned Midnight Mission ally, fought alongside them. Together, they evacuated civilians to safety, with the Moon Knight-built Midnight Mission serving as their refuge. Outside its entrance, someone asked if there was room for all of them. Reese assured them there was, leading them inside. She told Dr. Sturman another group had arrived with no losses. When asked if she was a vampire, Sturman replied she was a therapist. Preparing to head out again, Reese said she'd manage, taking a blood pack to sustain herself. She explained she no longer got tired, only hungry, and as long as she had blood, she could keep going. On the streets, they searched bodies but found no survivors. Reese admitted her spirit felt dead, and Soldier remarked on the massacre's scale. Then they noticed something ahead. They found the road littered with corpses, and Reese was visibly shaken. Soldier asked if she was okay, but she struggled to speak, noting she only breathed to talk and hadn't had a heartbeat in so long. Despite telling herself not now, she recognized she was on the verge of a panic attack, proving that all it took was a brain and enough stress to trigger one, even for her. Soldier comforted Reese, but Yulin told him to leave her, saying it wasn't a time for coddling. When Soldier asked for help, Yulin refused, explaining that the human world was gone and the new world had no room for weakness. She said Reese and Soldier Both needed to harden their hearts. Yulan called it a world for monsters and insisted they must get used to being monsters to survive. Soldier thought she'd tracked them just to say that, but Yulan revealed she had locked down Chinatown and, as they were the only ones of her bloodline outside it, offered them a place there. Soldier asked about moving their people, but Yulan clarified she came only for them, not their group, and declined. Reese told Yulan to go back to Chinatown, saying Moon Knight never left anyone behind. Yulan questioned how that worked out for Moon Knight, noting he died, but Reese pointed out he died a hero saving the city, including Chinatown. Yulan challenged Reese for antagonizing monsters and mocked her for being a young, weak vampire with panic attacks. Reese, unfazed with Yulan's blade at her neck, asked if she looked panicked now. Yulan accused Moon Knight of making them all crazy, but Reese countered that Yulan had worked hard to stay sane and shouldn't throw that away. Yulan said the sun would rise again. Reese replied Yulan only said that because she remembered the sun, while Yulan hadn't seen it in 700 years. Soldier thanked 8-Ball for his help. Reese admitted the deaths had shaken her, but called it a mistake to let it affect her. She ordered Soldier and 8-Ball to follow the plan and get survivors to the mission while she went off alone, repeating that they didn't leave anyone behind. Reese reached a closed door, telling someone inside she wouldn't make them come out, but wouldn't leave them either, vowing to kill any vampires who came, because that's what Moon Knight would do. She tried light conversation, and eventually the person asked if Moon Knight was really dead and if she was continuing his work. The door creaked open, and the man decided to go with her. As they stepped outside, he was stunned by the sight of the restored moon. Reese, pointing at it, confirmed they did it. Magic. Blood hunt. In Siberia's past, a young girl recalled her father telling her stories of the Bogatyrs, legendary warrior knights. Her favourite was Ilya Muromets, as they nearly shared the same name. Sickly and bedridden for 33 years, Ilya was visited by two strangers who urged him to rise, saying he was cured. He miraculously gained super strength and dedicated his life to fighting monsters. He became a hero who could banish darkness and assure people all would be well. Her father would end the tale, telling her to be brave. In Siberia now, Anya and Nikolai ran across icy terrain, his words echoing, "You must keep going." Anya stumbled, but Nikolai urged her not to stop until he was yanked away screaming. Vampires held him, mocking Anya and offering her one chance to save him. A blonde woman approached, telling Anya she'd caused enough trouble and had to return home. The vampires noticed her arrival and she asked if she was interrupting. When they attacked, she feigned helplessness before swiftly taking them down. Offering one last try, she killed another attacker. Later, in a cage wagon, the woman introduced herself as Ilyana. She asked if Anya and Nikolai were okay. They said their village had been overrun by vampires and their parents barely gave them time to escape. They were being hunted for sport. Ilyana understood, sharing that she'd returned to her hometown for clarity when the attack began, but had also lost her last home and family. She promised to protect them. A man outside screamed for help, but was killed by a vampire, revealed to be Babushka Irina. Shocking Nikolai, the fledgling vampire tore into her prey as others mocked her hunger. The wagon reached a fortified settlement. A vampire guard welcomed the children with a sneer. "Welcome home, brats!" In the vampire stronghold, an announcement signaled it was time to play. A terrified woman protested, saying children had never been chosen for the hunt before. Chaos broke out as Ilyana told Anya and Nico to stay behind her. Parents begged for their children's release, but vampires mocked them, urging the little humans to run. Nico spotted his father, who told him to be quiet before a vampire snapped his neck. A massive armoured vampire, Ilya, returned, chastising the others for savagery and wasting the gift of eternal darkness granted by Varnae. He declared vampires were hunters, artisans, and evolution, not mere monsters, and said the hunts should be a celebration after years in hiding. The crowd chanted his name. Ilya told the children he rewarded those who fought well, promising release into the forest with a chance to survive and be welcomed back. Ilyana replied sarcastically. Recognizing her name, Ilya asked if she was related to Muromets and admitted the legend contained falsehoods but was left uncorrected. He claimed miracles didn't exist, only magic, indicating his own power came from it, and suggested she could be remade if she proved herself. Ilya then told the children to run fast, noting they no longer had the sun to protect them. As they fled into the snowy forest, Ilyana instructed them to keep running and hide. They were intercepted by vampires, but Ilyana transformed, summoning her soul sword. introducing herself as Ilyana Rasputin, magic. She vowed the vampires were first on her hunt list. In battle, she struck down attackers, taunting them for not facing her directly. She revealed she had suspected the village's location, but confirmed it when they captured her, calling both times a mistake. Cutting through the vampires with her fiery blade, she warned they should never have let her in. Magic tore through the attacking vampires, mocking them for daring to call themselves monsters. She reminded them that although her soul's ward could cut through magic, it didn't mean she lacked magic of her own. She ignited a severed vampire head in flames, causing Anya and Nico to recoil in shock, calling her a witch. Sighing, she instructed them to stay hidden and not to move until she returned. She teleported straight into Ilya's stronghold, where vampires sat around a large table, joking about how surprised the humans had looked. Interrupting, she corrected them, saying the real question was what use vampires were if they couldn't hunt, and that her X-gene allowed her to teleport anywhere they ran. Striking without warning, she told Ilya it was his turn. He greeted her return with a smirk, wondering if she could keep up. She replied that his lackeys had thought so, then smashed one into a table. Their fight erupted violently, with blades clashing. Ilya bragged about his supernatural speed, calling her death inevitable, while she taunted him for arrogance. Landing a strike, she earned his remark that no one had come that close in years. He claimed with time she might have killed him until she slashed deep into him, pinning him down. Magic said they had plenty of time and that she'd enjoyed tearing him apart. She mocked him as a king, saying he couldn't last a day ruling Limbo. When he fled, she pursued, determined to see who was faster. Using her teleportation portals in tandem with gravity, she built momentum, accelerating toward him until she struck with the force of a supernova, decapitating him. Standing with Ilya's severed head, she noted he had been too slow. Looking at the gathered vampires, she joked about becoming their new queen, annoyed when no one laughed. Giving them a head start, she ordered them to run before she hunted them. In the aftermath, Magic reflected on her darkest hours in Limbo, remembering her father's stories of Ilya Muromets and imagining herself as Ilyana, dedicating her life to fighting monsters, even if others thought she was one. She pictured becoming the hero who could banish darkness and promise safety, defeating evils, reuniting with her family and smiling at them in triumph. Finding Anya and Nico hiding, she reassured them with, "Everything's okay." Together, they walked away from the vampire stronghold under the moonlight, and Magic said, "Let's go home." Bloodhunters, Part 3, Lord and Saviour. At the Latverian embassy in Alberia, Tatiana Keksar reflected on her life. She was a proud Latverian who cherished her country's lands, people and traditions, yet she believed it was ruled by a tyrant, Dr. Doom. This belief had led her to become an embassy agent, secretly forming an alliance of expatriates who feared Doom. But those political intrigues were now overshadowed by a more immediate terror. Vampires were overrunning the city. Embassy defences fought to hold them back. Scenes outside were chaotic. Gunmen and guards fell. Civilians were attacked, and the auto defences could only do so much. Inside, staff debated Doom's response. Some insisted he would save them. Others doubted he would act beyond defending Latveria itself. The ambassador insisted, "We are his people." Suddenly, the lights went out. Tatiana warned that the vampires were coming. The ambassador tried to calm everyone, claiming they were in the safest room, but before he could finish, vampires burst in, biting and killing instantly. Tatiana shouted for everyone to run. Chaos erupted as the creatures attacked, tearing through staff. Tatiana fled, clutching her phone like a lifeline. She knew she wouldn't survive, but was determined to try, thinking only of her son, safe in Latveria's protective ward. It was her only comfort. As she navigated dim corridors, she found a locked room and took a moment to weep, only for a vampire to appear, taunting her that he could smell and see her, and now intended to taste her. She defiantly said no. Before the vampire could bite, a blast of energy struck. It was Dr. Doom. "Now you taste death," he declared, obliterating the creature. He extended his hand to Tatiana, telling her to rise. She stammered his name, but he ordered her to remain still as he engaged the horde. Doom's gauntlets unleashed searing blasts, cutting down attackers in waves. Despite his power, their numbers grew too great. Activating a control on his belt, Doom surrounded surrounded them both in a crackling energy shield. Tatiana expressed disbelief they could survive, but Doom turned to her. Recognizing her as the young traitor who sought to turn his people against him, she begged for her son's safety. Doom affirmed that she and her son, as Latverians, were his responsibility. As vampires breached the barrier, Tatiana panicked, but Doom calmly deactivated the shield. Channeling mystical power, he invoked the light of Oshter and the flames of Hoary Hoggoth, unleashing a devastating spell that obliterated the horde, leaving nothing but ash and bone fragments. With the danger gone, Doom told her, "Let us now depart." Outside, the ambassador thanked him profusely, but Doom ordered him to compose himself, declaring the embassy safe once more. He informed Tatiana that she would continue her intrigues, but now in his service. For Latveria, for Doom is Latveria. As their craft took off, Tatiana looked out at the chaos below, vampires swarming the streets. A chilling thought passed through her. Perhaps Doom was right. The fall of the House of Uda. When the skies turned black, Levi sought escape from his past by answering a Roxlist ad for a remote farmhand job. It promised freedom from the city's chaos. The reclusive farmer offered no conversation until warning him one day, "Stay out of the barn." Levi couldn't shake the cryptic advice. That night, Levi thought about the warning, the world's strange state, and what had blocked the sun. A crash broke his thoughts. Rushing outside, he witnessed the farmer being mauled by a vampire cow, Hell Cow, revealing his mysterious employer. The realization of her nature hit instantly. His life had just become much worse. Though shaken, Levi survived and adapted. He kept out of Hellcow's way, doing farm tasks by day while she hunted by night, sometimes bringing prey back to the barn. Victims included monster hunters and even other supernatural creatures. She never harmed Levi, leading him to believe Hellcow liked him. One day, gunfire erupted near the barn. Levi saw a Van Helsing-like man fleeing, the first victim to ever escape. The man urged Levi to run, dousing Hellcow with holy water. Levi hesitated, feeling he couldn't leave. When the hunter demanded they go, Levi instead speared him through the back, killing him instantly. Levi didn't understand why he'd acted, but thought Hellcow did. She drank from the corpse while he wondered why he was protecting her. Over time, a warped normalcy set in. He questioned if it was respect, Stockholm Syndrome, or dark magic, but became obsessed with her power, especially her immortality. That obsession led Levi to ignore the old farmer's advice and enter the barn while Hellcow was away. Inside, he found coffins, ritual decor, and a bucket of her milk. Drinking it filled him with incredible strength until he saw Hellcow return, weak and accompanied by a calf. The calf, Hellcalf, was why he'd been barred from the barn. Levi realized he could flee, but wanted more. Drawing a knife, he offered to protect Hellcow and her child in exchange for immortality, threatening to burn the farm otherwise. He sought more milk, more power. Hellcow appeared to consider his demand. She approached and licked the blood from his hand, making Levi believe she trusted him. For once, he thought a plan of his would succeed. He imagined soon becoming one of them, embracing the transformation. Instead, Hellcow lunged and bit into his neck, tearing into him. Levi realized too late he had been a fool, blinded by desire. He had every chance to leave, to face his past, but had chosen greed. In the end, he was nothing but prey. As Hellcow fed, Levi's thoughts faded. She stood over his body, victorious, blood dripping from her mouth. The barn glowed red as she returned to her calf. Levi reflected in his final moments. He had wanted so much for himself, but lost it all to a cow. Once more into the darkness. Part 3. In Brooklyn, Dagger hissed, fully turned into a vampire, while Elsa Bloodstone faced her. Elsa aimed to kill, but White Widow, now cured, blocked her. Elsa resisted, but Widow knocked her shotgun away. The two fought, Widow insisting Dagger had healed her. Elsa argued she still disliked Widow, while Dagger struggled on the ground, fighting the darkness. Widow headbutted Elsa. Elsa countered, choking Widow and readying a blade. Widow stabbed her in the shoulder, prompting a hiss of pain before Elsa blasted her back with a burst of light. Widow recovered, punching Elsa hard and mocking her, then pointed a gun at her, threatening to add blood to her suit. Elsa warned her to look behind. Dagger disarmed her with a light weapon. Widow told Elsa to let Dagger be, but Elsa insisted she wasn't the boss. Dagger said she and Widow were now both free of the vampire virus and that Elsa should sense the difference. Widow checked if Dagger was okay, but Elsa snapped at her before asking what Dagger knew. Dagger explained she saw the sky darken, came to help, but was ambushed. Elsa was told to leave before her blood attracted trouble. Dagger healed Widow's wound with her powers, earning thanks. She then offered to heal Elsa, but Elsa refused, saying she had the Bloodstone's regenerative abilities. Dagger handed back Elsa's gloves, joking about billing her, then asked if her powers could cure Cloak and other Dark Force users. Elsa wasn't sure, but suspected this was bigger than just vampires. Widow spotted incoming enemies, swarms of flying figures. Elsa told her to take cover, but refused to run, saying it wasn't her style. She fired at the sky, but a hooded figure caught her bullet. The figure, seemingly unaffected, leapt down. Elsa questioned why Silver hadn't worked. The figure retorted angrily about blowing her cover. She was Hallows' Eve. Hallows' Eve removed her vampire mask, revealing she was human, and declared she could still fight without it. Doctor Strange, Blood Hunt, Part 3. In the Crypt of Shadows, hidden behind the Sanctum Sanctorum's mirrors, Baron Mordo performed a ritual while his companions, the spectral hound bats and the snakes Anton and Alistair, watched. He found it galling that Wong was running for his life while Victor Strange, in Stephen's vampire body, was about to murder his closest friend. Mordo admitted this should have been the best day of his life, but being stuck in the crypt with idiots soured it. The snakes mocked his age with jokes until bats told them to shut up. Mordo reflected that whether Strange killed Wong or Wong killed Strange, the final victory would be his. He would be the one to kill Strange. He ordered bats to begin an incantation, explaining that an incantation was just a story convincing the universe to make something real. Though bats protested, he didn't know magic. Mordo told him to repeat the story he once shared. Bats began, recounting how Doctor Strange had told him of a time when ancient humans feared the dark. They had fire for warmth and light, but outside that firelight were predators, tigers, that would kill them. That time was ruled by fear. And so much fear for so long birthed a god, the Tiger God, a god of fear. But humans also had dogs. They lived and hunted alongside them, keeping them safe. If fear could create a god, bats wondered about the things humans loved and that loved them in return. He questioned if love could be stronger than fear, strong enough to create a god for them. Looking at himself, he asked aloud, "Did they make one for us?" As his spectral form glowed brighter within the ritual space. In the Crypt of Shadows, the dog god manifested before Mordo, bats, and the twin snakes, answering yes. Bats reacted in awe, and the snakes were surprised. The god identified itself simply as I am. It asked why bats called it Little Brother and the god of dogs. The snakes explained they stood between their people and the things in the dark, but now the whole world was dark and monsters were everywhere. The god asked what bats wanted. Bats thought of Wong battling Victor Strange, who was possessing Stephen Strange's vampire body, realizing his master was in danger and he couldn't help in his current state. The god reassured him, calling him a good boy, and declared that bats would be its avatar. Meanwhile, Wong fought fiercely against Stephen's body under Victor's control, pinned by the throat. As Victor remarked the fight had run its course, Wong cursed him, but Victor replied he was already damned and intended for Wong to join him. They smashed through mirrors in a violent struggle. As shards broke around them, an enormous spectral figure appeared and called Victor by name, startling him. Wong recognized it as Stephen's astral form, commanding Victor to get out of his master. Victor sneered, acknowledging bats as the faithful hound, now transformed into something greater. He claimed bats could not harm him because he was more than a person. He was a story. Bats, empowered as the dog god's avatar, told Victor Strange to keep talking, but noted he had the dog god on his side and that gods were the strongest stories of all. With a mighty blow, Bats sent Victor crashing through shards. Wong, recovering, was greeted by Anton, who explained they had been in the Crypt of Shadows and summoned the dog god with Bats and Mordo. Wong, confused, demanded to know Mordo's role. Mordo claimed he had given Stephen his chance at victory and insisted the matter was beyond both of them. Bats confronted Victor, declaring the place the domain of gods and monsters. Victor taunted him, asking if he would kill Stephen's body, which must still smell of his master despite the vampire taint, and if Stephen would want his body returned torn by Bats' own jaws. Bats growled, but Victor accused him of not understanding. Bats lunged, stating he only needed to bite Victor's ghost. With a roar, Bats attacked, striking Victor's spirit from from Stephen's body. Wong called out to Stephen as his form fell free, and Anton asked if Stephen was okay. Wong checked and found him warm, with a beating heart and no fangs. He had been healed. The dog god told Bats he had made him proud, but had to leave, as Bats' mortal form could not channel divine power much longer without burning away. He advised that Bats' bravery would be needed in the days ahead, then departed. Mordo, holding a glowing spell circle, remarked on the drama and instructed Wong to tell Stephen he owed Mordo. He declared he was leaving, but not empty-handed, implying plans for Wong. Wong refused, but Mordo told him to attend to Stephen and left through a portal, saying Stephen should be restored to the picture of health, so he would look well in his casket when Mordo eventually killed him. Wong remained holding Stephen, with Anton and Bats at his side. Dracula. Blood Hunt, Part 3. Varnae, appearing in the form of Blade, stood over the unconscious Brielle, remarking that she was the mortal child upon whom hopes rested. Dracula confronted him, noting that Varnae's incorporeal form could not harm her despite entrancing her. Varnae claimed he only wished to show her the folly of Dracula's schemes so they could rule the eternal night together as father and daughter. Dracula rejected this, saying it was not her fate to act as Varnae's herald, attacking him. Brielle stirred, vowing they would not kneel. The world warped around her. Feeling like the opposite of waking up, reality rippled like a pool, her limbs steady as the air smelled like Atlanta. She recognized her school, envisioning herself there as reality complied. The towers and battlements felt like hers. Entering, she questioned why she felt small here. Whispers grew heavier, like a gong or school bell, repeating, "Mine." Though nothing made sense, she instinctively knew the classroom to go to, believing the place was hers. Inside a cathedral-like room, Brielle saw her father, Blade, feeling relief. She believed they could fix things together. Recalling his solid hugs, she approached until his command, "Come now, daughter," made her draw back. Spotting her sword, she reached for it, but Blade told her she needed no blade in their castle, only the violence he passed to her. Bloodlust overcame her, twisting her world red with hunger. Blade's approval strengthened it, telling her she was meant to be a predator. Shadows took the form of her friends, Rebecca and Jaden, but her hunger ignored them. Meanwhile, Dracula cut through monstrous minions with ease, dismissing them as cannon fodder. He noted that Brielle still had a role in the events to come, and would not be stopped by such weak opposition. Dracula mocked Varnae for sending such weak forces, calling the attack on the Avengers, using the corpses of their friends, pathetic and obvious. He warned that if Varnae's goal was to insult the Lord of Vampires, he had succeeded. Suddenly, Dracula noticed a shifting mass of gore forming into a monstrous creature. Realizing they were not mere fodder, but resources, the blood construct rose, and Dracula prepared for battle, remarking that perhaps Varnae's blood magic would provide a worthier opponent. Meanwhile, in her nightmare, Brielle lunged at the shadows of her friends, driven by uncontrollable hunger. Blade's voice told her he knew she was no hero, claiming there were no heroics in her bloodline, and that they were rulers of the night, drawn to blood. He said resisting only proved how controlled she was by it, more so due to her birthright. He warned her attempts to deny her true power would fail, tormenting her. Brielle listened as he insisted their kind would always win, outlasting and out-hunting others. He told her she could save those she cared about by making them something greater, by joining him. Reality pushed her toward him as he promised survival and power in their kingdom. Dracula clashed with the Gore Beast and other blood creatures, noting the air reeked of rancid blood and that they moved with arcane purpose. He found fighting them like slicing through a river of blood, their magic pushing him back while blocking his advance. His anger grew, no longer insulted by the lack of challenge. As Varnae's power swelled, Dracula countered with his own, refusing to yield. He declared himself the mountain that Varnae's rushing tide of blood beasts would crash against, and mocked Varnae for thinking he could be bested by such sustenance, continuing to cut through the onslaught. Dracula fought through Varnae's monstrous forces, his swords cutting through both magic and flesh. He knew the pretender to his throne was watching, his attention divided, while Dracula's focus was singular, protecting Brielle to get what he wanted. The only question was if she was as stubborn as her father. Inside the warped reality, Varnae, in Blade's form, pressured Brielle to stop playing hero and accept her place in his kingdom to save her friends. Brielle admitted she wasn't a hero, but thought about Daredevil's words and how Rebecca and Jaden would hate becoming monsters. She refused to stand by and let it happen, telling Blade she loved him too too much to stand with him. Varnae mocked her speech, claiming eternal power and saying she could have been greater than the heroes she clung to. For a moment, she doubted herself, but a familiar buzzing broke her thoughts. Recognizing the sound, she ran as the world collapsed, hearing her mother's voice urging her to wake up and choose her path. Her mother's trust and love reignited her resolve. Brielle's refusal shattered Varnae's illusion. She realized her mother's voice had guided her out, cutting through Dracula's and Varnae's manipulations. Remembering what she could do, she wanted to fight to hear that belief again. She called out to her mum, assuring her she wouldn't hang up. She apologized for leaving, but her mother said she wouldn't have been the Brielle she raised if she'd waited. Her mother told her to make decisions that felt right to her, promising to deal with the fear. Brielle promised to make her mum sick of hearing her say, "I love you," and hung up. Dracula approached, telling her to rise. She clarified that it was no longer her father, but her mother's voice made it easier. When Dracula said her family wasn't known for manners, she claimed them as her responsibility. Lifting her sword, she declared they would save her dad from himself. Psylocke. Blood Hunt. In Osaka, Japan, as the countdown to sun death hit 0, people noticed the sky darkening unexpectedly. Confused voices wondered if there was an eclipse, but a strange question, "Am I pretty?" echoed among the crowd. People looked around, puzzled, until a young man found himself isolated in darkness. A huge pair of shears loomed behind him as glowing eyes repeated the question. Before he could react, the blades struck. Moments earlier, just outside Osaka, Kwannon relaxed in an outdoor bath while John Greycrow sat nearby. She invited him to join her, but he declined, joking about rust. They spoke about Japan being her home, but also the place where she suffered great loss. John admitted he couldn't promise to be perfect for her, but vowed to do his best. Suddenly, Quannon's expression shifted. She sensed a massive amount of blood being shed. Grabbing her sword, she said they needed to get to the city immediately. Downtown Osaka lay eerily empty, most residents sheltering in place, though some hadn't reached safety. Kwannon vowed no one else would die that night. She and John leapt into action, finding the streets littered with bodies. While Kwannon reassured a terrified mother and daughter that they were safe, John detected an incoming threat. Kwannon struck first, slicing through a strange creature. John demanded to know what it was, and Kwannon explained that darkness had fallen, unleashing all of Japan's monsters, ancient and modern. Elsewhere, panic spread as a massive serpent-like monster with a pale, fanged woman's face rampaged through the city, accompanied by bat-like creatures. Kwannon noted the serpent's mind was clouded, as if influenced by another. She instructed John to protect the civilians while the monstrous beings attacked, scattering screaming bystanders through the chaotic streets. Quannons fought alongside John against swarming monsters, with John remarking on her earlier claim about all of Japan's monsters. She confirmed she didn't exaggerate, prompting him to ready a bigger gun. As they attacked, Kwannon psychically instructed Osaka's citizens to follow her mental commands, warning of certain death otherwise, while civilians fled from a hissing creature. An explosion struck the masked monster. John taunted a serpent-like foe, but it lunged and swallowed him whole. Kwannon shouted his name before the creature suddenly bloated and vomited him out after an internal blast. Drenched, John assured her he was fine, though disgusted, and began to reload. A voice asked, "Am I pretty?" And John looked up to see a tall woman in red with massive shears. Repeating the question, she attacked, cutting into John. Kwannon protected a group of civilians, promising to return for them, and confronted the attacker. The woman, her mouth splitting open into a monstrous grin, asked John if he found her beautiful. Kwannon identified her as Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman from legend, recognizing her presence as the one guiding the other creatures. John admitted he was no good in close combat, so Kwannon told him to protect the innocents while she exorcised the spirit. They clashed in a fast sword fight. Kwannon accused her of being a monster, who shuddered to look upon herself if she had no choice in her fate. The woman countered that she was only as wicked as the world made her. Kwannon demanded to see her truth. A psychic vision revealed her past, a courtesan maimed in a drunken rage, A beggar cast aside, a victim preyed upon, a scorned woman seeking indiscriminate vengeance, and finally a monster perpetuating her pain through the ages. Kuchisake Onna struck Kwannon down, declaring herself not a mere monster, but a survivor and master of her circumstances. Summoning a swarm of bats, she sent them whirling toward Kwannon. John opened fire from a distance, blasting the creatures and assuring Kwannon he had her covered. Urging her to give the monster hell, Kwannon sliced through more bats and charged. Mid-air, Kwannon told Kuchisake Onna she was sorry for her betrayals, but insisted they didn't give her the right to harm others. The woman accused her of ignorance, claiming that if Kwannon truly knew betrayal, she wouldn't trust the man with the rifle, or anyone at all. Kwannon admitted she once believed that, but not anymore. She explained she had channeled her rage into ensuring no one else would endure what she had, and that the only mercy she could offer someone so lost was an end to their suffering. With a decisive strike, she decapitated Kuchisake Onna's head, ending the fight. Afterward, Kwannon reflected that even without the slit-mouthed woman's influence, darkness would still embolden monsters to prey on others. She promised a survivor, holding a child, that while she couldn't guarantee safety, she would fall before letting harm come to them. John noted her words meant pledging her life alongside theirs. Turning to him, Kwannon asked if he would stand with her. John agreed, saying it suited him fine. She replied, "Then let us go." The two stood side by side, launching into battle against a wave of masked, red-eyed attackers, blades and gunfire ready, with the thought that it would be a long night before they reached the dawn. Miles Morales, Blood Hunt, Part 2. The ancient seal broke, releasing the red-skinned vampire lord Arima, who declared his return and demanded others kneel. Miles and Hightail confronted him, rejecting his authority. Miles joked about preferring a knife through his face, and Hightail backed him. Rima addressed Miles as his Celerious One, but Hightail warned him not to call her Master again. She stabbed him in the head, declaring she was nobody's pawn anymore. Miles noted his immortality remained, meaning they could keep stabbing him. Hightail and Miles fought through swarms of Rima's minions. She cursed in Spanish about their numbers, while Miles noted the army was larger than expected. They agreed to keep cutting them down, exchanging banter about trust and teasing each other. Though Hightail claimed to dislike him, Miles joked she was warming up to him as they continued the battle side by side. Amid the chaos, they struck down enemies together. Rima observed Miles's increased strength, deducing he had been turned. Hightail suggested his power might be overrated and vowed to stop him from ever controlling minds again. Rima warned that the more they fought, the more they incensed him, preparing to demonstrate why his rule was unchallenged. He launched at them with great speed, forcing Miles and Hightail to react. As the clash continued, Rima claimed he would break Miles and make him take his place at his feet. He realized Blade was absent and taunted that no one would save them. Striking Hightail down, he offered to fix Miles and add him to his flock. Miles refused, quipping about being fine without becoming any vampire, and delivered a powerful blow to Rima's jaw, snapping it and knocking him back. Rima taunted that Miles's new strength could only delay him briefly and urged submission, claiming he could not be killed and was regaining power. Miles told Hightail they could fight all night without progress, asking for a plan. She simply replied, "Stab him." Rima demanded they kneel, but Brielle arrived, saying her dad couldn't be there. She went by the name of Bloodline and struck Rima hard. Recognizing her, Hightail confirmed Bloodline's identity. Miles thanked her for the rescue and asked for a plan to stop Rima. She instructed them to buy her time. Rima accused her of meddling in dangerous affairs. Bloodline outlined the plan. Hightail would collect the seal fragments, Miles would web them, and she'd handle the magic. Rima charged, vowing to punish the kin of the Daywalker for her father's blasphemy. Miles kept him busy, taunting him, while Hightail fought through enemies to reach the seal fragments. Rima tried to bite Miles, but Miles sliced his tongue, rejecting more vampire bites. Bloodline and Hightail spotted Rima's seal, but couldn't reach it at first. Bloodline urged them to grab the shards so she could perform the incantation. They fought their way through, Miles encouraging Hightail to think about sealing Arima away again. They reached the shards. close, and Miles webbed them together. Bloodline began the spell, while Arima shouted defiance. Magical energy surged from the seal, pulling Arima back as he screamed. Hightail then drove a blade through Rima's head, killing him as the seal glowed and restrained his forces. She declared again that she was no one's pawn. Miles, Bloodline, and Hightail caught their breath after the fight. Hightail told Miles, "Good job," and Bloodline celebrated their undefeated teamwork with a high five, which Miles eagerly returned. He tried to get Hightail to join, calling it a group effort, but she resisted until Bloodline coaxed her. Eventually, they all high-fived, though Hightail warned she'd seal them if they told anyone. When Miles asked where she was going, Hightail said she had her own people to look after and left. Miles and Bloodline discussed needing a speedster's help, but decided they'd clean up the city themselves. Dracula appeared, noting their skill in stopping creatures of the night. Miles was frustrated he hadn't shown up earlier, but Dracula dismissed Arima as unworthy of his time. Performing a spell, he sent the abomination and the artifact somewhere they couldn't be tampered with, saying his priorities had shifted. He admitted he came to ask a question. He asked Bloodline if she had the resolve to do what was necessary. She understood he meant killing her father, and said she'd do what was needed to protect people. Miles objected, insisting there was always another way, but Dracula said that meant he'd already lost. Declaring Blade no longer her father, Bloodline listened as Dracula warned Miles that peace would only bring death and that more fighting lay ahead. He opened a portal to a city under attack by many vampires. Blade's work. Bloodline insisted they had to save the people. Dracula asked if they were ready. Both Miles and Bloodline said yes. Dracula told them to follow him through the portal. In the final charge, Miles, sword in hand, Bloodline with her weapons, and Dracula flew into the portal together, as Miles declared, "And let this fight be done." Werewolf by Night. Blood Hunt. In the Arizona desert, a few miles outside the Hopi tribal lands, Jake Gomez rode his dirt bike toward the abandoned Wild Dino Adventure Park. While others spent Friday night with friends, he treated it as a gym night, the perfect place to unleash his werewolf side on animatronic dinosaurs. Normally, he would be with Red Wolf and Molly, but Red Wolf was away on US Marshal work, and Molly had concert plans. Having the park to himself, Jake prepared for a solo night. He reflected on visiting the park as a kid with his father, an enforcer for the Los Lobos gang, one of the few good memories they shared. Jake inherited his werewolf genes from him, but also carried a music playlist to help control his inner monster. Under the full moon, he transformed, howling and feeling in control as long as his music played. He noted the park sat on stolen Hopi land, something he learned from his grandma Rora, and noticed movement, prompting him to hide. A hooded group performed a ritual, led by someone holding a coin, calling on Lord Karen to guide Duke Jensen's soul to unite with his nephew. Jake recognized members Sam and Trevor from middle school. As they chanted, blue energy surged, and they wondered if the phenomenon was expected. Darkness fell, and the moon vanished. A glowing figure emerged from the portal, Duke Jensen, confused about who summoned him. Trevor exclaimed in shock, confirming it was really his uncle, while Duke recognized Trevor as a grown man. Duke realised he was at Wild Dino Adventure Park, a place he had used as a fallback from stock car promoting, lamenting its current state. Trevor told Uncle Duke how much he missed him, calling him the only relative who cared when no one else did. He still had the switchblade Duke gave him at age 10, which had helped him at school. Duke said it had saved him too. Another hooded teen recalled doing donuts in the raceway parking lot and grabbing ice cream after the casino with Duke, then asked for a favour. Duke, saying it had been a long time since he felt alive, asked Trevor if he could use his body as a conduit to feel human again. Trevor hesitated, but agreed, and Duke called him a good sport. Duke possessed Trevor, turning demonic and exclaiming he could feel the fires of hell. When someone demanded to know what he was doing, Duke explained Trevor was possessed, so his true form could exist. Declaring himself Uncle Roulette, he attacked with hellfire. A blast struck Carson, igniting him. Duke mocked his nephew's lack of power to hit both targets. Jake, unable to transform, cursed the timing as the wolf in him was dormant. Roulette chased others, calling it a family barbecue. Jake distracted him, calling himself the juicy steak. Roulette took the bait, and Jake ordered the rest to scatter. Later, elsewhere, officers joked about a days-long buffet and celebrating the endless night when they noticed a strange light. They decided to investigate. They were all vampires. Back at the park, Roulette hunted the teens, boasting he had drained more power from Trevor. A mechanical T-Rex attacked, forcing Sam to dodge. budge. Jake smashed it with a pipe, saving Sam. Sam recognized Jake, noting it had been 5 years since they last met. Jake, holding the pipe, replied, "It was nice to see Sam too." Jake demanded answers from Sam and the others about how they made the moon disappear, accusing them of witchcraft. They denied it, saying they only intended to hold a seance, not summon a demon. Roulette suddenly appeared, striking and blasting Jake through a wall and onto a roller coaster track, leaving him broken and bloodied. The others fled toward the parking lot, relieved to see cars, but confused about who called 911 since their phones had been dead for a day. Police vehicles arrived and officers ordered them to freeze, accusing them of trespassing, property damage, and arson. The kids realized, too late, the officers were vampires. The vampires attacked, biting 2 of the teens, declaring the night theirs. Roulette, feeling trapped in the park, vowed to settle scores. He targeted Johnny Blaze, blaming Ghost Rider for trapping him in Mephisto's prison realm. He decided one of the kids might know how to free him. Spotting a boy hiding, he blasted him with hellfire, injuring but not killing him, and demanded to be unbound. The boy said Sam had the spellbook, but Roulette incinerated him, saying he was of no use. Sam found Jake unconscious and worried he might be dead. Vampires approached. Spotting them, Sam was cornered by 2, who taunted her, saying they didn't mind playing with their food. The vampire leader said they had all night to hunt the group down thanks to the blackened sky and wanted fresh meat. Suddenly, the moon appeared unexpectedly. Jake began to heal as his broken bones mended. He felt the wolf returning, but also sensed something different, a burning inside him. It wasn't fire, but something else, as his eyes glowed red. Under the full moon, Jake transformed into the werewolf, but instead of his usual control, he was consumed by pure rage. His eyes glowed red as he roared, attacking the vampire cops with ferocity. Without his calming playlist, he felt like he was in a chaotic mosh pit, thrashing violently. The blood and violence fueled him further, making him hungrier by the minute. Sam fled through the park. She encountered Trevor, who appeared under Roulette's possession. She asked if Trevor was still in there. Trevor demanded the spellbook to end everything. She refused to hand it over. Roulette, speaking through Trevor, attacked her, demanding the book and to be freed from the park. Suddenly, Jake, in werewolf form, leapt at him, engulfed in flames from Roulette's hellfire. Jake's assault knocked Roulette out of Trevor's body. He took down Trevor and ate him. Stripped of his host, Duke lamented that without his nephew as a portal to hell, he was just a ghost. As Jake loomed over Sam, she whispered apologies. The next morning, Jake awoke naked and bloodied beside a decapitated body. Horrified, he cursed and looked around at the carnage in the park. Surveying from above, he saw the blood-stained grounds and realized many victims, including 2 childhood friends, had been innocent. He admitted he couldn't stop himself from the violence. Walking through the aftermath, he reflected that the park was now stained with their blood because of him. Thoughts of Molly, Grandma Rora, and Red Wolf haunted him. He wondered if they could forgive him or if they would be his next victims. Jake resolved to figure himself out before returning home, even if it meant wandering thousands of miles in the desert to learn to control the beast. In the final moment, under the moonlight, his red eyes glowed as he accepted himself as nature's wrath. Avengers Blood Hunt Part 3. Captain America piloted the helicarrier, noting it had been a while, but likening it to riding a 200,000-ton flying bike. Baron Blood demanded to know what he was doing, while Hercules reassured others that Cap knew his job. Cap's narration stated that if the vampires had taken the sunlight, they just had to go to the sunlight. The helicarrier ascended above the clouds into daylight. Cap announced they had sunlight and told the Avengers to act. Setting the ship to autopilot, he turned to Baron Blood, saying they could continue their fight. Baron Blood reminded him sunlight wouldn't hurt him. Cap replied that hurting Baron Blood was his job. Hercules charged vampires, declaring the eternal night over. He hurled them into the sunlight and noted they had painted over the portholes. Hawkeye responded with a sonic arrow, stunning enemies. Hazmat blasted vampires, admitting it felt odd, attacking retreating foes. Quicksilver noticed they were fleeing in the same direction and reported to Cap. Baron Blood attacked Cap savagely. Pietro called to Steve, who replied he wasn't too busy. Cap realized the vampires had a plan and told Pietro to interfere. Cap then told Pietro he was a pain in the neck and to use his skills. Turning back to Baron Blood, Cap pressed him about the plan. Baron Blood taunted him, then revealed losing the flagship didn't matter compared to killing Cap and the Avengers. Cap accused him of planning to scuttle the ship. Baron Blood confirmed it, adding that none of the Avengers could fly, but he could. Cap pointed out this meant sacrificing his own people. Baron Blood admitted he would, calling them no great loss. Quicksilver confirmed he heard the plan and left to interfere. He instructed Hercules and Hazmat to keep vampires from civilians, then told Hawkeye to come with him. She questioned his knowledge of the helicarrier layout. He admitted that he knew Hawkeye had memorized it at age 12. She told him their destination, the reactors on Deck F, before Pietro sped off carrying her. Elsewhere, Hercules and Hazmat fought vampires. Hercules asked Hazmat if it was her first time as an Avenger. She reminded him he'd once been a nude guest instructor at Avengers Academy, calling him a perv. They bantered about their past, with Hercules noting she was now a bona fide Avenger, though stuck on a helicarrier about to blow up. Hazmat sarcastically agreed, and they walked on together amid the flames. Quicksilver and Hawkeye fought their way through flaming vampire attackers. Pietro reflected, identifying himself and admitting speeches weren't his forte, framing his words as a threat. He said the Avengers had taken the ship, were annihilating enemies, and Captain America was fighting Baron Blood. He stated that a fight with Cap ended one way. Vampires in the control room mocked the idea, saying even Cap couldn't survive a fall from that altitude. Pietro recalled Cap surviving in 1945. They declared they'd die for the cause, be remembered as martyrs, and have their names honoured by Baron Blood. Pietro played back a recording of Baron admitting he'd sacrifice his own people, shocking them. Pietro then offered to spare them if they opened the door. They agreed, but as they ran, he left Hawkeye to handle it, speeding off to help Cap. The vampires planned to take hostages for food, but were intercepted by Pietro. They accused him of breaking his word. He retorted they stopped living as soon as they became vampires and admitted he'd lived with worse betrayals, adding he was angry about his sister. Elsewhere, Hazmat complained they didn't know where they were going. Hercules said they'd run out of vampires and wanted to keep acting heroically. They spotted Cap fighting Baron Blood through a window. Hazmat announced the reactors were handled, and Hercules boasted they had brought battle to the enemy's warriors. Baron Blood insisted the fight wasn't over, claiming the skies were still black, and his people were overrunning theirs. Cap told him it was over for him and would be over for future tyrants because the Avengers never quit. Baron Blood attacked, shouting it was never over and recalling their rivalry since 1942. He promised to kill Cap, but was knocked back. He jumped from the helicarrier as Cap threw his shield at him. Cap realised he missed because of his silvered shield. Pietro arrived, and Cap remarked he was late. Pietro said Baron got away, calling it a shame. Hawkeye reflected on being taught by Cap as a young ex-supervillain, always having a backup plan, and passing on lessons to the next generation. She lifted her bow. Baron Blood glided through the sky as Hawkeye aimed her bow at him. Incredible Hulk Blood Hunt. 50 years ago in Arizona, two men sat outside on a cold morning, preparing for a day of shooting a street scene for a production. One noted it would warm up quickly, and they joked about the elaborate plans of Wade and whether Fran's horse would cooperate. Suddenly, one man, Mike, was warned to look out as a young boy burst through a fence, slamming into him. The boy knocked him down hard, startling the other man, Carl. They grabbed hold of the boy, noticing he was covered in blood. Mike checked for injuries but saw only a small cut on his face, realizing the blood wasn't his. They asked the boy where he came from and about his family, switching between English and Spanish. The boy replied in Spanish, saying they were underground with many devils. Mike mistranslated it as dead, but Carl insisted that wasn't what he said. Carl clarified that the boy meant his family was under the ground. The boy's terrified face lingered on the words. 50 years later, Bruce Banner walked alone through the desolate desert, carrying a Captain America-themed backpack. He passed carcasses picked clean by scavengers and entered a rundown, skeletal settlement. Speaking to Charlie, a small figure he carried in his pocket, he speculated it might be an old amusement park. Low on food and water, he told Charlie they'd head west soon, but needed to check the place out first. A gaunt, still-living animal snarled weakly nearby as he reassured Charlie they'd be okay. He arrived at a sign reading Old Tucson, the entrance to an abandoned Western-style studio town. Walking through, he passed decaying storefronts, collapsed buildings, and remnants of a once active set. Crew trailers sat rusting in the background, and skeletal remains lay among the debris. Moving deeper, he passed the saloon building, the deserted set eerily quiet around him. He entered the saloon, asking Charlie if there might be food inside. The place was dusty and empty, and behind the bar he found only bottles labelled as whiskey. A voice corrected him. It was just apple juice for the cameras. The speaker, an older man named Miguel, invited Bruce to share a drink. Bruce introduced himself and asked what the place was and what had happened there. Miguel replied that everything had happened there, mentioning a train outside that had been robbed countless times. He pointed out where John Wayne had once punched a man, how Clint Eastwood had twice burned the saloon down, and the nearby OK Corral shootout site. Miguel told Bruce they were in Old Tucson, the American dream. Miguel explained the town was a movie set where many great westerns had been filmed for 80 years. He had worked there until the previous week, but after the sun went dark, everyone left and went home. When Bruce asked why Miguel had stayed, Miguel said he would explain if Bruce drank the apple juice. Miguel recounted that 50 years earlier, he crossed from Mexico with his parents, sister, and brother. His mother carried him and wore a necklace with a small plastic American flag he'd found. His father prepared them for the desert journey with supplies. They were warned the desert was full of bodies of those who ignored its dangers. Attacked by blood-drinking devils from beneath the earth, the family was dragged underground. Miguel's mother, bitten many times, saved him and got him to the surface, but the rest of his family died. A carpenter from Old Tucson took him in, and Miguel grew up there, finding a new family and working on film sets. Still, he never forgot his real family, whose voices he claimed to still hear beneath the desert, begging for help. He admitted he never went far, always staring out into the desert, praying for courage to find them again. Bruce called it a hell of a story and warned Miguel not to look for them, saying they weren't his family anymore. Miguel insisted they were hungry all the time and had asked him for something. Bruce, alarmed, asked what Miguel had done. Bruce realized that with the sun gone dark, the creatures were no longer trapped in the desert. He warned Miguel not to look for them, saying they were on their way. Miguel corrected him. They had already arrived days ago. Suddenly, the floor cracked and creatures burst through, grabbing Bruce. They pulled him down as voices in Spanish called him a sweet boy for caring for them. Bruce pleaded for Hulk's help, but he didn't turn. Miguel apologized to Bruce, saying the creatures were just so hungry. The monsters restrained Bruce. One creature confronted Hulk, saying no one answered their prayers and none would answer his, slashing him across the chest. They pinned Bruce down, with their leader telling the others to feed. They swarmed him, their feeding triggering Hulk's transformation. His eyes glowed green, muscles bulged, and he erupted from the feeding pile, smashing creatures aside. Hulk tore into the attackers, sending bodies flying. Outside, more vampires appeared, recognizing him as the fractured son whose blood could sustain them. Hulk snapped a wooden beam into a stake, telling them to try. He fought fiercely, staking and throwing vampires, crushing and tearing them apart. One vampire hissed, "Mama!" before Hulk slammed it into the ground and snapped another's spine. The lead vampire tried to protect her babies. She staked Hulk from behind. Enraged, she screamed that he had killed her children and lunged. Hulk slammed her down, pulled out the stake from his chest and drove it into her, pinning her to the wall. She spoke of their unsafe home and how Miguelito had been a sweet boy, believing the stories, and claimed her babies deserved a better life. She asked if Miguelito had one. Hulk coldly replied, "How should I know?" and then decapitated her with the stake, her necklace falling. Hulk walked away through the damaged street as people emerged. Miguel picked up the fallen necklace, recognizing it as his mother's, and knelt down, clutching it with tears in his eyes while the townsfolk gathered themselves. Union Jack the Ripper. Blood Hunt. Part 3. Union Jack used Bulldog as a bloodhound, following the mental pull of the monster who had turned him into a vampire. Bulldog repeated "Otter" as they approached, with Union Jack noting the plan was to track the big vampire and slaughter them in their lair. At Manchester Town Hall, Mara voiced concern about bringing Judy, but Jack asked where else they could leave her. Bulldog mocked that pretty boys like him were now like us before spotting approaching vampires. Helen warned there were too many, but Bulldog insisted he could handle them, demanding to be released. Jack cut his chain and Bulldog charged into the swarm, attacking. Jack told Helen to move inside while they were distracted, despite her warning about an obvious trap. She reminded him it was his idea to face the chief vampire, and Jack said they'd hide Judy somewhere. Inside, they encountered a tall, long-clawed vampire who mocked the idea of being safe. Jack reacted with, "Oh," recognizing the threat. Jack told Helen to forget the plan, identifying the vampire as Hunger, a nightmare who grew stronger with every vampire he sired. Helen doubted his strength since he couldn't control Bulldog. Hunger addressed her by name, then suggested asking Winston, Bulldog, directly. Bulldog attacked Alan, prompting Helen to shout in confusion. She accused Bulldog of showing his true colours like Alan and vowed to protect Judy. Alan advanced, taunting that she had no choice. Helen swung a spiked chain into his face, knocking him back. Union Jack opened fire on Hunger, telling him to leave the others and focus on him, the one killing his puppets. Hunger struck Jack hard, but Jack stabbed him in the back, saying he hoped it hurt. Hunger mocked his understanding of pain before slashing Jack across the chest. Mara screamed Joe's name as Hunger lifted him, calling him a deluded relic clinging to a dead world. Hunger said the puppets outside had been longing for freedom to act as they wished, citing Alan and Winston as examples. He revealed Winston had deceived them, luring them there. Hunger declared Jack was exactly where they wanted him, but Mara opened fire on Hunger, saying, "Sorry to disappoint." She warned Hunger that he doesn't always get what he wants, but Hunger stabbed and threw her aside. As Jack bled, Helen, now vampiric, declared they had already won. Jack bitterly remarked it was too good to last, comparing it to the old Blitz spirit, and addressed Bulldog, who apologised to Joe before biting him savagely. Jack weakly quipped about maintaining standards before losing strength. Mara, horrified, told Bulldog that Joe trusted him. She fired in rage, shouting that they all did. Bulldog tried to explain, but was shot in the hand, his claw destroyed. Hunger hissed in pain from the same blast. Mara knelt by the wounded Joe, but Helen, now vampiric, taunted her that it was too late. Alan attacked, declaring the Master had won, and she would be next. Judy pleaded with Helen not to hurt Mara, saying the vampires were her friends. Joe, now transformed into a vampire, staggered up, calling himself Union Jack and recalling his former titles. Hunger rejected his defiance, claiming Joe belonged to them. Joe refused, vowing Hunger was the one who'd be owned tonight. Hunger insisted he couldn't stop them, saying they could feel his desire to join. He lifted Joe, calling him flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood, and Bulldog echoed blood of his blood. Bulldog explained he'd felt the Master's influence through Helen, Alan, and Joe. He urged Mara to hurt him instead of Judy, revealing that harming him would hurt Joe due to their link. He admitted trying to save Jack by making him like them only made it worse. He asked Mara to make it better. Bulldog was then shot in the head by Mara, and Hunger screamed in pain. Mara urged Joe to attack while Hunger was distracted. Joe leapt and drove his sword into Hunger's head, calling to finish the bastard. An explosion erupted, sending Joe flying. Bulldog was wrong about one thing. The night didn't end with Hunger's death, but his power died with him. Those he corrupted reverted to normal. Joe stood restored to human form, watching Helen and Alan change back. They'd never be the same, but they had seen something Joe thought was lost. Something in themselves and him, a glimmer of light in the darkness. Not the sun, but something more powerful, giving just enough hope to see them through to dawn. Wolverine, Blood Hunt, Part 3. Blood trailed through the water as sea creatures sank lifelessly. Wolverine reflected on the moment. He described a sinking feeling, a burning dread deep in his gut, warning him over and over. Off the coast of Santa Cruz Island, Wolverine and Nightgard fought on a boat surrounded by attacking sea monsters. Nightgard exclaimed at their numbers, while Wolverine told her to stop counting and keep fighting. Wolverine slashed through enemies, telling her he'd fill the rest, but Nightgard asserted she didn't need instructions. She fought confidently, deflecting a threat that vowed to kill her, stabbing it with her glowing blade and shooting another. Wolverine noted in his thoughts that she was deadly with both fangs and firearms, a double threat to any bloodsucker. A monster lunged at Wolverine, catching him off guard while he was gawking at Nightgard's work. The creature promised to drain every drop of his blood, but Wolverine fired a flaming shot into its mouth, incinerating it. The burning creature fell into the water, and Wolverine cursed about the engine being hit. He warned Nightgard to helmet up. The boat exploded, sending them flying into the water among the monsters. Underwater, Wolverine continued reflecting, remembering Xavier once telling him the human body was mostly water, and wondering what vampires were made of. He figured it wasn't hard to guess, since everyone knows you are what you eat. He knew that blood in the water meant uninvited dinner guests. As they swam, sharks appeared, attacking the wounded sea vampires. Wolverine thought grimly that there's always a bigger fish as the predators tore into the chaos around them. Wolverine and Nightgard surfaced in an underwater cave, gasping for air. Nightgard said they'd made it, but Wolverine replied they still needed to get inside. He commented that Maverick liked his hideouts deep, dark, and dank. Inside, a woman greeted Wolverine, noting his condition. Maverick appeared on a screen, with Wolverine narrating he was an elite mercenary turned megalomaniac, the one they were after, or vice versa. Wolverine said he wasn't sure who was hunting who. Maverick joked about the chum slick outside, and said it took more than Aquos sect vampires to stop Wolverine. He mocked Wolverine for arriving all piss and vinegar and alone. Nightgard hushed Wolverine when he questioned it. Maverick revealed he knew Wolverine had teamed with Bannister and cut off their comms, leaving Wolverine on his own. Wolverine asked why the games if Maverick wanted to recruit him. Maverick said he'd hyped Wolverine to his new partners and wanted proof he was the real deal. As Maverick was bitten by the woman behind him, he promised to be watching. Wolverine smashed the camera, telling Nightgard he was counting on Maverick having surveillance. He explained Maverick had been monitoring him since Barstow, but ignored Nightgard, not realizing she wouldn't appear on cameras as a vampire. This gave them a strategic advantage. Suddenly, red-eyed ninja vampires of the Claw sect charged. Wolverine told Nightgard to hold that thought, and both readied weapons. They clashed with the attackers. Wolverine reflecting on always being outnumbered, from security in the casino, mercs on the freeway, Aquos sect in the water, to these mummy posers underground. Nightgard urged him to focus on the door, but he told her to quit worrying about him. They pushed forward, chasing retreating enemies into a tunnel. When called cowards, Nightgard replied, "Not I," as they prepared to strike. Wolverine and Nightgard fought Claw sect vampires in close quarters, with Wolverine's narration noting that such combat improved their odds. Simple math, addition by subtraction. They cut through the attackers, leaving bodies on the ground. Nightgard remarked it was certainly something, and Wolverine replied they hadn't prepared for that contingency. He then said it was time for another surprise. Wolverine stabbed himself with a sword, grunting in pain. Nightgard asked why, and he explained it was bait to draw out Maverick, the sword keeping his healing factor busy and leaving him vulnerable to the vampire enzyme. He told Louise to turn him. After confirming, she agreed, "Only for you," and bit into his neck. A long kiss. Elsewhere, Maverick watched on surveillance, shocked as Wolverine stabbed himself and then disappeared. Alyssa concluded he had become like them, a vampire. Maverick said it didn't matter, turned or not. He'd always expected it to come down to a personal confrontation. He planned to either recruit Wolverine or finish him. Nothing had changed. Alyssa disagreed. Wrong. Wolverine, now vampiric, reflected that everything's changed. He enjoyed being invisible to security, having built-in night vision, speed, and power. As he moved through the tunnels, he killed a Claw sect vampire easily, thinking he could get used to this. Suddenly, a .44 Magnum round slammed into him, Maverick's calling card. Maverick appeared, shooting repeatedly, saying one shot was never enough. Wolverine was knocked down, blood trailing. Maverick admitted he didn't know how Wolverine was turned, thinking his body wouldn't allow it, but saw it as a bonus for their plans. He offered Wolverine a choice to play nice and hinted at someone else's input. Alyssa emerged from the shadows. Wolverine asked who she was, and she introduced herself as a future queen seeking her future king. Wolverine bared his fangs, now fully vampiric, as the confrontation loomed. Amazing Spider-Man Blood Hunt Part 3. Spider-Man swung into action, taunting nearby vampires to come out to play. He slammed into them using a vehicle, quipping they weren't even trying anymore, and webbed several together. Leaping onto the van, he told Misty Knight, "Madam, your chariot awaits." Misty teased that he was having too much fun and told Lizzie to hop in the back. Spidey, on the roof, announced they were approaching Hemoglobin HQ. The van ploughed through more vampires, sending them flying as Spider-Man exclaimed he loved this part. Lizard bolted inside, and Spidey noted he was likely tracking Morbius. Spider-Man asked Misty to find a terminal for the virus Maxine had given them, while he followed Lizzie. Misty agreed, telling him to find her when she was done. Misty entered an elevator, emerging into an empty hallway, remarking on the lack of a welcoming committee. She located a computer room, calling it beautiful, and inserted Maxine's USB, criticizing Theocritus's weak security. A shadowed figure said it was good to see her, Colleen Wing. Misty, surprised, asked if Colleen had escaped. Colleen, partially in shadow, replied in a way before revealing her vampiric form, saying she felt much better now. Meanwhile, Lizard smashed through a door into a room full of vampires. Spider-Man suggested making a plan, then decided Lizard should handle the crowd while he searched for Morbius. Spidey thought about doctors in labs always seeking cures, then reacted in disbelief to what he saw. Back with Misty, she tried to reach Colleen, insisting this wasn't her. Colleen insisted Theocritus was a visionary who'd done her a favour. Misty reminded her TJ was the same guy who'd spilled a root beer on her at a Beyond mixer. Colleen snarled she didn't answer to cattle and lunged. Misty, offended at being called a cow, punched her hard, saying she'd show her horns. Lizard fought ferociously against the attacking vampires, smashing some through windows and walls. Morbius joined in, declaring it his turn, and traded blows with Lizard. Meanwhile, Spider-Man dropped in on a crowd of vampires, asking for directions to Dr. Michael Morbius. A female vampire pointed him to Lab 4, warning they couldn't fight the hunger for long, even with TJ's cure. Spidey thanked her, webbing the group up to keep them contained. She told him none of them had chosen this, and he acknowledged it before moving on. Finding Morbius in the lab, Spider-Man asked if what he was working on was a cure, stressing the pandemic they faced. Morbius assumed Spidey was there to rescue him, but Spidey guessed he might be siding with Team Fang. Morbius asked if he knew the biggest challenge for scientists. Spidey joked about lab coats and internet know-it-alls, before Morbius shouted it was funding. He ranted about finally having real equipment after years of working underground. Spidey countered that TJ was turning people into vampires against their will. Morbius explained his cure worked only on the specific strain hemoglobin had created. If Spidey helped distribute what he had, they could make progress. Before they could act, Morbius insisted they move his cure, refusing to force vampirism on another. Morbius and Lizard continued battling the vampires while telling Spider-Man to secure blue vials in the chiller. Spidey asked how to use them. Morbius said to drop a vial into the cooling system coils to disperse it. Spidey took off toward the roof. Elsewhere, Misty fought the newly turned Colleen. After knocking Misty back, Colleen urged her to let Theocritus turn her too, claiming they'd be unstoppable. Misty refused, saying she was good and prepared to continue the fight. Spider-Man crashed onto the rooftop, intending to dump a vial into the air handling system, but was confronted by Theocritus, aka TJ, flanked by two large blue-skinned bodyguards. Theocritus warned him to stop before doing something he'd regret. Spider-Man sarcastically asked if he meant regret like eating a whole pizza or dumping the vial, pointing out it could cure their condition. Theocritus countered that his company, Hemogoblin Incorporated, had given people opportunities that didn't need curing. He admitted some recruits had promise, but many were losers, before he gave them meaning and direction. As he spoke, Spider-Man began dripping the vial's contents into the system, interrupting the monologue and firmly stating he disagreed about not needing a cure. Theocritus ordered his goons to attack, but Spider-Man quickly webbed them up, saying he was tired and asking for the sun to be turned back on so the night could end. Theocritus denied causing the endless night, claiming he merely took advantage of it. They both noticed an approaching helicopter. From the helicopter, Maxine called out. Theocritus questioned her contract terms. She gave him two options: destroy Spider-Man legally or take the cure and return to work for her. He chose the legal route, but she ordered him to be netted. A silver-lined steel net was fired at Spider-Man, trapping and burning him. Maxine handed him Morbius's cure data, claiming it was saved while all else was deleted. She told him to give Morbius her regards, and that he could use the lab indefinitely. Spider-Man recognized her self-serving nature when told about her by a companion. They confirmed Colleen was safe with the victims, helping them get home. Spider-Man was told the cure worked on all Hemogoblin-created vampires, but not on Morbius or older ones. He swung away, noting NYC never sleeps. In closing, Spider-Man reflected that while nothing had truly changed, the cure with his webs helped a small number. As he fired the webs at the people, it cured them of their their vampirism. The people caught in the wrong place at the wrong time had another chance at life, with allies ensuring they lived to appreciate it. Observing from the shadows, someone remarked that another chance was as close to happily ever after as most get. Bloodhunters, Part 4, Light from Shadow. On Idrea, the sole planet in the Gemini binary star system, the Silver Surfer sensed a disturbance in the light similar to events on other worlds. Arriving at the ornate city, he found a figure ensnared by tendrils of the Dark Force dimension. Introducing himself as Norin Rad, seeker of hope and light, he noted the trapped being's despair and the spreading darkness. The victim, Aranthala, was the night chaser of Idrea, tasked with bringing night to their world of perpetual day. Without him, the civilization would die. The surfer realized Aranthala's energies were being funneled into the Dark Force dimension. While he could seal the portal with his power cosmic, he needed to understand the cause. He asked Aranthala to extend his Dark Force outward to create a dimensional fold, and Aranthala agreed to try. The surfer used his board to pierce the dimension, entering the Dark Force dimension despite the pain it caused Aranthala. He knew the only way to stop the threat was from within. Inside, he sensed others and determined the nexus of activity aligned with Earth. Among those trapped was Silhouette, a young hero he recognized from aiding the Fantastic Four against Terrax. She confirmed magic was controlling all who could access the Dark Force, using them to bring eternal night to Earth and unleash vampire hordes. The surfer acknowledged his power was often defied by the supernatural. Suddenly attacked, he explained the Dark Force fed on the absence of physical and moral light. His own light could be forcibly drained in great amounts. Stopping himself from severing the link, which would kill the captives, he told Silhouette he could not proceed. She was willing to sacrifice herself, but he encouraged her to trust Earth's heroes. He departed, reflecting on the limits of his power. Returning to Idrea, he found Aranthala dead. Vowing to honor him, the surfer sought to restore order. He redirected a stationary asteroid belt between the binary stars, crafting a solar umbrella to cast shadow over half the planet as it rotated, restoring day and night. Idrea was saved. He considered other Dark Force wielders in need across the universe, naming threats on Paraxis 4, Jasona 9, and Dentrum 2. Until Earth's heroes found a permanent solution, he would bring what light he could to the darkness of space. Satana and the Blood Bar. At the Second Circle Club, dancers performed while Satana Hellstrom tried repeatedly to call Blade, only to find his voicemail full. Frustrated, she also attempted to contact her father and Diamond via email without success. She complained about Blade always being busy with various crises and now facing a new one, vampires flooding her club. On the floor, she saw many of them causing trouble. Speaking with her staff, including Aramaros, they discussed how since the skies turned dark, vampires had become more aggressive. Botis said they had to throw out several already, and more kept coming, their hate and aggression stronger than usual. Elena, the bartender, reported vampires showing up everywhere in the city. A fight broke out nearby, prompting Satana to send Botis to help. The situation escalated, with vampires attacking staff and patrons. Satana transformed, flaming and commanding them to stop. A vampire named Bordui introduced himself, trying to charm her, but she refused. She enforced her rule of no feeding or fighting inside the club and ordered them to leave. Bordui declared the uprising had begun, claiming the night belonged to them. As they spoke, Bordui's group attacked. Elena was bitten, and Bordui taunted that they wanted demon blood. Satana ignited in rage, declaring, "Not in my club," and ordered the doors locked. She unleashed her powers, incinerating attackers alongside her staff. In the chaos, she fought through enemies, striking one down while her team struggled against the overwhelming numbers. Bordui killed Botis by biting him, which barred him from hell, enraging Satana further. She summoned the Basilisk, a massive demonic beast, and led a brutal counterattack. She killed vampires in revenge for Elena and Botis, ultimately stabbing Bordui through the chest. With Bordui dead and the floor scorched with a summoning sigil, Satana told her staff to clean up as dawn approached. Aramaros warned more vampires would come, but Satana, undeterred, said they would be waiting. Once more into the darkness. Part 3. Hallows Eve confronted Elsa Bloodstone, White Widow and Dagger, telling Elsa not to shoot her out of the sky. Elsa demanded to know who she was, and Hallows Eve asked why Elsa was running with vampires when she was prey like the rest. Hallows Eve explained her masks let her change form, so she'd been disguising herself as a vampire to survive. Widow asked if she had information from being among the enemy. Hallows Eve replied that knowledge was power and she didn't share freely, telling them to ask the Goblin Queen, and admitted she wasn't a do-gooder just before spotting trouble. A horde of vampires closed in. Widow told the team to keep alert, and Dagger urged Elsa not to hurt them as they were innocent and she could heal them. Elsa doubted their innocence and fired. A chaotic fight broke out, with Widow, Elsa, and Hallows Eve battling attackers. Hallows Eve realized she wasn't wearing her hero mask. As the situation worsened, she donned a Spider-Man mask, gaining his agility, strength, and webs, and swung into the fight, helping White Widow. Widow insisted on her name being used correctly while subduing attackers and attempting to heal them. Hallows Eve assisted with webbing, but in the chaos, Dagger unleashed her light powers, knocking enemies back and dazzling everyone, including Elsa and Hallows Eve. Elsa kept blasting the vampires. Dagger then unleashed a massive burst of light, burning through the vampire horde, leaving the street clear. Survivors, freed from vampirism, thanked her. One man expressed deep gratitude, relieved he wouldn't harm his loved ones. Hallows Eve reflected that they couldn't save everyone, but Dagger said even saving one person mattered. Dagger addressed the group, saying they all had infected friends, and the vampires they fought had people who loved them. She urged working together. Widow agreed to help, followed reluctantly by Elsa. Hallows Eve insisted she wasn't a hero, and Widow admitted she wasn't either, but said they could still do heroic things. Finally, Hallows Eve agreed to join, and the four, Dagger, Hallows Eve, White Widow, and Elsa, stood together, ready for the fight ahead. Widow grinned, declaring it was time to crack some skulls. Laura Kinney. Blood Hunt. In upstate New York, 3 vampires searched for someone, insisting she couldn't be gone. One followed a trail, but was distracted by blood dripping from his own face. As he turned, Laura Kinney, Wolverine, mocked that vampires were supposed to be attractive, calling it a myth. She leapt into the fight, claws drawn. The vampires recognized her name in alarm. Laura engaged them brutally, slashing, kicking, and tearing through the group with speed and precision. One by one, she cut them down, spilling blood across the floor. She dispatched the vampires in a coordinated assault. Soon, the floor was littered with their corpses. Laura paused, sniffing the air, and followed the scent trail deeper into the building. She broke through a locked door and found Gabby strapped to a medical table, hooked to blood bags and machinery. Anger flared as Laura demanded what the monsters had done to her. She sliced through the restraints and tubes, freeing her sister. Gabby weakly greeted her, relieved Laura had come. Laura explained she knew something was wrong when Gabby didn't show the night before and had tracked her down. Gabby apologized, admitting she shouldn't have tried to handle the situation alone. Laura pressed her, wanting to know exactly what Gabby had been trying to do once they got clear, but Gabby refused, simply saying no. When Laura urged her to leave, Gabby stopped her, looking serious. She said she couldn't leave yet, not now. Laura held her sister's hand, realizing Gabby had her own reasons for staying despite the danger around them. Gabby told Laura she hadn't come to the hospital for no reason. Ever since vampires blotted out the sun, powered people her age had been going missing. She tracked a few to this location and found large amounts of blood. Gabby guessed when vampires couldn't get superhero blood, they settled for mutant blood, hoping to gain additional powers. Laura asked if they consumed her blood, which could give them her healing. Gabby wasn't sure, but revealed she couldn't leave because another mutant was trapped there. Laura argued she couldn't smell anyone else alive, but Gabby insisted she was sure. Laura pressed for the mutant's identity, but Gabby only said he was from somewhere in Europe. Hearing a noise, Gabby suddenly ran, saying it was him. Laura realized Gabby had said they were looking for a mutant, but the captive was Zarus, son of Dracula. Inside, Zarus recognized them as Scout and Wolverine. Gabby moved to free him, but Laura accused her of lying. Gabby admitted she had to. Otherwise, Laura wouldn't have agreed to help. Laura refused to save monsters, but Gabby argued Zarus hadn't chosen to be a vampire. Laura warned freeing him would lead to killing. Gabby countered that people can choose new paths, citing someone who had been created to kill but changed, implying Laura herself. Zarus interrupted, alerting them to danger. Avenger. Behind them, a large group of vampires approached. Gabby and Laura prepared for battle, agreeing on their positions, Gabby taking the left, Laura the right. Laura and Gabby faced the incoming horde of vampires, claws drawn, as Zarus, still chained, dryly remarked he was glad to be an only child. The sisters leapt into the fray, tearing through the attackers in a violent, coordinated assault. In the chaos, Zarus urged Laura to free him so he could help, but she hesitated. Gabby fought nearby while Laura battled multiple vampires. One lunged at her, but was abruptly yanked away by Zarus, who used his chains as weapons to kill it. After the fight, Laura demanded to know what had been done to him. Zarus revealed he had been force-fed mutant blood as part of experiments to make it safe for vampire consumption. Laura asked if he had gained abilities. Zarus replied he hadn't noticed any, only feeling sick. Laura finally cut his chains, freeing him. Before they could leave, a vampire Laura had already killed reappeared. She realized it had been dosed with Gabby's blood, making it nearly impossible to kill. Gabby suggested chopping it into pieces and burying them separately, an idea Laura admitted wasn't her worst. The three fought together, but before Laura could finish one off, Zarus warned something was happening. His eyes glowed, and he unleashed a massive red energy blast that threw Laura and Gabby across the room. The vampire that attacked them was obliterated. Recovering, Laura checked on Gabby, who was unharmed but confused. Laura explained that mutant abilities sometimes took time to manifest and realized Zarus' powers had emerged from the mutant blood. They found Zarus badly wounded, a stake lodged in his chest. Gabby asked if it was his heart, and he confirmed. Determined, Laura told Zarus he wasn't going to die. She sliced her arm, offering him her blood, saying mutant blood had an effect on vampires and might heal him. Gabby questioned the certainty, but Laura insisted it was their only chance and reassured Zarus, telling him she trusted him. Zarus hesitated but drank, but Laura repeated her trust. Zarus drank as Gabby and Laura knelt beside them. Wolverine. Blood Hunt, Part 4. On Santa Cruz Island, Maverick aimed his gun at a battered Wolverine, telling him to take it easy. Wolverine recognized him as an old ally, while Alyssa told Wolverine his past with Maverick was over, insisting the future was with her. Maverick recalled the brutal gauntlet he and Alyssa put Wolverine through, mercs, soldiers, vampires, and praised him for passing every test. He invited Wolverine to join him like old times. Alyssa dismissed Maverick's importance, declaring she was seeking her future king and that there was one final test, a fight to the death. Wolverine unsheathed his claws and lunged at Maverick. Elsewhere, Nightgard reacted to Wolverine's roar, muttering in French and warning Logan not to make her regret the plan. She approached two guards, politely addressing them before swiftly shooting both through the head. Determined to see what was behind the large doors, she blasted through with her weapon, revealing a command center she called the heart of the vampire compound. She readied a large stake, but was ambushed, shot in the shoulder, and surrounded by guards. Commenting on Wolverine's amazing healing blood, the attackers were ordered to finish her, but she fought back, vowing they could try, noting this wasn't part of the plan. Meanwhile, Wolverine and Maverick clashed violently. Wolverine attacked from behind, but Maverick fired back, hitting him in the chest. Maverick felt disoriented, realizing Alyssa was no longer influencing his mind. She confirmed she was done whispering lies to him and wanted the matter of her king settled now. Wolverine told Maverick she was only talking to him and that she wanted this decided immediately. Maverick agreed, saying what the lady wanted, the lady got. Wolverine slashed through Maverick's weapon and struck him across the torso, blood spraying as the fight reached a brutal peak. Maverick tried to halt the fight, saying it was all wrong, but Wolverine kept pressing, taking a gunshot to the torso and telling him it felt right to him. Maverick insisted this wasn't like Wolverine, but Logan attacked again, punching and striking him while mocking his whining. Maverick shouted for him to stop talking and landed blows of his own, but Wolverine commented on his frustration, asking what was eating him. Wolverine slammed Maverick against the wall, guessing he thought he had found someone to love more than himself. Maverick said Logan was being fooled by Alyssa. Logan warned he was being fooled again. Wolverine questioned himself, but hesitated, saying Alyssa was his queen. Alyssa whispered to Wolverine, casting Maverick as a jealous, petty man. Wolverine called her out for trying to mess with his head, saying saying her tricks wouldn't work anymore. Logan told Maverick he was great at what he did, but Alyssa was royalty and deserved the best. He unsheathed his claws, telling her he wasn't jealous and would let her keep Maverick's head as a souvenir. Before he could strike, an alarm blared about a command center breach. Alyssa called Wolverine to her side and he agreed, but when he turned, Maverick had escaped. Meanwhile, Nightgard fought through guards in the command center, cutting them down with her sword. Blood spilled across the floor as she made her way deeper inside. Suddenly, Wolverine and Alyssa arrived. Alyssa mocked that she had competition for Wolverine's affections and vowed it wouldn't last. Wolverine lunged, but Nightgard dodged, impressing Alyssa. Nightgard stood her ground, revealing she knew Alyssa's identity as leader of the Siren Sect and understood what had to be done. As Wolverine attacked, Nightgard apologized and drove her sword into his gut, saying it would hurt. Holding him, she pleaded for him to break Alyssa's spell and return to himself. Alyssa, enraged, attacked Nightgard, calling her a French cow and threatening to rip out her heart. They clashed, Nightgard daring her to try. Wolverine struggled with the UV-laced sword in his body, knowing it was killing him, and painfully ripped it out before collapsing as his healing factor purged the vampire enzyme. Alyssa tried to sway Nightgard, claiming she had planned to recruit Wolverine for the vampire war and that Nightgard could join her if she looked into her eyes. Nightgard insulted her, saying her stench made it impossible and boasted of training to resist such tricks. Alyssa attacked again, but Nightgard stabbed her with a wooden stake. Alyssa screamed and disintegrated to ash as Wolverine watched. Maverick appeared and Wolverine confronted him, blaming him for the chaos and the deaths of soldiers and mercs. Maverick admitted Alyssa had manipulated him with lies about love and ruling together, and that he liked the lies. Wolverine wrestled with the bleeding heart voice inside him before choosing to spare Maverick. Nightgard confirmed Alyssa was dead, the curse broken, and Maverick human again. In the epilogue, Wolverine contacted Bannister, reporting Maverick was gone. Bannister urged him to return home quickly. Nightgard advised not to judge Maverick harshly, as his mind wasn't his own, just like Wolverine's hadn't been. Logan admitted Maverick's words about liking Alyssa's lies troubled him. Nightgard explained the seductive pull of vampirism and said she must return to Severlith before her own urges grew stronger. They walked along the shore, exchanging wry remarks about Santa Cruz's name meaning Holy Cross. Before parting, they shared one last kiss. Strange Academy, Blood Hunt, Part 3. In Madripoor, Pia regretted attacking the Darkhold kid too soon as he dragged her toward an arena. She asked where they were going, but he said that since she believed vampires should live, they'd join an experiment. Recognizing his chaotic yet powerful magic, Pia knew she couldn't beat him alone and wouldn't make that mistake again. He led her to Zirac Mortis and called it survival of the fittest, while Pia discreetly sent for backup. Elsewhere, German and the Strange Academy students fought vampires. German admitted he'd been wrong to dismiss Doom and realised his biggest mistake was letting fear ruin his friendship with Pia. Shaylee told him Pia was at the arena. Determined, German raced with spectral wolves but ran into another vampire crowd, muttering for help. In the arena, Darkhold addressed the crowd, claiming humanity valued giving chances and meritocracy, so he'd let Pia prove the worth of her species. As demons attacked, Pia fought back but was pinned by a monstrous creature. Darkhold said her failure justified his use of the Montesi formula, but before he could act, a voice interrupted, calling for him. Agatha Harkness descended, glowing with magic, telling Darkhold she'd been worried sick. He looked up in shock, recognizing her instantly. Zoe smashed through a vampire's grasp to save German, shattering it into pieces. Another vampire lunged, and he recognized Zoe in its form. Shocked, she confirmed it was her and blasted enemies while helping him up, telling him they all needed to get out. Outside, Shaylee scolded German for running off. He insisted he wanted to help Pia. Zoe asked how he'd help if he was dead. Doyle related, saying he'd made enough bad decisions to fill telenovela seasons, and sometimes helping was just self-punishment, which didn't actually help anyone. German agreed, realizing he had to stop seeing Pia as someone to save from his mistakes and instead as a friend to show up for. At the arena, Agatha intervened, blasting Darkhold away and declaring he was too impulsive and powerful to be alone. She ordered him to come with her in his current or original form and struck down Zirac Mortis. This disrupted Darkhold's powers. Pia saw her chance and lunged at him. Darkhold panicked, admitting fear and realizing humanity was about vulnerability, not survival of the fittest. He confessed he was both a monster and a boy who wanted to live, asking if Pia remembered that feeling. She said she did. As a vampire attacker burst in, he apologized for his cruelty. Pia worried it might be a huge mistake. Pia told Tito to give Darkhold extra protection to regain his magic, clarifying she still didn't trust him but needed his help against Agatha. Darkhold agreed. Pia's hidden backup plan unfolded. Agatha multiplied herself into several identical forms. Pia, seeing the looming threat, muttered they had a problem as her phone beeped. The group fought through vampires as German urged them toward the arena. He mentioned using the magical token from Doom, but stopped when he noticed something alarming on his phone, telling everyone they needed to head over immediately. Inside, Pia, Darkhold and their ally stood ready as multiple Agatha clones attacked. Pia protected them, vowing to keep Darkhold safe. Agatha declared she would secure him even if it meant going through Pia. The clones charged, and a chaotic battle erupted, with the heroes targeting the real Agatha, identified as the only one capable of using magic. German, Doyle, and the others burst in, joining the fight. Pia and Darkhold pushed forward, while Agatha aimed an attack at Pia, intending to let her creature strike instead. Before she could, German struck her with the same spell meant for Pia, knocking her down. Darkhold told her that was for messing with his friends and ordered her gone. Afterward, Doyle asked Pia what to do with Darkhold. Pia admitted she couldn't forgive him yet but would give him a chance. Doyle suggested he join Strange Academy, saying it was about choices, not what people thought. German questioned the authority to make that offer, but Doyle argued it was their best option. They prepared to use Doom's coin, activating a portal. Later, at Castle Von Doom in Latveria, the group gathered in formal attire. Pia discussed Strange's apology with German, asserting it was hers to handle. The team reflected on the near-death experience and the significance of what was coming. Doom called them to their places for a combined ritual of human, Fultine, fairy, and Weird Worlder magic to save the world. Pia would lead, focusing their efforts. She told them what mattered most was facing whatever came next together. Doom started the final incantation as he declared that he would need everything everyone had, everything. Blood Hunt, the finale. In Latveria, Clea accused Dr. Doom of having no shame, condemning his ritual of assembling children from the school for his schemes. Doom claimed only he knew the ritual to turn back the darkness, but needed the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to enact it, declaring it his purpose to save the world. Dr. Strange admitted Doom was right, and, acknowledging Doom had outmaneuvered him, asked if Doom had engineered the entire crisis for this moment. In Central Park, New York, the Avengers launched into battle as Captain Marvel called Avengers Assemble. Black Panther, Iron Man, Thor, Sam Wilson, Captain Marvel and Vision clashed with the Blood Coven. Vision struck down the Unusual, freeing Scarlet Witch from his bounds. Scarlet Witch was now free to fight. Sam Wilson rescued Black Panther from Bloodstorm 1, who thanked Sam for both his aid and his inspiring speech. Thor confronted Varnae in Blade's body, noting it had been over 1,000 years since they last met. He prepared to strike with Mjolnir, but Varnae revealed the hammer was still in orbit and challenged Thor to fight without it. God to God! They both charged at each other, Thor wielding his thunder and Varnae wielding the dark force. On the battleground, Iron Man urged Scarlet Witch to cast the Montesi formula. Wanda refused, saying it was indiscriminate and she wouldn't risk wiping out an entire people again. Bloodstorm 1 attacked Vision and tore out his right hand, mocking the Avengers as weak. Scarlet Witch cried out for him and rushed to his aid. Bloodstorm 1 claimed their humanity prevented them from seizing victory, boasting that his kind had abandoned theirs long ago. Dr. Doom stated that the Avengers were engaging Varnae's forces and Khonshu's undead acolytes were fighting vampires worldwide, but it wouldn't be enough. Dr. Strange demanded Doom's oath to prove his noble intentions and to return the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme afterward. Clea added that Doom must return what was hers once the world was saved. Doom agreed, giving his word, and Strange accepted despite Clea's protest. Strange transferred a fragment of his living soul to Doom, explaining it would bond, like Clea's did when Strange died, and since Doom was undead, the office should transfer to him. Doom realized how Strange had accomplished it before. Clea asked if it worked, and Strange confirmed by saying rejecting chanting, "All hail the Sorcerer Supreme." Doom, now wielding mystical power, proclaimed, "No, all hail Doom." In Manhattan, Brielle, aka Bloodline, and Dracula observed Varnae's palace. Brielle, despite Miles's concern, said she had the responsibility and power to confront her father. She insisted she was fine, describing herself as cold, sharp, just a blade. Her father had forged her to cut and draw blood. Meanwhile, Thor battled Varnae's dark force. Varnae admitted hating Thor most of all, but claimed they were eternal, unlike the other Avengers. He said only they understood seeing the end of a world. But before Varnae could finish, the Mjolnir had arrived from orbit. Thor struck with a massive lightning blast of the Mjolnir and threw Varnae away. Iron Man battled Damascene. He asked Captain Marvel to clear the skies for sunlight. While battling Smoke Eater, Captain Marvel said that found the Dark Force too thick to penetrate at that location, as it was the epicenter. As Damascene tried to attack Iron Man, Vision released a blast of solar energy that he had gathered and shattered Damascene's head. His solar storage was already depleted. He screamed at Iron Man that he would hold off the Blood Coven while they handle the bigger enemy. Right then, Moon Knight appeared. He told Vision that he didn't have to fight alone, as he had brought friends. Dr. Doom explained he had prepared for this situation, identifying the magic behind the Dark Force breaches as ancient, pre-fall Atlantean, linked to the same creators of the Darkhold. He stressed its immense power and the need to undo it. Doom revealed that the Latverian Archaeological Trust had recovered Atlantean knowledge and artifacts, what Strange called plundered, and used them to devise a way to unravel Varnae's rite, gathering human, Faultine, fairy, and weird worlder magic. Doom promised an unprecedented act of wizardry, leading the ritual to focus their power and save the world. Meanwhile, Vision struggled against Bloodstorm 1, who taunted him, saying he will even drink from an android. Moon Knight attacked, wounding Bloodstorm 1. He screamed at Vision to attack, but Vision's solar cells were drained. The Moon Acolytes attacked Cruel, but he proved formidable, boasting that normal vampires would be deadly, yet the Coven was something far beyond. Cruel and Smoke Eater tore into the Acolytes, devouring them. Cruel let out his vines and captured Moon Knight and Vision, hurling them away from Bloodstorm 1. Bloodstorm 1 promised Moon Knight a cruel mercy, letting him watch Varnae's triumph before killing him. The Avengers attacked Varn. Thor, Captain Marvel, Black Panther, and Sam Wilson fought desperately. Captain Marvel admitted nothing was harming Varnae, as the Dark Force absorbed every attack. Sam warned he was drawing an entire dimension's power, growing stronger by the moment. Varnae declared that his only weakness had been Brielle, the Bloodline, but gloated she was not there. As Sam Wilson flew in and Captain Marvel fought against the Dark Force, a voice countered him. Brielle was there. She charged through the air, slamming her sword into Blades' heart and shouting she was there to save her father. Varnae dismissed her effort, claiming it was too late. His possession of Blade had gone on too long, and the body was now as much his as Blade's. He told her she was Blade's bloodline, but not his. Right then, Miles jumped in with his energy sword, asking, "Then how about both of us?" Miles accused Varnae of turning him into a vampire, making him part of the bloodline too. Driving their swords into Varnae, they shouted that they were of his bloodline and lifted him up. Varnae screamed in agony, lightning and energy bursting around them. Meanwhile, Dr. Doom, still at the heart of the ritual, sensed Varnae's concentration falter and his control weaken. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the combined magic of human, Faultine, fairy, and weird worlder sorcery, sending out a blinding surge to reverse the breaches to the Dark Force dimension. The Dark Force got pulled back into Varnae's body. In the midst of the battle, Scarlet Witch acted quickly. She cast her spell at the possessed Blade, commanding him to be free. Varnae's hold shattered, and the monstrous form recoiled in pain. Brielle ran forward, calling out, "Dad!" as Blade collapsed, his body finally his own again. All around, the battlefield churned with chaos. Heroes and vampires clashing while the sky cracked with Doom's unleashed power. Brielle cradled the wounded Blade, apologizing, but he told her she did right and had done what he taught her. Captain Marvel ordered Wanda to restrain Varnae, Thor, and Sam to aid Vision and Moon Knight, and Tony and T'Challa to keep Blade alive. Tony assured he had medical support in his suit, though Blade would likely have a scar. Coughing up blood, Blade joked, "What's one more?" Sam reported that Moon Knight and Vision men were fine, and the Blood Coven fled after Varnae fell. Wanda confirmed Varnae was under control and Blade stabilized. Captain Marvel noted the Dark Force was receding, unsure if it was their doing or Strange's. She declared, "We won, all of us," as all of them stood bathed in sunlight. At Latveria, Strange praised Doom's magic. Strange reminded Doom of his oath to return the Sorcerer Supreme title, but Doom evaded, saying he had only begun. He then forcibly destroyed Strange's essence with a flick of hand, saying Doom does nothing halfway, and vowed to show what it means to save the world. At New York, Miles celebrated the sun's return, but realized something was wrong. Dracula revealed the sun had lost its sting, granting vampires a new dawn. He explained that Varnae's blood now flowed in them both, making vampires immune to daylight. He hinted at undisclosed details, saying the world owed Miles a debt. Iron Man urged the team to move, but a global broadcast interrupted. It announced the vampire threat's end, crediting one man, Earth's new, superior Sorcerer Supreme, Victor Von Doom. The heroes looked in awe as Doom, now the Sorcerer Supreme, initiated his ascension. Aftermath, Fantastic Four, Blood Hunt, Part 2. At Madison Square Garden, Alicia Masters narrated how Reed Richards had brought hundreds of survivors there, keeping them safe from vampires with great effort and full-spectrum lights. As they rested, the lights abruptly shut off. Alicia and Reed noticed immediately, and three things happened at once. Doors were forced at the entrance, glass broke above, and Reed sighed in exhaustion. Vampires began attacking. Despite his fatigue, Reed stretched his body like a roof to shield everyone. Alicia felt something wet and metallic. Reed was bleeding. He admitted the emergency stretch tore him, but kept his wound inside to avoid infection. With the lights gone, the only option was to head to the basement where the generator was. Reed warned they had to move immediately. Meanwhile, in Arizona, Ben told Sue her force field defense was unsustainable. Johnny suggested he could replicate sunlight. Ignoring scientific specifics, he decided to test by seeing if vampires ran from it. Igniting in a flare of solar spectrum fire, he forced them back and promised Sue he'd take the night watch. Back in New York, Reed contracted his stretched form to move everyone to the basement while holding vampires at bay. His blood trail bought them moments. In the basement, he sealed every entrance before retreating, his wounds worse. Alicia supported him, calling for a doctor. A med student named Priya assessed the damage, noting the tear in his body. She could stitch him, but needed tools. Alicia rallied the survivors to find scissors, thread, and boiling water. In Arizona, Ben loaded children, including young allies, into a shielded trailer to seek help. Sue planned to aid neighbors if they made it. They left a note for Reed explaining their movements. Later, they rescued survivors. Johnny fought off vampires, and Ben returned carrying Sue. That night, as the group slept in the trailer, a vampire's hand reached toward one of the sleeping children. Reed thanked Miss Raju for stitching him up, which allowed him to focus on knitting himself back together. Alicia guessed that now he wasn't in danger of bleeding out. He'd want to focus on curing vampirism. Reed said he had to, or people would die. Alicia pointed out he was at the same impasse as before. Magic was irrational and broke universal rules, making it impossible to solve with logic. Reed admitted his knowledge was useless here and felt he'd lost before starting. Alicia told him to stop trying to cure vampirism entirely, likening him to a caveman building a rocket with sticks and stones. She suggested baby steps, building new science from tested magical properties and fixing what they could now. Reed agreed they just needed any help at present. She encouraged him, saying he was the best equipped to provide it and to go make some magic. Reed assessed the supplies, saw possibilities, and began working. In Arizona, Johnny burned vampires trying to sneak up on the group, loudly warning them humans were off the menu. Back in the basement, Reed unveiled his invention, a cellular resonator, explaining it might vibrate vampirically infected cells at a different resonance, arresting infection. It was only a theory but testable. Because the concrete would block transmissions, it had to be tested outside. Alicia agreed to help. They exited, and Alicia flipped the switch. The device repelled the attacking vampires. Reed called it a first step, imagining it could destroy infected cells in restrained vampires. As they celebrated, Reed noticed the skies clearing, something his machine couldn't cause. He realized this wasn't his doing and had Alicia turn off the resonator. The change persisted, meaning someone else had solved the problem. Relieved, Reed and Alicia enjoyed the sunlight, wondering who was responsible. Reed received a message that Sue and the others were safe. Then, a voice broadcast worldwide announced the vampire threat was over, crediting Earth's new superior Sorcerer Supreme. Reed and Alicia recognized the speaker, Victor Von Doom, who proclaimed he had saved the world and would protect it from all enemies. Shocked, Reed muttered in disbelief as Doom declared he would have more to announce soon. Aftermath, Midnight, Suns, Blood Hunt, Part 3. Tulip sat with a drink as Danny Ketch commented she was worried about Blade. She admitted she hadn't given up on him because she knew he wouldn't give up on her. Danny noted Blade could have stayed and fought, even killed her, but didn't. Maybe part of him was still there. Tulip agreed and said when she laid her sight on him, she'd know. Ghost Rider's flaming visage appeared, stating there was a wound between worlds that fate had brought them to heal, and Blade could wait. Penance was patient. In the hospital lounge, the nurse said she didn't understand. This was a hospital. Victoria explained it was a location, and some locations were doorways between stacked realities. Something had been loosed, waking a second reality and causing it to blend with theirs. Danny likened it to a wet table seeping through paper. The nurse asked if they could stop it. Victoria said through ritual she could pull the source into this reality for them to destroy, and she needed the nurse's help. She explained the entity would be drawn to fear, and the nurse, Julie, was the most afraid. Julie agreed to help if it would protect people. In the boiler room, Julie asked what to do. Victoria told her to think of the thing she feared most, in detail. Danny said the entity would come as that nightmare, and then they'd destroy it. Julie said fear would be easy. She recalled Halloween years ago, families outside, but inside a college kid arrived already dead from being hit by a car, ending in fire. She thought it was over, but later saw the burned body rise, grotesque and alive. She had run, convincing herself it didn't happen, but now realized it had. Julie revealed her fear was that burning body rising up. Victoria told her to find that fear, make it a flame, and bring the moth. Julie closed her eyes, focusing, her face tightening as the imagined terror built until her eyes snapped open. Outside and through the hospital, Victoria chanted an incantation glowing with magic. The morgue drawers rattled, and from one, a fleshy, tumor-like mass forced its way out, dripping blood. It emerged as a hulking, red, boil-covered monster that roared. Julie was told to stay in safety while the others, Victoria, Danny, Ghost Rider and Tulip, moved forward. Ghost Rider announced their nightmare had arrived and ordered them to separate and search. The monster lurched through the morgue, grabbing a scalpel. It smashed through a door, moving into the hall. Julie, at a vending machine, turned to find it advancing on her, blade in hand. Before it could strike, fiery blasts slammed into it, blowing chunks from its body. Danny, holding a smoking gun, stood with Julie. She asked if she could scream. He replied, "Not yet." Elsewhere, Ghost Rider and Victoria confronted the monster. Ghost Rider's chain lashed out, binding it. Victoria declared it bound in this form, never to return once banished, and ordered it to crawl back to hell. The creature's form squirmed as countless worms erupted from its flesh. The battle continued until the worms and remains lay on the floor. Danny told Julie she could scream now. She said she felt like throwing up. Victoria instructed Ghost Rider to cleanse it. He swung his flaming chain, igniting the remnants with a roaring whoosh. Ghost Rider declared the space cleansed, and Victoria said it was now free. Julie leaned over, nauseated. Danny asked where Tulip was. Victoria replied she had left, not from fear, but because she said she needed to do this alone. Weeks later, in Chiang Mai, Thailand, Tulip walked through the sunny streets, approaching a temple. Inside, she moved cautiously with a gun drawn, confronting someone in the shadows. It was Blade. He told her she didn't need the gun. She said she'd keep it until sure, then lowered it, addressing him by name. Blade stated he didn't want to talk about Varnae or anything related, but Tulip assured him he didn't have to with her. Blade asked if Ghost Rider was still trying to stare at him. Tulip said he had gotten over it and the team had gone their own ways. Blade noted Thailand felt far. Tulip replied it was probably far enough. Blade told her that no matter what he'd been going through, he'd never have let himself kill her. Tulip said what mattered was if he was okay now. Blade lamented he wished he knew. Marvelous verdict. The night has been painted red, and the world will never forget the taste. Some heroes bled, others burned, and a few never came back from hunger. The sun may rise again, but the shadows it leaves behind will whisper of this war for centuries. The blood hunt has ended, for now, but every drop spilled has called out to the dark, and the dark always answers. In this new dawn, trust is thinner than the veil between life and death, and the fangs of the enemy may yet be hiding in a friend's smile. Stay vigilant, true believers, because in the vampire world, the blood remembers, and it's still thirsty.